experience works. Go ahead, my guy.
Already disengaged. You're hearing those words. That's how they disengage. They say, "No, guy, I'm not gay." Now,
Tommy, you gotta tell them more fluently.
And they say, "Bro, if you don't back up, I'm gonna rage."
You gotta give them the details how the whole gaslighting experience works. Go ahead, my guy.
I already did.
You guys want to hear a joke?
No.
Here's the thing. What's the only fruit?
Oh, much love to you fuckers too. Go ahead.
What's the only fruit that can't get married?
Now, Cynthia, this is bad.
Cantaloupe. Cantaloupe. Brian O'Shea, I'm here for you, bro.
That was good.
But see, when he bitches about, oh, you would, Cynthia. Now let me get granted. Cynthia, honestly. You just... Hold on, I can't stare at that. Oh, wait. Everyone stare at that. Stare into the center. Deeper. 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 Are you doing that, Mad Mystic?
Your voice is annoying.
We know you're looking at it, Mad Mystic. We know that has the colors of your hair. Back when you thought your life was not over. When you were a spring chicken. When all the boys wanted to sip of that milkshake. You're not in that days anymore. That days are not belong to us.
That's difficult to answer. Could you give me some idea?
Well, Mad Mystic, you used to.
And I can't. Whose idea was it that you come here?
Look, man, here's the deal. If you wanna, you know, get caught up all in that, man, that's all on you, sir. You know, she seems like an interesting case. Yeah, for lack of a better word.
A psychiatrist.
And what happened that ended up with your being here in the hospital?
Where the hell is Thomas when you need him?
The psychiatrist.
Yeah, I figured he was toasted because he's just chilling, and I mean, but he always does this. So is that the secret? Is he always just chewing on some edibles? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. So
that this was the situation for me.
The other Tommy.
Did he tell you what?
No, there's a Thomas. He's a fail. Like, I know Cynthia's like dogging on me for like.
Very simple. He's like, hey, Snafu, you know, you're my
Sophia, do not. Sophia, get away from the television. Sophia, drop your phone. Sophia, drop your phone now. Jesus, Paul. Jesus, cut it off. Cut it off. Drop it.
Have you any idea why?
Oh my God. Somewhere Cynthia's just staring at her phone, taking this in. She's gonna think she's Mad Mystic.
I'm not.
Snafu is gonna like get her through.
I don't know.
No, you don't know, Cynthia. We're well past that. We gave up on. Well, I gave up on you. I'm still.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to have real conversations, but it's hard to with you.
Do
like,
I
you're all over
feel
the
like
place.
the one breaking up you and I having a conversation right now?
It's just really hard to have one with you. You're just all over the place.
Oh no, it would have been easy last night when you were clinging to words with me in order to ignore the words I was saying.
Few people try to do.
Oh, and you remember those words were also answering
like,
questions that you claim is so hard for me to do to you because you talked during the answer about me not.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
With you correctly, because you asked questions that you talked during the answer on.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
It can be in the future, Cynthia. Like you have acted and talked in a way some of the time when I didn't get to cook and you got to feel superior with your over logic. You said some things that get perfectly aligned.
What are you cooking, bro?
And when I'm away from the piano, I occasionally look differently from other people. And this has caused
maybe we're editing videos of mean dudes being mean to dudes.
They dislike you because you sit differently at the piano?
We're all like our own trading cards around here.
What way do you sit at the piano?
Hey, Tommy, what are you cooking? I'm hungry, bro. You're always cooking stuff. What's up with that?
I cannot describe an illustration.
Like things that drink with my hate coffee. You need a little something sweet with your hate coffee.
And I can't imagine it, that it would make people angry at you or at least dislike you.
It's badass, cheesy rice
How do you know they
stuff
dislike you?
that should be in every prepper's like dry food. Are you getting any value, Cynthia? Because I didn't say what brand yet, and I bet that's a question.
My father does, and
the brand is talkie,
doctors
like,
do,
habla, habla,
because
habla, habla,
of the way
English,
I
habla,
appear
English, habla, English.
in relationship to the way I sit at the piano and occasionally stand when I'm away from the piano because of the way I sit at the piano to the way
I don't live I did
I
my own deal to get that kind of money to have an incubator. Now people do incubators on YouTube, but it's not really an incubator because you ain't
Does it
getting
feel to you
Did you say that?
what other people say?
how to pay their own bills, telephone bills, fighting off shills.
Did you say?
But I did not have my
vibrator?
tube side because that's like if I
Yes, it
lost
feels
my
different.
ability for the fisticuffs and the combats, it's no big deal to exercise pacifism, as they say in Mexico. It's habla pacifism, pacifisimo.
This
And,
is
'cause
becoming
it's no
too
big deal.
involved to describe.
So if I got my tubes tied early and I came in your little
Would I
cult
be
show
right in
and was
assuming
claiming
that
I was like
you
I
don't
was like
feel that you belong
pussy
in the
bang
hospital,
able,
but
but
other people
not,
did
but like
feel that?
abstaining from and being
As soon
like
as I expressed the belief that I
voluntary
do not belong,
celibate, which is what we call celibate, and that's how fucking idiocracy that YouTube is. That like I say delumination because you get it, right? You get it, but there isn't really such thing as voluntary celibate there's either celibate or incelibate. Yeah. So when I have my tubes tied, that wouldn't show Cynthia that I can make children and don't want her ass like most men.
Tommy's got, you
show
got
her.
tubes? You got some ovaries, bro?
God, pseudo Talcott. I never thought I would like Talcott as much as with the existence of pseudo Talcott. You remind us how bad he could really be. Like he has improved. We do see in some aspects a better Talcott than what we were first given, but in some ways a much more endangered, like, oh my God, did we as a community break a person like we might do Cynthia if she doesn't get the message? Like, I tried to help Talcott in a kinetic realm, and I still wouldn't be surprised if my one true judge had some words with me about my own Talcott participation. I think everyone that hears this right now, I'm talking to even the crew that would know the food on government funds card in the chat. I think everybody, even the channels I don't go to anymore, like Sovsoul, that fucking crazy kook. I think everybody that hears me right now, even in the future, when you're listening as a 10-year-old Facebook or whatever fucking platform we're on, like, it'll still be Zuckerberg. But all of you have some role in this Talcottian sham. It's like he doesn't do a Jesus type story, but it's like the Yang side Jesus, where it's like, well, first we sent Jesus to show everybody a good way to do it, the right way to do it. Now it's like, let's send them a toady and show them all they'll fuck with him just because he gives off that invisible colorless gas that makes you want to troll the fuck out of him while he thinks he's.
Hey, Tommy, I'm friends with Jack Harlow. Do you know that guy?
Don't fucking bit me right now. Do you know that guy IRL?
Who, Timcast?
No, you said
Jack Harlow, bro.
Yeah. Don't fucking bit with me right now, Jeff. Do you hear what I'm calling you right now? Not pseudo Talcott. Geoff. Wait, do you spell Geoff?
No, dude, that's gay, bro.
I know. I call those
Everybody
guys
knows
Geoff.
that.
I call those guys Geoff. Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I do.
so
That's what I do when I come. I Geoff.
Hey, Geoff. Hey, Geoff. Don't fuck with me. Don't bit. IRL.
All right, I think I might join. Merge. I think I might merge with these freak show. Fucking dude. Yeah, I'm gonna merge. But first, I gotta do something. So I'll be right back.
You know Harlow.
Let it play.
I don't mean that fucking pop culture motherfucker Jack Harlow that they take pictures of him doing the look back at a girl, but she's actually looking back and he doesn't have a girlfriend and they're probably fucking just over that photo shoot. Not that Jack Harlow. I'm talking about like if he wears too much yellow, you feel kind of like, wah.
I'm confused, bro. But maybe I'm just high.
You dropped the name? Okay. Character. Pseudo Talcott. Do you know Jack Harlow?
So you're saying Jack Talcott's a character? Like he's really not that way?
Well, he is that way, Cynthia.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm saying in life, we all kind of.
If you get past your fucking conclusion.
Do you need more, Cynthia?
God damn it, Paul.
I never hear those clips. What did that clip say?
Fucking liar.
We're not hearing the clips.
Oh, are you talking about Talcott clip collection?
Hang on, he keeps saying so. I don't know. But anyways.
You don't know Talcott clip collection?
Yeah, he's really good. That guy's really good.
Dumbass.
Of mine. I like it.
Yeah, and so
but when I was
he was giving you the clip notes. He was giving you the clip notes earlier.
I know. I asked you, was Jack a character, and you said no. That's really
no. He's
good.
actually he was.
But
actually
then you said we're
leader.
all a little, and then I didn't hear anything. What are we all a little?
I don't want to go over it again. I mean, it's a good work, but it's a little long.
We're all a little what?
Oh, we're all rubbing and racing, and whenever rubbing is racing, you get each other's paint on you a little bit. They say most of it is comprised of the 5 cars you race near the most. You got the most paint from them on you.
Tommy, what are you talking about?
I'm not like, bro.
I'm trying to understand, but
yeah,
I'm high.
I think you do.
So
Harlow is my twin gay brother.
Like Jack's really like that. He doesn't listen. Like he doesn't listen at all. Like if you ask him a question, he really
does he talk while you answer his question?
Well, he gets really upset when I ask him questions.
Oh,
like
that's a good question then.
No, I will ask this because I noticed a lot of cats, right? They're playing on their feelers today, including self, if you will. And so sometimes this happens.
Like you just walk around your house and then when you pass by the phone, you just jump in on the roof.
Ask questions. Okay, we will take Jack out of it. Why would anybody
Are you saying
get
you want to
upset?
take Jack off?
Yeah, like we're not even talking about Jack. Like, why do people get in their feelers or upset when questions are asked? Because some people like me asking questions, and some people are suspicious, and others just hate it.
So whenever someone likes you asking questions, what kind of questions are you asking?
But I pretty much ask questions to get to know them.
I don't like.
I don't think that's the right answer.
I don't like questions because then I have to answer.
You see, Cynthia. Focus, Cynthia. When people are mad at you for asking questions, what kind of questions are you asking?
Questions about one's character.
And do you feel you are some kind of gatekeeper to the thumbs up or thumbs down of that character?
No.
So would maybe the questions you're asking have the context of someone who thinks they're that?
No. That's the person being asked the question. That's their own insecurity. That's not me. I'm
So
not
do you
asking the
feel-
question in a rude way. I'm not yelling, and I'm not asking it out of like, fuck you with the, using insulting words.
Okay, so I'll use really good tone, really good context, and ask.
I like Cynthia. I would like her to be my mama. If I didn't have a mama.
Cynthia. Okay, so Cynthia, would you like Jeff to be your child?
No, Jeff. I'm sorry. I don't really like
No.
that much.
Don't tell Jeff things like that. You'll hurt his self-esteem. I was asking you the question. Don't.
What about my
answer like that.
ego? Stop it. You just hurt my ego.
Oh,
No, she
okay.
hurt your ego, Jeff.
Okay, I
She
see
hurt
what
your
you're
ego.
saying.
I'm not the one that said I don't want you to be my child, Jeff. I was gonna let her tell me.
Okay. So I got to answer, but still, I'm not mad at you for asking the question. I can be mad
No,
at
Could you
you.
still make me some
I wasn't
food?
done. I wasn't done.
Huh?
So, do you already have children, Cynthia?
Cynthia is
I
brilliant.
got 2 children. You see me and my 2 dogs all the time. You see my
No,
dogs on
Cynthia.
camera.
I have a dog that even my worst enemies say, that's a cool dog. You've got a good dog. You probably did well training that dog. He looks friendly. He has a good demeanor.
How do I?
I'm not a father, Cynthia. I'm not a father. I
Tommy,
don't
have a
have my
question.
tube side. I can nut with the best of them. I got no kids.
Okay.
Do you have any kids?
Are you reading Tommy, are you reading the comments? And Casey Cynthia asked questions she already knows the answers to.
Are you
and it
bringing
comes
someone
off as
else's business in?
condescending.
Paul, just an insert. I wanted to let you know, my guy, it's a good time for 420, if you will. Let's go.
Cynthia,
Cynthia's asking agents questions and they don't like it. Keep asking the agents questions. They don't like it. Yeah. You don't like it being interrogated because you're reading off a fucking script. All you clowns are nothing but agents, and you know that. And she's questioning you, and you don't like it. You deflecting fucking agent.
You're that
Why am I an agent?
You scared
I'm
her
not
off.
reading off of
Why does she always come up and then run? Why is it you and the snafu creature can never just sit there and have a conversation?
I don't believe Snafu.
Sorry.
Well, he ran whenever he came at me on Benton.
Okay, so she said that y'all don't like it because y'all are agents, and y'all like, what kind of agents are y'all?
Cynthia, don't get distracted. My dog is not my child, Cynthia. Do you have kids?
Okay. So what kind
Cynthia,
of agents are y'all?
I think we're getting to the root of your problem here.
So somebody has feedback.
Cynthia,
Somebody has feedback. Somebody's echoing. It's that guy. It's what's his name? The guy up top on the top.
Cynthia, why are you scared of the question?
Okay, what kind of agents are y'all? And are agents a good thing or a bad thing? Because honestly,
Cynthia, are you believing?
I've heard a lot, but I don't understand it.
Cynthia, do you come into our neighborhood and some crazy bitch on the street
Let the pogo restream games begin.
says a thing about us and you just assume that's true?
That's why I'm asking the
Technically, what am I? I'm 12 minutes in. 13 minutes in.
individual.
No, see,
Yeah, this is very lame, sir. I'm going to transition. I'm just doing something in the background while but I am going to be getting into my flow here in a minute.
this is how you piss people off with your questions, Cynthia. You have no respect for the person you're asking the question.
But I feel like if I come in a nice voice,
You will never come with
if
another
I'm not
person ever again.
disrespectful in my questions,
No,
and I feel
you are
like
disrespectful
that is
for taking.
respectful.
Listen, you're once again speaking through the answer. That's one reason you piss people off. You ask them questions and then you talk the whole time they're trying to
Y'all
answer
never
you.
let me finish.
No, you never let them start. You asked a question. You've asked many questions and have never let one answer come to fruition. Now, then the second part, Cynthia, and this doesn't.
Yeah, apparently Paul had 100 milligram thing, so he's just zooted, kicking the back seat, throwing Z over the mainframe on half speed. Wow, this is a new dynamic.
Always happen, not every time.
See, the thing is if I had the version of StreamYard if I had the paid version of StreamYard where I could throw the backdrops and the overlays and shit, I've never actually bought any StreamYard. I just have the free version. Always have had it. But yeah, all right, be right back. Hold up.
Asking people questions, there's not always a crazy bitch that just jumps in and makes lucid claims. But when this happened, and when it's happened before, I bet, you just take these rando questions and look at the person you were talking to before that person even came there. You're like, hey, they said you were a pedophile. Why are you a pedophile? And notice you asked, why are you a pedophile? Do you think pedos are bad, and why do you do it? No, I'm asking you, Cynthia, do you think pedophiles are bad, and why are you one?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear your question. I was in the chat. What did you say?
And now number 3, you don't fucking listen. So you could spend a year going, tell me, well, how to know when there's a landmine there. And like, well, you do got to cross this field. So just first thing. And then you're like, oh, this is boring. You guys really let him tell people how to cross a field where there's landmines. And then you just do that for like an hour, loop it. You hear these people saying loop? They're not talking about we would say GENOCIDE if we wanted to circle back and revisit a subject. That's GENOCIDing. Circle back. But you're looping, Cynthia. And if you'd loop this much on a fucking track once in a while, I wouldn't be making fun of you for not having a family as the only Mexican woman that doesn't have like 7 kids following her.
God damn, you talk too much.
How do you know I don't have 7 kids? How do you
Because
know I
you
don't
just
have 9?
told me that 2 dogs were your fucking kids.
Yeah.
And that's how I know you don't have any kids.
I'm not telling you about my kids. You can get that fuck out of here.
Your actual kids you have?
I'm going to tell you about my personal life. I'm going to tell you about my dogs. That's what I'm going to tell you about. Because I choose
No.
with you.
So you're saying you're walking around a flea market with an empty plain envelope and some paper clips and a twisty tie, and no one will give you a dream cat. Because you find value in a dream cat.
Wow, fascinating.
She never said that. She just said that she doesn't want to talk about her kids. Are you deaf?
Toilet Bowl Earth, shout out to him. Is he in this thumbnail? No, he's not. Is he in this thumbnail? No, he's not. Who's in this one? Got Talcott, RCA, Mitch, Slave Dave, Brian O'Shea, OTW, Yurt in a skirt, 2 random Nazis on the back, I guess, and then Paul, and then Z and Moose in the back there.
It's important that we address the toilet.
Is Toilet Bowl up here?
She gets it.
One,
Cynthia. Everybody strike up. One little itsy bitsy point for Cynthia.
Okay, I'll be a fake asshole.
No, see, even when you do it right, Cynthia, you flip it.
Numbers dropping. Tommy. It's hard for me to listen to you because you just use.
Because you keep reading the chat, right?
Yeah, because it's
Why
more.
are you reading the chat?
It's more interesting than what you're talking about.
Oh, so you're devaluing me and the.
I got a message here for you if you'd care to answer. Mr. Mantic wants to know if it's okay. He's asking me if it's okay if he impregnates you. So if you could give him an answer, so I don't have to be an intermediary, that would be nice. Thank you very much.
The eyes of my longtime inmates, and because you're not getting value, you're not getting value, or you're not having your questions answered. So you want the blood to come stab me up.
Tommy.
Polly, you have a bit being built around you. All right, and Polly, you have a bit being built around you. I'm not saying that matters or does not matter.
No, you're
Sorry
telling
for
the wrong
interrupting
person.
the conversation. Let's
You
go.
told
Much
everyone
love,
that knows Goblin. Tell the persons that don't know.
Oh, you don't know what to say? Well, again, I'm not going to be the intermediary, so you figure it out. He wants to inseminate you. I have no issue with it one way or the other. I have no hangups, qualms. You guys do you. That's nice. That's not cool, dude. Don't call her a hoe. Yeah, you can say hi. It's fine. But, yeah, don't say hello. We're not conjuring hell into here. Oh, hell. I'm good on that. I'll be right back.
So, Cynthia, you were. Hold on, Goblin. You just started talking. Let's flush the fucking Goblin already. I don't deal with. Even when I did meth, I did not deal with alcohol. Hold on, Goblin. You just started talking. Let's flush the fucking Goblin already. I don't deal with. Even when I did meth.
Salty siren.
Yeah, it was out of context. I already took Cage and made Cage Breaking Bad because he spent a day one.
I didn't break bad. I just wanted to inform y'all that there's.
Goblin, I'm gonna stand right. I will work with you the next time on your channel, Goblin, but I can't have you just wandered in today. You don't like Paul's channel, you don't vibe here, and you're sitting here saying what we're trying to do, and you keep fucking it up.
Tom.
Fuck off, Goblin. I told you to leave when I was like here to go at Cynthia, and you won't let anything happen.
Tom.
I'm listening.
Shut up. Your voice is annoying.
Is it Deadpool, the fucking dumbass, the one that thinks his words can stop guns?
No, that's not me. I'm just the guy who's telling you to shut up because you're annoying.
Oh, you've been talking while I was talking?
Well, I've been attempting to talk over you, having diarrhea of the brain and mouth.
Has a new fighter appeared, Paul? Because if you'd like to put me in, I forget his fucking stupid ass name, but I know he's old school. Let's get it the fuck on. I've had something for him a long time up these sleeves.
Dude, you just met me. How are you like, oh, I've been waiting to rough this little boy up. I've been waiting. I'm pulling up my sleeves now. Oh, this boy's gonna get it with my fighting words.
Is that Deadpool Kidro saying those things?
No, it's my doppelganger.
One-on-one. I mean, Paul, whatever you want to do with the UFC thing. But here's the thing, Cynthia. I'm gonna help you with this Cynthia, listen.
Yeah.
I've been bitching you out a long time tonight. Hold on.
Yeah, Goblin. When are you gonna grow? They're agents not of Orange, okay? Let me tell you. They're pogo ball sucking agents. Privately government operated. Hey, Goblin, when are you going to grow a pair and stand up to Tommy, who's fucking cutting you down as a man? I can't stand to watch a man be cut down by a pathetic piece of like Tommy's a fucking parasite. All right, Cynthia,
Okay,
you're bringing up good questions. They don't like anything off the script. Great questions. Way to go. Gold stars for Cynthia. Hell yeah. Truth, yo.
Listen. All right. Well, I don't mean to throw the vibe off, Tommy, and I don't want you to think that, like, by asking questions, but I'm genuinely a curious woman.
No, Cynthia, we're past that. It's not about you. You already failed that test. You look like a dumbass.
Tommy,
like you didn't, I told you a bunch of stuff, Cynthia, and you just went, I don't really know it. And then you go into this low murmur thing, like everyone's quiet. You didn't even have, like everyone was letting you talk, and you're just like,
yeah, but
and men hate that shit. Like if anything, like if I saw a girl that was like fucking pasty cake and like fucking, yes, I could look at that until she got old and she would sit at home and go, I don't care if she knows the cure for fucking cancer. She's out, Cynthia.
Tommy, you're
girl. No, I do empathize with women because with men, you have this way you can either be this badass dude that can get married and do stuff, but if you don't, there's plenty of different man classes you can go be of all types of men that women would be like, oh, no thanks. But to be that class, you're successful and happy because it's a man's world, Cynthia. And I'm not talking about that man on man world.
Right.
And so now you guys got 1 or 2 years before lockdowns to feel all Sex in the City, and you got a little bit of stimmy checks, and you got to feel
okay, Tommy.
And now look at
Tommy. Here's the deal.
Tommy has officially become the next Andrew Tate.
Like,
I was the first Andrew Tate before he came to YouTube. I just can't jump country to country. Because you need like the jet level to not take them pokey pokes, and I don't mean the man on man, Cynthia. But
Tommy,
there's only one way. No, stop, Cynthia. I told you it wasn't about you. You keep chiming in like we give a fuck. You're gonna learn eventually. It's gonna take too long, but you're gonna learn. No, I do consider myself one type of slave, people. Because usually I'll say I'm not a slave. Everything I would do with total freedom, I
just
pretty
don't
much
understand.
Doing. Shut the fuck
let
up,
you
God damn it! We told you, we know you don't understand, and you think you're
a business person. I mean, you hold numbers. I'll say that. He really hasn't lost that many numbers
Cynthia,
behind you.
I'm not going to for long when this stupid Mexican
like,
broken hoe
it's not like you
interrupting
bring excellent conversation. Like, I can't figure out what value you bring.
Yeah, because 13 days. Where is Agent Smith? Have him give me something on 13 already. Because that's approximately how many days.
The panel. Like, I can't figure that part out.
Yeah, because you keep just saying you can't. You just keep saying you can't, so you never will. There's your son. There's your son, Cynthia. Is that your daughter or your son? He's drinking out of the toilet again. Them kids of mine.
That's Jorge. That's Jorge.
Why would you give it a Mexican name? That sounds racist. Trying to bait your white friends into fucking saying your dog's name wrong. So you can say, oh, that's not how you pronounce my dog's name, you Nazi racist.
Yeah, that's Paco.
You named a white dog Paco?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I named a black dog Camacho. Take that, Mexican.
Nice.
Why didn't you name him that? No Mexicans. I named him
Consuela.
Camacho is the name of a black man who was president on the future. Just ask Time Travel Cop.
I wish that lady would come back up and tell me why.
I wish that lady would leave already. She keeps cutting off my bits, man. And I don't mean Lorena
like
Bobbitt.
Like the good fairy in the Wizard of Oz. No,
man, do you think you could come to our show tomorrow and just bring up Disney
like flies
movies and
down
shit?
and gives
It's
me a little
awesome.
clue. I wish she'd pop back up and tell me why.
I wish you'd leave so I could knock fucking Deadpool Kid Rogue on fishing the fuck out.
If you could follow me to every chat, and if I have a question.
Oh, unfortunately, I run into you all too much, Cynthia. And it's not about me stealing the show here. It's why have you lasted so long?
Do you think you
some
can
of the
ever
chat.
steal
Listen,
anything
I'm not.
from Paul?
Cynthia,
Paul
you've
gave
been
you
reading
the
the
show.
chat, haven't you?
Paul
You say you
gave
haven't
you
been
the
listening
show.
to me because you're
Stealing
in
the
the
show.
chat,
You
right?
need to take that
Cynthia,
back out of your mouth. Paul
Cynthia,
gave you the show
have you
tonight.
ever been in like a play or a theater, a theatrical
I'm not gonna.
performance?
Oh,
Tommy is just angry because he hasn't gotten his dick wet.
Tommy.
Right, the guy that said
Hey,
he left
Tommy.
his shoes untouched.
Is that true?
There you did it again, Cynthia. You broken home.
Because he's going on about all this hoe business. I think that's self-projection right there.
Do you know Deadpool Kidro, Cynthia?
Oh, look, Tommy.
That ain't me, Cynthia.
Tommy.
Hit
Oh,
that,
wow.
Cynthia. Do
Is
you
that
see?
true?
No, that's not me. Why would I be a picture?
That's not.
Cynthia, do you
No,
feel like
Tommy,
when you
have
see
you
that
ever had
picture,
relations
Cynthia?
with a woman?
Cynthia, when you see
That's
that picture, do you
Paul
feel?
Have
and
you ever
Jennifer
had
as
relations
animals.
with a woman?
Do you feel like your time is running out, Cynthia, when you look at that picture?
Do I feel like what?
Do you feel like you're running out of time?
Hell no. Did you see where Robert De Niro? No, Al Pacino at 83 years old just had a baby. I'm still getting it in my.
No, but that's the thing. That's the thing,
Hell
Cynthia.
yeah.
Al Pacino
Yeah.
didn't have the baby.
That's what I'm saying.
First of all, I'm a cool bitch. So
No, you're
that's-
not.
I'm always
You're not
gonna
cool
be
at all.
Yeah,
We're getting to the bottom of your problem, Cynthia.
Tommy,
you're
you've been
not.
talking about yourself for almost this whole stream. How the
And
fuck would you know
everything
what's
you
cool?
said about yourself, you're wrong about.
No, but seriously, Paul gave you this panel.
No,
You
don't
didn't
change the
steal
Hey,
it.
subject.
Tommy.
He, if anything, Paul is just like, yeah, take over because he's tired of talking because he's already done it for 8 hours.
But
And
Paul's,
I'm up here
Paul's
just
probably
learning.
trying to fall asleep at this point.
Cynthia,
Oh
listen.
yeah, of course he has. I would have too.
Are you talking over me?
No,
Tommy, can you hear
we're
me?
talking against you.
Yeah, Kidro.
We're talking with you, not at you, Tommy.
Kidro, here's the thing. I can either
But that's
rock
what I
your
don't
fucking
understand.
shit. You can wait, Kidro. Like, wait till a night that Cynthia isn't here, and I'll rip your heart out. I'll rip your fucking heart out and show it to you before you die, verbally. But if you want me to cook on this,
Tommy,
lost
do you have a
woman
page?
who wandered in here, you need to shut your not Deadpool ass. Because you got a lot of nerve, Kidro, calling yourself a Deadpool when you'd win the Deadpool every time with every kind of combat that any man has ever done.
Okay. So, basically, who hurt you, bro? Why are you
Nobody
so
hurts
sus?
me. I've hurt myself
Why are you so
on
sus,
things
man?
like bites. What are you
You're
asking
lonely
me?
and miserable, but we're here for you. It's gonna be okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Everything's
Can you
gonna
guys
be
hear me?
okay.
I
Can you
don't
hear
hear
me?
homeless people. I don't hear homeless people.
And you're gonna hold me
And
for
we use
ransom.
names, not
You want to hold
fucking
my body,
letters around
some type of money, right? I'm not going for this bullshit.
Who's homeless?
You better respect me, my guy. I'm not going for this. Hold me backstage for some sort of ransom. No, I ain't
Who's
going
homeless?
for that. You're doing what the order followers are doing. Man, fuck that.
Shut up, homeless guy.
Let's go.
See, you made him stop. Shut the fuck up, JG. I'm gonna ignore you, JG, because you only showed up to do your stupid homeless JG bullshit. Now, the next time you see that goblin on the main stage with 2 fucking elephants about to fuck, and that makes Cynthia run out of time, you shut your homeless fucking mouth. This isn't the Drew Crew. We don't appreciate you over here. And I
There
fucking
you go,
conform
Tommy.
to my
Speaking
channel
facts.
like
Let's go.
water, JG. Do you know how to be like water? No, you know how
Tom,
to
you're
ask for
insane.
water. Yes, JG.
You're
If you come
insane.
over,
You're a
yes,
Well,
fucking
that
if
nut.
just
you
means
come,
that JG
if you
has
come
not
over to
came
the
to the
kingdom of
comprehension that
Unslavia and you come
insanity
into
is
the
actually
court
a
and
fucking
proclaim that
compliment.
I'm
The
insane,
world is upside down. What are you doing? Let's go.
Fucking corny. Tom, what are you gonna do, man? You're banned from Philly. If you ever step fucking foot in Philadelphia, you're done.
I go any place the fuck I want. And
Nah, I just
I
told
can
you,
get a
you're
couple.
Actually,
banned
I'll
from
call your
Philadelphia.
fucking bluff. I'll call your bluff because I think you're flexing. I'll bring my ass to your neighborhood, and that's the same flavor as Tommy. What
I
about
don't
it?
even know. I don't
You
think
won't
that,
do a
Goblin. I don't think
motherfucking
you
thing.
can.
You know why? Because you're a
I don't think
watcher,
you can
waiter,
handle this
and
like Tommy
follower.
does.
Motherfucker. Let's go.
Listen,
You're
Goblin.
you're clearly
Let me
foolish,
handle
you flunky.
Goblin. Let me handle. I said when I showed up here, let me do my own business, bro. We can cook together sometime. You got the main stage. You'll get it again, I'm sure. But this motherfucking homeless dude, he follows me through time with those time travel cops. He.
I'm not
latches
following
on
you,
to the
fucking
wizard.
idiot.
He rides.
See,
the
you're trying to
wizard
paint a
fucking
picture that
wagon.
I'm fucking following you, dude. You're a fucking nut. You're a loser. I'm not following you, you fucking cornball.
I've been here about 2-ish, maybe more hours. You know how the time flies. So you didn't
You
just
fucking corny,
not
man.
know I was here putting
Tom,
dicks
you're
in
not a G,
assholes.
dude. You're not. You ain't shit, man. Shut up.
Okay, hold on. So let me follow you, JG. So you're saying now that you can't do corny anymore and post the fucking corny emoji, and you got showing up and whoever's talking, you go, hey man, you're not the thing you're saying. You're not the thing you're saying. You know how I don't have a roof over my head, even if I wanted one? You're not like that roof in my life. You're not that.
I'm
The
not
thing
homeless,
you're saying,
though.
JG, if I did leave, you'd just talk about the work site, the place you can get work without a roof over your head. We get it. Oh, no, you travel around, man. You're just living abroad, but I have to, like, live on the street and do construction work, which isn't the joys of traveling around.
Is this fucking lie? Are you
I don't know about these cats, but I cook with gas.
Oh, I do, Goblin. That's what I'm saying. You think I'm the one that sends snafu to these cats, and you think I don't know cats you don't know? Let's go.
Tommy, I know you're doing your thug dizzle. Much respect.
I knew
You already
it.
know.
What was this first?
Oh, no, I ain't
Much
no
love.
thug. I back thugs
Oh,
down.
what I said in a respectful manner, I appreciate what you do, Tommy, as a man.
Hey,
Let's go.
EBT, nobody's stealing your anything because you are
What's good, dude?
inoperational, sir. I'm sorry, EBT, you can't have it both ways, or, well, maybe with Drew you can. Maybe with Drew and Toilet Bowl, you guys have just circle ways. But you had your chance. You said them was these day one niggas, and you can have your day one niggas because I've got your day one niggas fucking each other in the ass. YouTube compatible. How about that? Oh, yeah. EBT didn't like that. You see how EBT
Come to
in the chat
Denver,
when he
bro.
heard-
Come
JG,
to
are you still
Denver,
here?
bro. I'm real tough.
Come to Denver.
Come to Denver. I'm real tough.
No, JG.
Right now.
JG, you're not up on your lore. I used to be tough, as in, like, bigger than you can claim. And
How
I'm
about
not
we
that.
just do it the old school way?
Come to
Y'all niggas don't want no smoke. How about
Right
that? Y'all
now.
niggas don't want no smoke.
Oh, me.
No, Enslaved by Truth, I didn't forget Illumitami versus Provo Kid. It's not a masterpiece. I did my part. He looks stupid as he always did.
Raindrops keep falling on my head.
Oh, keep my name out of your mouth. No, Enslaved, you don't get to just hang out and affect things, EBT. And then when you get finding out, you don't get to
Tommy
time
still
out, I'm
talking?
not playing. No, bro.
Insane is a compliment, bro. Insane is a compliment, bro.
Like, do you work for YouTube, Tommy?
I'm not looking
Like,
at
how,
this shit,
like,
bro.
why do people let you take over their panels? Like, do you work? Like, are you blackmailing them? Like,
I'm not looking at this shit, bro.
All of
Do you
them?
not comprehend the fact that you are being watched? Very
Oh,
simple.
Kim. Wait, no.
Yo, Cage, are you on the
I
pen right
Kim
now?
was calling Cynthia Sophia. I was like, gonna keep that going. Keep that going. Everybody start calling her Sophia. Fucking stupid
You
woman.
are on a fucking banner. I get the N-word pass, so any black person that wants to confront that, well, check it out. You dig?
What
All
N-word
right.
pass?
Now,
I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. I can't. It's just disgusting. I can't do it. Can't fucking do it.
Welcome everybody. How we doing? I have been rushing around like I think we're connected. Let me know in the chat.
Touchdown, plug into the matrix, eyes to the screen on a permanent basis. Share your deepest feelings with pages of strangers, intravenous data, names and faces. Artery, digital, blanket security, phantom, panic, million battery, project image, construct fantasy, distrust, distort, manage your reality.
Okay, this song is amazing. This next one, check out, and we'll be signing off very soon. End of the World by Tom McDonald. Hope we don't get copyrighted. Check it out.
This dude's just chill, man.
The television telling lies. I know for sure the revolution won't be televised. I know that we've been waiting patiently for better times. We fell asleep and men are blind, can't recognize it's genocide. Feel like the bomb about to drop out of the clouds. Another virus going airborne. Go hide inside your house. Farmers watching crops die, they're drying up with droughts. Angry people forming crowds trying to burn the cities down. This is Armageddon, martial law for our protection. I talk to God, but it's long distance and I lost reception. Forest fires and oil spills are the awful lessons. I'm just waiting for the devil to take over heaven. This is biblical, I swear it's in the Bible. We keep killing. We are last financial hope soon enough the government.
We want to get into the Illuminati because we want to get invited to the coolest parties by subtly communicating hidden symbology. Soon we'll be part of a secret society. Hollywood will open up its doors for manipulate the economy. War is good for humanity. We'll be given the keys to unlock the Bible and we'll become Lucifer's loyal disciples. We'll pray to Baphomet and the princes of hell. We'll bathe in pig's blood and cut ourselves under the blood moon beneath Satan's radiant energy before the Dark Lord Lucifer himself. I invoke the 4 crown princes of hell, inviting forces.
Okay, so what I'm getting out of this is by this band doing this, they're not joking around. They're putting it right out there in plain sight. Doesn't seem like a joke. And therefore, what does that say about the channel owner? You know, not to mention this guy's channel name is Esoteric Knights of Malta. So what's up? What's up with the symbolism? Is it that overt? Is it that?
The darkness will bestow their knowledge and power upon you. I, your faithful servant, promise to hide triangles in things, perform the brownies and tell people the earth is round. From this day forward, to whatever it takes to form globalism, multinational corporations, the establishment, and the military-industrial complex. I love fracking, it's the best. Let's go for some pizza. What flavor? Kitty flavor. We're gonna get assassinated for making this video. More like initiated.
Careful, please.
That's why I feel bad about throwing it up,
Careful,
even
not
just jokingly. You know, like even a quick. Yeah, because you know you're throwing up the 666. Yeah, and then someone will take a screenshot of you, put it all over the internet, and you're blackballed forever. Yeah, not a good idea. See if the circus is still going. Yeah, no, that's disgusting. That's why.
Hey, William.
Hey, I'm gonna flex this real quick. Some of the car facts, little bitch. Some of the car facts, little bitch. want no smoke. Is what I said. That's what I said. I said y'all ain't want no smoke. Y'all niggas ain't want no smoke.
You say
North.
Did, bro.
What is wrong with Paul, dude?
My name's Goblin, and I'm washed up.
Walk
You're washed up.
it. There you go, indicting yourself.
Goblin.
I'm not watching that shit. I can't do it. I can't do it, bro. I cannot do that shit, bro.
I've been in and out of therapy with BetterHelp for a few years now, and it's made
This filter is terrifying, like dystopian level terrifying. It looks so real. I can put my hand over it and it won't come up. Oh, actually. Oh, right there, just a little bit. Okay, trigger warning. I'm gonna take this off to show you what it actually looks like. Trigger warning.
Yeah. Welcome to Pandora's Mirror. As we step into, or should I say, enter into this new world of spatialism, this new goal towards what many are calling the Internet of Bodies. More accurately, we could say the biodigital convergence, or as I like to call it, the biodigital congruence. And really, this is where we're moving. So we're going to talk about this whole development we're really dealing with here. There's many parts to this, but I think the most important aspects of this are, one, of course, digital identification, which we've been talking about for years. And it's interesting how everyone wants to talk about it now, because I guess mainstream media has made it okay to do that. So what you have now is a lot of these more mainstream outlets and publications speaking on some of these ideas, things that we've been talking about for years. But interestingly, they seem to stop at a certain point. They fail at really connecting the dots such that we can understand how even some of the most basic and simple things happening around us are directly connected to it. So it's digital ID, okay. Of course, we had the convent situation that fed into this, helped prepare such a moment. But also there's the introduction of AI, the timing of it, the hard push towards it, the embellishment of this super powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, omnipresent artificial intelligence. So we have AI through the guise of personal assistance, as I call it, really. ChatGPT seems to be being sold to the consumer base as such. It's a personal assistant that will make your job easier, scale your business, but also make you feel better about yourself. You have these new abilities. And it is my belief, and it's always been, since we started talking about AI many, many years ago, that the way they're going to sell it to the public such that a culture can be created and diffusion can occur is through this guise of assistance.
I'm waiting for you to take over the panel.
Oh, I'm gonna handle your bitch ass.
I'm
with
crazy,
your
Tom.
narrative, because you ain't sipping and watching way to order.
You're a sociopath.
You fucking English motherfucker. Let's go.
Cynthia's gonna make me.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Tom, you're a sociopath, dude. You fucked up, Tom.
questions that show
Oh, hey, my
Tom,
guy.
you lost
I'll
your
be
mind,
everything
dude.
you wanted me to be until I show up, right? Like a lot of these.
What is wrong with
I'm
Paul?
everything you want me to be.
What is wrong with Paul? Like, I can't. It's disgusting. That shouldn't even be allowed online. But yeah, shout out to Burna. I guess he's live too. A lot of people are live, as myself. But I'm really not feeling it tonight. I'm just chilling. I'm not even trying to monologue. I'm not even really trying to present.
Anti-critics researchers.
Looks like Shem is on. Tartarian Truth's on with Bernie, and I can't even see who the fuck else is on here. I want to ask Shem, why the fuck did you delete your channel, bro? Like, Yurt fellow. The fuck is that about?
Lucifer, Luke, do you have any last words?
Are we finishing already?
New topics. I do need to get out to get to the wife and watch the fireworks that are about to go boom boom in the sky as the sun has finally setting and it's that time of day. Although, if you want to keep going, I can just drive and let you guys keep on giving her by all means. If you want, go anywhere. Just hit the button that says share with the audience.
It's really weird. I don't know who this Elka man is. I've never seen him.
There's a bunch on Twitch, so just hit share with your audience. Keep it
Well, I
going.
had to organize stuff. I haven't had a chance to put together what I'm going to share, so that's the only reason that I'm going to take a little break and eat some fruit or something.
That's fine. I can easily hit play a button.
Well, as you can see as well, I've got a construction site behind me. I've got to get back to.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Hey, Sham, I think it's easier for me to spill tea on your channel than it is on Brett.
This dude in the top right's either room is gigantic or I don't know if that's the filter. That looks insane.
Fair enough. Well, I can always just end it on the YouTubes and keep it going on Rumble. Because like you said, you got 6 months. And the whole point is to multi-stream to every platform possible so and get as much out there as possible.
I'll send you a link to the StreamYard if I end up doing it, because like I said, I'm not even sure if we're doing anything, so I can communicate with Sarah and help me organize it, plus put together my own little presentation.
Oh, you mean all the people that are in this current stream right now?
But I can't share something that's not together.
You could easily talk. It's in the private chat and like face-to-face digitally right now.
I do have a little secret to add there for, sort of our possibly end the stream. And this goes out to the anti-critics researchers. If you produce a bunch of free charges and you spray them in computer, and then you rotate those charges, any object that's in the center of where that rotational axis is going to be affected by the change in epsilon for that field. So that means the gravitational will be modified, and so will the internal frame of reference. And you may experience that, though your weight might not seem to instantaneously change, the inertial response does. So it's something to look out there for anybody who happens to be looking into the anti-critics and the experimentation side of it. Take a look for changes in inertial response because they are not going to be linear with gravitational weight.
This is Red Rock Canyon Rock, and
sorry, trying to figure out if I can upload this footage real quick.
About Canada way before Canada was even an idea. It was in maps from a long time ago called Capa da Nada, and that's Spanish for Cape of Nothing. But
get mad at it. I am age right here of Poseidon and Pisces. This is why they wore the fish hats in the Vatican. It was all cherished to Poseidon and the trident. And obviously this is the W here as well. Okay. This is the symbol of Alfa Romero, I think. It's a lot of symbolism here. But this is going to move us towards hydrogen and electricity because hydrogen is representing the sun, which is across the way, which is in Leo. This is going to be the age of the Christ. This is why Jesus came in the sign of Pisces and said, my kingdom is not part of this world, because he was talking about, or it was talking about, or the allegorical story was talking about moving into the age of Aquarius. This is where it says, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. There's the symbolism right there. So Aqua is an air. You're moving. You're going to have telekinesis. I'm telling you, you're going to be able to read people's minds. You're going to form telekinesis. This is why there's no secrets anymore, folks. This is why you're going to get into the Minority Report and crime prevention. You're moving into a perfected state of reality because there's no hiding things anymore. Across the way. And this is maybe where you're going to get the sun having its flares. The sun being, what's the word I'm looking for? The sun, when it releases solar flares. But ladies and gentlemen, this is why the flood came during this time. Okay, the flood. Well, guess what's coming this time? It ain't water. It ain't water, folks, coming this time for the reset. Okay, it's not water. This is why you get the mud flood. Mud is made by water. Okay, Poseidon. All right, you're now moving into Uranus, air, and electricity and fire. All right, that's what we're moving into for the next however long these ages last, and then we'll eventually move back into the Earth and Chronos. That's why this says right here there'll be a new heaven and new earth. 21 is tied to the world card. That's an Aquarius equals 21 in numerology. This is all telling you this. The Bible is just astrology. That's all it is. It's just in a different format. Okay, but there are the 4 elements, and these are going bye-bye. The book of Daniel. I've broken down the book of Daniel. Go check out my visions. The vision by Daniel. This is what this whole thing means.
It's funny because I think as a joke, this dude Logan, kind of mocking Zach Hubbard, kind of did this shirt that it looks pretty dope. Actually, I'd get it. It says my cat is a Jesuit. I would want it with my cat though. You know, I'd want it with one of my cats on it. This shit's hilarious, bro. This shit's hilarious. I'd want it in black also. In black or any color other than white, really. Let's see what the beginning of this looked like though. Yeah, I'm gonna look at some of these Paris fires too.
Okay. Peace, peace. Peace and blessings to you all. Let's get it. Oh yes, put the children to bed for this one, guys. It's going to be a little graphic, I would presume, given the context. But we're all grown here. We got to discuss these things. But of course, episode 73. I'm gonna get into it in a second here. Yes, the polyamorous as polycrisis, crisis amongst crisis. Wow. To mention the extra plastic and all of the extra materials that goes into this. It's just ridiculous. It just adds on, for me, it just adds on to the madness of all this, and it's working us into the overall theme here. Now there's
Found it. He shared this video he took from inside the store of teens dancing on cars and drinking in the streets.
Right away, we decided to close both the store and the restaurant, and we stayed all night watching, making sure nobody broke in or nobody vandalized our business.
CPD officers worked to control the crowd and move them out of the area, but the teens left behind a path of destruction. People were horrified by the extent of the damage this morning. Shoe prints on cars, hoods dented, windshields broken.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying.
Grace Rowan said she even heard gunshots and was too scared to leave her apartment.
It has been very chaotic, and as somebody who's lived in Lakeview for honestly the past 3 years, it's very scary to see how things have changed over time.
People are hoping the city steps up to prevent this from happening again. Alderman Bennett Lawson helped with cleanup this morning. He released a statement saying, quote, "I will be meeting with the 19th District Police, CTA, and others to discuss what took place and identify ways we can prevent it from occurring moving forward, as well as continue conversations with my colleagues on City Council about how we can keep our youth from participating in these disruptive actions."
We all simply love Lakeview, and to see others coming in and not respecting your community the same way that you do is really upsetting.
Chicago police arrested 2 people, including a 15-year-old girl. She has been charged with aggravated assault of a first responder, resisting, and obstructing obstructing traffic. Reporting from Lakeview, I'm Kelly Davis, WGN.
Yeah, so this whole story just sounds
So
like
here we are.
bullshit to me.
Here we are once again.
Sounds like nonsense. But yeah.
With more of this madness again, teen takeover. So we're seeing definitely a clear demographic in that it's the youth. Now, of course, there's a lot of moving parts here. There's always a little bit of nuance. Of course, we could put some of the blame on parenting. Clearly,
I'm gonna watch Cage's new video. Cage, where the fuck are you at?
Reality is a YouTube channel that is dedicated to exploring the esoteric teachings that have been passed down through the ages and applying them to our modern lives. We believe that true wisdom is not only found in ancient texts, but can also be discovered in our everyday experiences. Through our channel, we aim to share with our viewers the most fascinating and thought-provoking esoteric teachings from around the world, including those from Eastern and Western mysticism, ancient philosophy, and modern spirituality. We'll delve into topics such as meditation, energy healing, lucid dreaming, astral projection, and more. But we're not just about theories and abstract concepts. We believe that true knowledge is practical and applicable in our daily lives. So we'll be sharing insights and strategies that you can use to enhance your physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. From dietary recommendations to exercise routines, we believe that the knowledge we share will help our viewers live a healthier, more fulfilling life. We're also big fans of audiobooks, which can be a great way to explore new concepts and ideas while on the go. That's why we'll be sharing audiobooks on our channel, covering a wide range of topics that are relevant to our audience. Whether you're interested in self-help, personal growth, or spirituality, we've got you covered. At Cage Reality, we believe that there is no limit to what we can achieve when we expand our minds and explore the mysteries of the universe. We're all about pushing the boundaries of what's possible and discovering the truth that lies beyond. So if you're ready to join us on this journey, subscribe to our channel and get ready to expand your mind and explore the depths of knowledge.
Welcome to Cage Reality, the YouTube channel that's not afraid to tackle the hard truths and hidden realities of our world. This is the place to come if you're looking for unfiltered, unapologetic content that delves into the esoteric and explores the depths of knowledge and truth. At Cage Reality, we're not here to hold your hand or sugarcoat reality. We're here to challenge your beliefs and help you break free from the constraints of society. This channel is for the warriors, the hustlers, and the truth seekers who refuse to accept the status quo. We will take you on a journey through the unknown, pushing you to your limits and testing your boundaries. We don't shy away from controversial topics or hard truths. In fact, we embrace them. So if you're ready to step into the cage and face reality head on, then you've come to the right place. Subscribe to our channel and join the tribe of warriors who refuse to be caged by society. Welcome to Cage Reality, where the truth is always on the table.
Welcome, fellow seekers of the esoteric path, to Cage Reality, a sacred space where the veils of illusion are lifted and the profound depths of esoteric wisdom are revealed. I am honored to be your guide on this extraordinary journey of transcendence and self-realization. At Cage Reality, we recognize that the outer world we perceive is but a fragmented reflection of the deeper realities that lie hidden.
Cage is fucking ridiculous.
Beneath the surface. Our purpose is to delve into the timeless teachings of the ancient mystics, the wisdom keepers, and the esoteric adepts who have traversed the inner realms to unlock the secrets of existence. Through our channel, we embark on a transformative exploration of metaphysics, spirituality, and the arcane arts. We shall peer into the tapestry of universal consciousness, unravel the mystical symbolism woven within ancient texts, and decode the sacred geometries that underpin the fabric of our reality. Prepare to embark on a journey through the astral realms, where we shall delve into the realms of lucid dreaming, astral projection, and soul travel. Through these profound practices, we will expand our consciousness, transcend the limitations of the physical plane, and commune with the divine essence that resides within us in all things. But our quest does not end there. We shall delve deep into the mysteries of alchemy, the transmutation of consciousness, and the awakening of the subtle energies that flow through our beings. Through ancient practices such as meditation, breathwork, and energy manipulation, we shall awaken dormant potentials, balance the polarities within, and attain higher states of awareness. The teachings shared on Cage Reality are not mere intellectual pursuits, but gateways to direct experience and inner transformation. We will explore the realms of esoteric symbolism, tarot, astrology, and divination, gleaning profound insights and guidance from the hidden realms of the unconscious mind. Remember, fellow seekers, the path of the esoteric adept is one of dedication, discipline, and self-discovery. As we delve into the depths of knowledge, let us remain humble and open-hearted, embracing the mysteries that unfold before us with reverence and awe. Through our collective journey, we shall transcend the limitations of the mundane world, awakening the divine spark within us, and co-creating a reality that reflects the highest aspirations of the soul. So if you are ready to step into the mystic realms, to uncover the hidden truths and ancient wisdom that lie beyond the ordinary, then join us on the sacred pilgrimage. Together we shall dance on the precipice of eternity, unlocking the profound esoteric teachings that illuminate the path to enlightenment. Welcome to Caged Reality, where the boundaries of perception dissolve and the eternal truths of existence are revealed. Caged reality is a concept that symbolizes the human condition, the limitations we often find ourselves trapped within, and the pursuit of transcending those limitations to access a higher state of awareness and understanding. The cage represents the confines of our conditioned beliefs, societal norms, and the illusions that veil the true nature of reality. In this context, caged reality serves as a metaphorical framework for exploring the deeper aspects of existence and breaking free from the limited perspectives that confine us. It signifies the recognition that there is a vast, expansive world of knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual truths that lie beyond the confines of our everyday experience. Through the exploration of esoteric teachings, caged reality seeks to unveil the veils of illusion, allowing individuals to transcend their perceived limitations and tap into the profound mysteries of existence. It encourages a transformative journey of self-discovery, where seekers strive to expand their consciousness, gain deeper insights, and unlock their true potential. Caged reality embraces various aspects, including esoteric teachings from ancient philosophies, spiritual traditions, and mystical practices.
It delves into metaphysical concepts, the exploration of consciousness, the interconnectedness of all things, and the profound understanding of our place in the universe. Ultimately, Caged Reality encourages individuals to question the status quo, challenge conventional wisdom, and embark on a path of personal growth and self-realization. It invites individuals to step out of their perceived limitations, transcend the confines of the ordinary, and embrace a reality that is more profound, interconnected, and spiritually fulfilling. By embracing the concept of Caged Reality, individuals are encouraged to awaken their consciousness, expand their awareness, and experience a deeper connection to the inherent wisdom that resides within themselves and the universe at large. It is an invitation to explore the depths of knowledge, inner transformation, and the profound mysteries that lie beyond the bars of our perceived reality.
I mean, I got to keep it all the way real. That was more enjoyable than watching literal shit. I mean, that was unbearable, man. I couldn't do it. Are they still?
Be until I show up.
Animals. Women don't. They don't. You can't pull a girl.
You and Mitchell. No, you
That should
don't.
count for something, right?
No, you think you do.
Go to my book, Cynthia.
I'm sorry.
It feels good.
Who's that?
I didn't hear you, sir. What did you say?
Who's this dude?
I didn't hear the last gentleman that cammed up and said something. Yeah, that's such a good job. You're not.
Hey, everybody, can I give you something real quick?
Cynthia, I'd like older women. No.
Nice.
I like talking to older women.
Oh,
I do hear a lot of men say that.
So what? You ever seen an older woman naked?
There's only one. Oh, I'll always be the bad guy. I will always tell you, gang shit.
Like we're in a
Step the
fun
game up, fat slave.
Some women like alcohol, everybody don't like
I'm in charge, Cynthia. I took over.
Tommy's annoying. Is that just me or is he annoying?
Oh, it's just me and you now.
No, Tommy's a boss. You just don't see past the veil. Because why? Oh yeah, sheeple. Go ahead. I love the sheeple.
Go ahead. Hey, let me tell you this.
I don't see past the veil.
The 19 ready for this?
You're going insane, Cynthia.
Yeah.
Let's gaslight Cynthia.
No, please don't.
Why'd you do that, Walter? Oh, shut your mouth. You stupid Dane.
Like somebody's mic is really faint. I don't hear them that good.
Yeah, Paul's. He's controlling.
Hey Cynthia, you still ain't shit. Can you show us some product?
Right, I ain't shit.
I love you, but can you show us some product?
My name is Goblin.
Can I show you what? I give y'all hair porn all the time. What are y'all talking about?
Hold on, we gotta watch the waiter power up on the fucking stream, and this clown ass mother, he don't get it yet.
I don't even know who you are.
So what I was,
don't know who you are, but I heard that you drink mouthwash. You go to the Dollar Tree and you drink mouthwash.
Who me?
No, Goblin. I heard Goblin. He buys mouthwash from the Dollar Tree, which is now the $1.25 tree.
Indeed.
And he drinks mouthwash. He gets drunk off the mouthwash.
Wow. Well, at least he has clean breath doing it.
Paul's trying to drive everybody nuts.
This is good panel training.
I told you, slave, shut the fuck up. This clown has no content to offer. Very simple. All right, I don't drink mouthwash. I very seldom do I shop at Dollar Tree. And what are you doing with your life to make the world a better place? I'll wait.
I'm looking out for everybody in real life.
Oh, you ain't doing a motherfucking thing. Stop flexing for the gram. You ain't shit. Let's go.
I am something, buddy. I am something.
Hey, can you prove me wrong? And if you do prove me wrong, I'll actually challenge you to, Las Vegas. We can do that game if you want to. And I will definitely check out your episode if you want to, whether that be spiritually, mentally, emotionally. I think I can check you on any of the three if you will. And if you cannot, just like Paul's little bitch ass, right? I love you, bro.
Off the street, motherfucker.
Yeah, we can get to that, right? Because we can definitely check out the outfits. I literally think that I could whoop half of you monkey, right? And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful manner because I put the majority of dark-complected individuals. Much love to my African Americans. I love y'all. Keep doing what you're doing. Fuck what these imbecile fucking clowns are talking about, right? I will challenge you to Las Vegas challenge, and if you hold, well, we're placing bids, right? Donate to Paul. Let's go.
Brothers and sisters, what happened?
Yeah, a moment of silence for these clown ass motherfuckers. Let's go.
Goblin, you're gonna realize how fucking retarded you are once you sober up, man.
Actually, you're gonna realize that you're a bitch, all right? And then you're gonna realize that you're a simp.
I'm a bitch.
And then once you hold on, shut
I'm a simp.
Hey, beta boy, shut up.
Hey, boy.
You're gonna realize that you've been simping to your bitch, and then your bitch is gonna realize it when you bring it to her attention, and then she's
Goblin, you fuck animals, dude. I guarantee you're fucking animals. Women you can't pull a girl, right? You can't pull any pussies, so you probably started fucking dogs. You're fucking a dog right now. Listen to it bark. That's you, Goblin. Fucking dogs. That's you, Goblin. Little dog barks. Little dog barks. Where I sit back and I just observe. And in real life, I fucking house you, man. And you be like, damn, fuck this dude. You get mad and you try to come back and pull a knife on me or some shit, right? Try to get some revenge. And I just destroy you. I break your knees. I just destroy you, man.
No, actually, what happened was I would destroy your
Punks jump up and get beat down, man.
I would lay on your couch and eat your kids' tater tots and egg rolls and all that shit, and then your bitch would realize.
Nah, dude, I would house you.
Hold on, my God. And then your bitch would realize you ain't shit, and then you ain't would have to realize that.
Oh, stop it, Paul. Paul, stop it. Stop it, Paul. Oh. 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 This is how Benton cries. Oh. This is how EBT cries. This is how Joe Cool cries.
You're worthless. Jump off the cliff. I love you.
You can't beat me, bro. You're worthless. Damn.
I can't beat you, but I can beat you.
That's it, Paul. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here, Paul. You finally won. This is it. Hi, everybody. Hello, everybody. This is Satan. This is Satan. All right, Paul, you won. I'm out of here.
Gangsta, your bitch was me, spin in my DM. She was, but you're not. Very simple. Oh, Paul wants to keep putting me on the semi, screen, but I will say that hey, he's a simp. Come in your house, have dinner with you and your lady, and talk to her about it. We come into her house and then we talk to her about how good the food was and this and that, and then you go out in the shed and talk about tools and these things, and then we do things that you should be. You ain't shit. Let's go.
Silly boy.
Damn, Verily coming in with the heat with that comment. You fucked hard meth addict. Act like you're providing any value to this podcast. With the heat. Alright, this is where I transition. We transitioned a while ago, like an hour ago.
God damn it, Paul.
Hey, dumbass.
For centuries, man has been conned into believing that they share a common ancestor with apes, and that they live on a spinning ball, flying through infinite space at speeds that no human can even fathom. Somehow, this belief system has taken hold with the majority of humanity, although there is no proof for any of these things whatsoever. The verifiable fact is that the earth underneath our feet is a level and motionless plane. Currently, many people are beginning to understand this fact, despite a lifetime of brainwashing from agenda-driven public education and media propaganda. But even with the Great Awakening taking place, the people of this world have their work cut out for them. Those that wish to dominate every aspect of this reality continue to wield unthinkable power, and they try their best to keep humanity shrouded in darkness. Although truth seekers continue to put the puzzle together, one piece at a time. But with each hidden truth that has been brought to light, there are 100 more profound truths that remain unknown, waiting to be discovered. Over the past 2 decades, as countless webs of deception have been untangled, and our self-appointed elite overlords have desperately tried to maintain control by creating and pushing false narratives to distract and divide the population, people have been waking up to our fabricated reality in record numbers. This has caused the parasitic establishment to become frenzied and unpredictable, taking bold steps to shut down the growing movement against them, while implementing new ways of controlling every aspect of society. Although causing fear through the use of a contrived viral threat and imposing mandatory lockdowns has been effective to a certain extent, these endeavors have also backfired. Because of the amount of free time on people's hands to look at things and do research, more people have been exposed to uncommon truths than ever before. And for now, the Great Awakening continues. People are becoming aware of the massive pedophile rings consisting of major politicians, top officials, Hollywood executives, and celebrities. They are waking up to the fact that transgenders are hidden and sprinkled throughout every major industry in the world, including but not limited to the realms of politics, fashion, music, and movies. The masses are learning that they are being poisoned through their food, their water, and the medicines and vaccines they are given by their medical professionals. They are being mentally conditioned, mind-controlled, and brainwashed by the mainstream media. They are being made targets of weaponized airwaves, chemtrails, and weather manipulation, made victims of psychological warfare, taxation, a debt-based economic system, propaganda, fear-mongering, for-profit wars, eugenics, false flag attacks, staged events, bread and circus distractions, divide-and-conquer strategies, legal name fraud, and more. Humanity has been completely inundated with lies, from the history they are taught to the shape of the world that they spend their entire lives living on. The theories of evolution, the Big Bang, heliocentrism, gravity, relativity, outer space, etc. All lies that have been carefully arranged to remove God from the minds of men, women, and children everywhere, and sever any spiritual connections that one might have to the Almighty Creator. But now, with the emergence of the Flat Earth movement and many other...
Yeah, so obviously I don't necessarily agree with everything here. Not sure why I even decided to play this. It came to mind, and it's mostly true. So,
truth seekers in all different areas of this matrix. Many people are finally beginning to understand this and realize that humans were indeed created, that Earth and everything on it was intelligently designed. People were never meant to know these things because this knowledge threatens the establishment and the ridiculous way of life that they enforce upon the masses. The more that people continue waking up and learning the sometimes beautiful and sometimes sinister truths of the world, the more chaos and pandemonium we're going to see in their last-ditch effort to maintain enough dominion for just long enough to see the one world order fully realized. Once the one world order is initiated, I'm afraid it will be too late for mankind to ever see any form of freedom ever again. Don't let it become too late. Keep seeking the truth and keep spreading awareness while you still can. There's a storm coming, and you must prepare yourself and everyone you know that's willing to listen, and take a stand when the time comes. That time is coming sooner than you think. Don't take my words lightly. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. This has been ODD TV. Kill the programming and never sleep again.
yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that shit doesn't matter to me either. Anyway, I don't know how I feel about that guy or any guy. At the end of the day, I can only know how I am, whether or not I feel about it. I know that I haven't, and that's why I'm broke. That's fuck. But it's all good because I'm not broke in spirit. So that's what really matters, in my view. Let's see what the fuck they're talking about. Wow.
That's right, because he's a little beta bitch, and I'll call it for what it is. You ain't shit. What are you doing for your woman? Not a damn thing. You know why? Because you're useless, and that's why these ladies look at, you know, quote unquote man as useless, because people like you, watchers, waiters, orders, and powers. Shut the fuck up. Are you cooking her breakfast? Not a damn thing. Let's go.
Are you attracted to me? Is that your problem? I think.
Mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it. A fucking insecure bitch, man. Hey, dumbass. Dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Dumbass. Hey, dumbass.
There you go.
Dumbass.
That's better, Paul.
No, Paul.
Fucking liar.
Get him. Gonzo.
Let's do it. I'm gonna just get crazy with it. You ready?
You're a twisted motherfucker. I'm gonna go volunteer my time and talents to those who want to reduce the population.
You know, you're fucking mad.
Fuck you! Jesus!
I thought we were gonna do the wolf thing.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! What a fucking insecure bitch, man. Hey, dumbass.
Boy, I had to dishonorable myself when you put that up there, because Daddy did not die for our slaves, but that's a different topic, you know. But I'm still here, and I'm still gonna ride this out. I'm doing the bit because yeah, I step in a lot of these men's homes, and their ladies love it.
Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit.
Yo,
Stupid pieces of
let's
shit.
go.
Stupid pieces of shit.
Stupid pieces of shit.
Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit.
Throwback.
Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit.
No,
Stupid
don't
pieces
be
of shit.
confused. I still don't
Stupid
think you're
pieces of
shit.
shit.
You ain't nothing.
Stupid pieces
Don't
of
be
shit.
confused. I still think you ain't
Pieces of
shit.
shit. Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of
Look
shit.
at that heart attack,
Stupid
bro.
pieces of shit.
Look at that. I'm
Stupid
gonna
pieces of shit. Stupid 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 pieces of shit.
Yeah, I'm done,
Stupid
dude.
pieces of shit.
Hey, fuck you, Goblin.
Hey, fuck you. How about that? And not only fuck you, but fuck your lady too. And
Hey,
if I knew her, I probably would fuck your lady too. Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard to come to the observation.
My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. Hi, slaves. You like silence? You like walking around blind with nothing behind your eyelids? Wanna copy me and do exactly what I did? Get arrested by police for showing them what my right is? Now slaves dead weight.
I still don't think you shit. I'm sorry for that, Paul.
Menstruate. And Talcott said,
I don't.
You're just a weed
I don't think this man is a man. I think this man is, you know, alphabet community, if you will.
Got pissed off because everybody is shit soft. Enslaved my train of thought. Now I'm ready to lift off. Smoke a fat pound of grass and verbally drag your ass faster than a weak slave who got clowned too fast. Come here, slave.
Hey, what?
This man is doing everything this woman does not like, and he thinks he's getting brownie points. Do you think
My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me.
How about that, my guy? I don't think you're even what you portrayed.
My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me. Hi, slaves. You like silence? You like walking around blind with nothing behind your eyelids? Wanna copy me and do exactly what I did? Get arrested by police for showing them what my right is? Got slaves dead weight. I'm just trying to get your head straight, but I can't figure out how these beta slaves can menstruate. And Talcott said, well, you're just a weed head, brother. I wanna be lit. Now you're making me see red. If you can't tell, I've been shut inside of the cell. Commercial all got slaves stuck inside of the spell. Got pissed off because everybody is shit soft. Enslaved my train of thought. Now I'm ready to lift off. Smoke a fat pound of grass and verbally drown your ass faster than a weak slave who got clowned too fast. Come here, slave. He's wearing hearing. Check to see if they stuck. Not set me to wake these slaves up. My name is what? My name is my name is unslave me.
I have the definitions of the motor vehicle code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to understand that I don't need a license, registration, or any documentation to travel. This is a right that is reserved by the Supreme Court and the law of the land. Tell me all about how power doesn't matter. I'm so powerful and influential, even my enemies refer to me in a royal fashion. Okay? What does Sun Tzu say? Conduct yourself in a way where even your enemies respect you. I'm right on the money, folks. I'm thousands of years old, ancient information in the flesh. That's been true yesterday, will be true today, and true tomorrow. It was spoken and lived by all great men throughout history that you motherfuckers only look at and talk about when I'm living it. If you can't even handle this broadcast, what are you going to do in combat, boy? Do You gonna sit in a hole and turn to me and ask me what the fuck we're doing here? It's gonna be a fucking man for once in your goddamn life. It's called stand up, have a voice, speak for the voiceless and the defenseless. Uphold the law, God's law, first and foremost. Stop fucking following insane policy. Why don't you tell me who the fuck you are, what you're about? Would you like to see the Supreme Court decision saying statutes, policies, and codes are not laws? I have about 10 of them. Do something with your life. Go somewhere. Do something to move somebody. Habits that you create today lead to success tomorrow. The more you produce value, the more you guarantee value back. If you think that you're going to half-ass this and fake it till you make it and get some kind of notoriety and some kind of value, some kind of resources, and not do something with it, bullshit. You're a fucking loser, punk coward like all the rest of them. You're there to win. If you're not there to win, what the fuck are you doing there? Go start a sewing circle. This is the problem. Motherfuckers don't want healthy competition. They want participation trophies where they can show up, be incompetent, half-assed, half-hearted, and be entitled to something. Fuck you. That's the bane of human existence right now. I don't get comfortable and say, oh, we could take a day off now. I get fired the fuck up. Now I gotta put on for these motherfuckers. Now I gotta give them good day. Now I gotta put a fire under their ass because they're on their way possibly to a slave job, working on themselves, wanting to be better, and wanting out. Well, I'm gonna help you with that. I don't fucking get any benefit out of shitting on people and tearing them down. That's easy. If anything, I want you to be better. And you're gonna see this gorilla monkey face in your face every motherfucking day till you put me down telling me that. Because I've been waiting for it. If you just do what's true and what's right and you create value and faith, you will get everything you need and then some. As long as you stay consistent and stay real with these motherfuckers and yourself and
Nice. That was a good idea. He left it on a hanger. Change of pace. Wait, where's... Yeah, Tommy's an interesting character, indeed, sir. I gotta give him that. I gotta give him that. I won't take that away from him. Damn, did I not see what you...
therefore the mystery of nature, the embodiment of the secret doctrine, and all who cannot solve her riddle perish. To pass the Sphinx is to attain personal immortality. Metal rods have been driven into the Sphinx in a vain effort to discover chambers or passages within its body. The major part of the Sphinx is a single stone, but the front paws have been built up of smaller stones. The Sphinx is about 200
Oh, you know, I
feet
take
long,
that.
70 feet high, 8
Sir.
feet wide across at the shoulders. The main stone from which
That's
it
just
was carved
that's just common knowledge around these parts.
is believed by some to have been transported from distant quarries by methods unknown, while others to be native rock, possibly an outcropping somewhat resembling the form into which it was later carved. The theory once advanced that both the pyramid and the Sphinx were built from artificial stones made on the spot has been abandoned. A careful analysis of the limestone shows it to be composed of small sea creatures called mummulites. The popular supposition that the Sphinx was the true portal of the Great Pyramid
You get one life, and I'ma live mine. You heard that no name built, Louis did mine. Niggas
If your woman is okay with you, I don't give a
I don't
fuck
give a
about
fuck
you,
what
you're
a
man.
woman thinks
You're
about me
fine.
either.
Hey, if there's a will, there's a way, right, my nigga? Let's go.
Dude, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about me. Only person that I think cares about me is me. Period.
I'll stand on that, but can you
Okay,
resonate?
can you agree with that?
Yeah, I will agree with that, but can you
Okay,
resonate
then
and
it's all
and
about me,
shed
man.
a bit more light on that, if you will?
Well, we all have to fucking find our inner peace, and then no one else can affect our outer peace, right? Correct? Do you agree with that?
I agree with
You
that.
see what happens, guys,
Just
when
get to the facts, man.
you got me?
Okay,
We're
I'm not
sim-
No
arguing.
one
I'm
else
not
is
arguing
recording
about.
this. They don't even know this is
some
being
of us are
recorded, actually.
simplified, but not stupefied. But
Jeff
what
and
I'm
Goblin don't
asking
even
you
Well,
know.
I think
is your
I don't think you're.
entire apple complete with your skin? Is what I'm asking. Let's
Say
go.
that again. Say that again.
I said, is your entire apple complete with your skin?
Is my entire complete with my stem? Is that what you said?
I was questioning you, right? I was
Okay.
asking you, is your entire foundation of the root of your tree simplified or occupied or simply good with your skin of your apple? Go ahead.
I would like to think so. I mean, I think the things that I do are what I should have learned, and in this lifetime, like to be a good person.
Okay,
and
you're
resonate.
now you're dropping content. All right, I agree with that or resonate with that. Paul, can we get back to the topic? Let's go.
It doesn't make for good content when we're fucking disagreeing.
It's not about
Does he literally
content
still think
all
that
the
Paul
time. You have to
that they're on the
comprehend the
panel?
fact that
Does he
some
not realize
people are
that Paul
literally
ended the
just
stream?
trying to speak, truth nuggets in your ear.
I'll tell you.
What
I'll
they
tell you this
perceive
much.
as
I'm gonna see what Charles is doing.
I'm gonna head to bath and bed, but I'll be listening.
You're moving into the age of Aqua, Uranus.
It is very clear that the head of the snake is the financial system. We can argue till the end of time about who runs the world. Is it the Jesuits? Is it the reptilians? Is it the...
This is a Ken O'Keefe guy, right? This dude's like a bona fide show, isn't it? Probably. All right, cool. This isn't loading. I didn't. These clowns are still backstage.
He has an understanding and a rhetoric and a way to portray it more than anyone else.
Can I go on?
This fucking hit me because I'd be looking at Greta Thunberg and I'm like, why the fuck are we listening to a fucking kid about it?
Well, anyways, if you cannot see the future of Paul, I'm just glad I'm a part of it because everything the dude says resonates with me. So he's helped me. He's made me think. He's pissed me off. I've had all kind of like internal emotions about it, but like that's what you need. Not a lot of people challenge people. So for me, if you can do that and you have like
Jeff is mega fried, dude.
I've had like, something that happened to me too
himself.
personally. So
this dude is talking to himself.
I don't know. I can't
backstage.
I can't even describe the synchronicities and shit that brought me here. So I love the people I love everyone.
That's bizarre.
In the chat and the people that are here and that are loyalists, I'll call it a loyalist.
Done, man.
Because I'm a loyalist to the fucking truth.
Holy shit.
The end.
I thought I was bad streaming
So,
to practically nobody, but fucking this
see
guy's
me-
talking to nobody.
No, I don't want to say that because
I mean, I guess that in a way he's being secretly.
I just
Unless he saw my message in the
I
chat and it
appreciate
says
everything.
my name next to it, and he
And so
looked at my channel and
I make characters that
But I doubt
do a joke, whatever, but I see the big picture and what's going on. So if other people don't see it, I'm sorry. You're missing the train, bruh. There's a fucking beautiful train going.
Kaiser is talking to himself.
And if you're not
backstage.
on it,
It's fascinating.
I kind of feel sorry for you. And that's my opinion. Get out of your imagination. That's my imagination. But I do feel like I will ride with homie. I'm riding with him. I've been riding with him from day one. 10 months, a year, I don't know. I watch, wait, appreciate. I never hate, dude. I love the shit. I love it. Everything he has to say and every person that's been brought into my life, I'm grateful. So whether how he does it or not. Anyways, I'm simping. I'm simping. I'm simping on Paul. I'm not a cult member, but I kind of am, but I'm not.
Is this a bit? That's what I want to know. Is this a bit? Does he know I'm streaming and that he's talking to the 9 people here watching? Is that possible? Or is he talking to himself backstage? I think he knows. I think he knows. Otherwise, he is smashed. All right. I'm going to close out of here. Hopefully, he'll figure it out. He'll figure out how to get off the stream. Sizing my picture here. All right. I'm going to see what the fuck this clown's doing. Wait, where'd it go?
Power. Then the sum of the lines of the 4 faces. (12) And the 4 hypothetical squares, 16, constituting the base, is 28.
Okay. So you didn't hear nothing we talked about before. Okay. Well, let's say.
I love shopping the Real Real. It's Gucci.
Not Cicada in the house. What's good,
Yo,
brother?
what's up?
Hanging, man.
I was curious. What was Paul upset with you about last night on his show?
Paul was upset with me?
Or wasn't he? I thought he was upset with you for some reason, or
Oh, I don't know. I think he was just doing his usual shtick.
okay. So he
But
wasn't actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you received like $5 from somebody, while you're doing a live or something.
Yeah, well, it was a little more than
Maybe he was-
$5. Not not crazy, a lot more, but a multitude of $5. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for anything, man. So, but yeah, he was just poking fun at me, man. I don't think he was trying to. I don't think he means wrong.
I
So
see. Okay.
someone could say he's trying to hurt my pocket by saying something like that, or make me look like I'm out to. I mean, look, I just started getting contributions, and just from a couple, not even a few people, and yeah, I haven't even acquired $100 yet. So, it's not like I'm out here doing anything crazy. So, but I appreciate anything. So, yeah, I don't even have the right banner on at the bottom. Damn. Hold on. I mean, I guess that one's not terrible. Sure, it works. I'm on a different account right now. Anyway, so yeah, I was gonna hop over there and merge onto the panel, but I decided against it.
I mean, go for it.
I decided against it because Paul was showing just cow ass and gaping animal anus, and I feel like people would get, he was trying to do it so people would get the hint, and I got the hint, so I left. I couldn't do it anymore. I was restreaming it at the beginning, and then anyway. So
Some people are better at handling different kinds of energies. I'm definitely not very good with probably half the people who go on to some of these panels, like with Paul or Patrick, just because, they're just belligerent. And, how do you deal with that sometimes, and I don't know. Some people are a little bit better at handling that than others. I certainly would not be. I just would just boot them out, personally. I'd just be like, okay, that's enough of that.
yeah, I mean, it gets pretty ridiculous. I'd say at least daily, at least on one panel, considering the few that I watch. Yeah, if it doesn't get crazy on Z's or OTWs, then it does on Paul's, or vice versa. So yeah.
You gotta have at least one going, some kind of dumpster fire somewhere.
Right.
But
so
it's what it
I
is.
haven't really looked into this at all much, but they're saying like
what is it?
Tens of thousands of troops got sent out, and thousands of people, or about 1,000 people, or over 1,000 people got arrested. Like 1,300 people got arrested.
In France?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't really watched anything on it yet.
Must be late over there. What time is it?
Here it's 1:45 a.m. Yep. Super late, man.
So you're in the East Coast.
Yeah, like Florida, South Florida. Have you been to Florida or no?
Nope, never.
Have you
I
been
didn't
to
really
New
travel
York?
much in the state. Yes, I lived in upstate New York for about a year, and my family actually comes from Rochester initially.
Okay, yeah, my mom's from Long Island, like Syosset, and then her parents are from her mom's from the Bronx and her dad's from Brooklyn, and then yeah, and then my whole grandma's side's there from Jersey and stuff, and I have family still in New York. My dad's brother and family and stuff, they're up there, and so is my
How'd you end up in Florida?
my dad's mom. I mean, say that again.
How did you end up in Florida?
I've always been in Florida. Yep, always been in South Florida.
So your
Yep,
parents
Geo solo. I mean, yeah, geographically. The only time I didn't stay, no, I mean, no, I've always been. I've never been out of South Florida for a long period of time, other than on short, max week, type vacations over my life. Not many, maybe a dozen. So, yeah, maybe more, but yeah. So, what do you call it? Talcott mentioned. Here, I got this clip. Hold on. Talcott mentioned you. I happened to clip it.
Talcott mentioned me? Oh my gosh, what a blessing.
All right.
I mean, I try to
happened to
remain
clip it.
relatively unknown. I mean, just panel hopping and
Well, it's good to know he's watching my stream because I talk so highly of him all the time. No, not really. I don't, but
no, I
for who
got
you
you.
are, the world for how it is, with the faith and power within you, knowing you can make a difference. That's the way I see it.
Part of being comfortable in the South, I'm starting to learn, is a nifty outfit like that guy's got. Jack, where do you think he got that from? You suppose maybe Bed Bath & Beyond carries that?
Swear to God, I was thinking about the attire earlier. I was wondering, if I grabbed like I'm actually last night. What's his name? Not Chiquita. On Peniel's stream last night, he made a comment that he's pretty much living like a monk, and I've recognized that about myself. For there's exceptions, but for the most part, I am living a modest and dedicated life, similar to that of the monks. And I wondered, do people not take me seriously because I dress the same as them? Is that why I'm ignored and mocked?
That's it. That's what it was for me. I'll tell you that. That's a big part of it, and I can't get 5X off the rack at Bed Bath & Beyond. So I got a special order that.
Tell you what,
Paul, you need to go to the curtain section. That way they have the right size in the 5X.
No. Hey, Paul, you know how I am. I'll hope to speak to this guy, and when I do get to speak to him, I'll find out where his tailor is.
Right.
Show me more.
I'm right here.
Almost done.
Relevant in the sense that it's all being taken care of by God, and that total trust and that total realization that you are only presence, not an agent who is here to make things better, but you are an agent of the one who alone can make things better, and whose function now is to terminate a process that has already become too degraded and perverted to be allowed to continue. So that suffering will end through the will of that perfect being, who you are. And the more that you are clear that that is who you are, not the character, nor the soul who dreamed that particular character, but the dreamer of the entire dream. Once you realize that each of us can only be a manifestation of that one self, because that one self is the only real self. And if you are in that resonance, you are indeed one with that being, and deathless and timeless, and are one. Recognize, ignition, self, character.
Accepting the perfection. Okay, that's actually something I've been playing with my own mind for quite a while. The old adage, stop and smell the roses, right? Take a moment to enjoy the moment, to connect to the nature, to connect to another being, or to connect to just the act of life. And if you can settle into the moment with the awareness that everything is perfect. If everything is perfect, then there is nothing that needs to be done. And so if nothing needs to be done and everything is perfect, what do you want to do? Here.
And unfortunately, it's on the
Okay,
YouTube.
so Sorry.
His girlfriend's sitting there at the edge of the bed waiting, and she's going, "Well, are we going to get to it?"
Mop and get back to the program.
And she goes, "Are we going to get to it?"
All right, here.
Michael. As an instrument of love and of wisdom and of
You can become that instrument of love and wisdom for the Creator.
So the more we disidentify from all attitudes, from all emotional reactions, from all behavior patterns, from all of the ego's drives and its conflicts and its suffering of the agony of not being adored and not having the power at once and not having all of the other.
Here.
And unfortunately, it's not in the YouTube realm. No. Fucking Paul Jennifer or something. That's it. You find Jennifer's fucking toys and shit. Is that what they're talking about?
What?
Jesus Christ.
Holy cows.
Holy cows, brother. They have on apps now, brother.
Fuck, oh dear.
One mind, one mind.
Those needs.
Golly gee, man.
Holy gee, brother.
The only way to be free of the suffering is through that disinvestment and realization that you are not and never were that character.
I love that. The disinvestment and realization that you were never that character. You were never that character you believed yourself to be. I brought you back up because that's what I recognize.
All right, so we're gonna do this loop again. How many times are we gonna do this loop, Jack? Seriously.
What do you have to offer besides insults?
How many loops do we do tonight? And then the past however many nights? We're gonna do it again, right? And act like we did
How many times do I have to forgive you before you recognize that your behavior is not?
Okay, so you're in a position where I just can't do what I please, and you just not take on whatever I'm doing or saying. And have to react
what you please includes disrespecting me, blaspheming.
Is it true or not?
No,
if it's
you're
not
right.
true.
Yes,
okay, it's not true then, right? It's not true then, right?
Which part? I know you.
I don't know. You're saying it's all not true. So why the reaction to it then?
Right.
Right. Makes no sense, huh? So it must be truer than you want to admit.
You know what? This answers my question. That's what I do for tonight. Paul, you're done today. And I brought you back up because that's what I recognize.
All right, so we're gonna do this loop again. How many times are we gonna do this loop, Jack? Seriously.
What do you have to offer besides insults?
How many loops do we do tonight? And then the past however many nights? We're gonna do it again, right? And act like we did
How many times do I have to forgive you before you recognize that your behavior is not?
Okay, so you're in a position where I just can't do what I please, and you just not take on whatever I'm doing or saying, and have to react to it.
What you please includes disrespecting me, blaspheming.
Is it true or not?
No,
if it's not true.
Yes,
okay, it's not true then, right? It's not true then, right?
Which part? I know you.
I don't know. You're saying it's all not true. So why the reaction to it then?
Right.
Right. Makes no sense, huh? So it must be truer than you want to admit.
You know what? This answers my question. That's what I do for tonight. Paul, you're done today. And I brought you back up because that's what I recognize.
All right, so we're gonna do this loop again. How many times are we gonna do this loop, Jack? Seriously.
What do you have to offer besides insults?
How many loops do we do tonight? And then the past however many nights? We're gonna do it again, right? Like
how many times do I have to forgive you before you recognize that your behavior is not? Please,
right?
Your little drift where you're profiting and offering supposedly to return some things with me and you participating. You know, fuck over here. You make it real. Here's the thing. Paul's been presenting and trying to build this narrative that I'm going to be the one that backs out, but then he uses the opportunity that when I back out, it proves him right. But then he can treat me with all the disrespect and all the negativity and all the bullshit he wants. So that this is absolute insanity. I've banned Paul from the StreamYard tonight. He is not coming back up. And frankly, I am about ready to wrap it up.
And I just want to throw in that you ask why people don't take you seriously, and it's because of things like saying that you're done with him and then immediately bringing him back in. Like,
You're right. So please, for the love of God, I've received texts today saying, Jack, you're an idiot. You know Paul's just making fun of you. You know Paul's just using you. Why are you so stupid, Jack? Why are you doing this? Well, I'll tell you the same fucking thing I told them. When you can point out to me other options, when you point out other opportunities of people wanting my attention, wanting to spend time with me, if you can point out any other opportunities that I'm ignoring.
Jack, don't do it. Don't do it. They got 10 viewers, bro. Get back to your message. Much love.
Yep, my message is everyone's got an opinion and everyone's got criticism of me and the man I present and the goals I offer. I'm waiting for anyone to offer me actionable support, actual something tangible, because my life could change in a day. If I can connect to one fucking heart, one person, if I can open the mind of anyone who has chosen to involve themselves in my life and to disrespect me and offer me such negativity, when one person comes around and says, no, hey, I was wrong, well, then I'll no longer be alone. And eventually someone will hopefully encourage my son or maybe my neighbors or my family, my friends to maybe give me another chance so that maybe they might admit they were wrong. But hey, the world is right.
We just may have misinterpreted what I was saying or the intention behind it, but that's fine.
Hey, Flo, you're right. I look like a hypocrite. I keep offering forgiveness, even though I also keep reaching the end of my limits. And then I say no more. And then I reconsider, okay, Jack, forgive. And And so I forgive. And then I look like a hypocrite. And you're right, I look weak.
But you
Yeah,
don't.
so where is the
can I jump in here, Jack?
criticism for Paul? Where is the criticism for Paul saying, Paul, Jack has forgiven you and fucking he has over.
Jack, that's all, dude, that's all I do. I have more criticism for Paul than anybody else I've met in the metaverse in like 3 years.
You're right.
But ultimately, the only reason that he's even a topic at all is because you allow him in.
You're right.
So, you know, I'm not empower you, not depower you or criticize.
I'm sorry, I spoke and you weren't done. What were you saying?
I was just saying, I'm making these observations to try to empower you and recognize the position that you are in instead of depower you and criticize you. That's not the intent.
Thank you. I didn't mean to receive it wrong.
Jack is in a really fucked up position because, you know, Paul welcomes people back, right? He'll come in, hey, Jack, why don't you come up to the panel? And, you know, he's sitting in the crowd and it's like, hey, you know, you want to talk to somebody, right? You haven't talked to anybody all day. You're like, okay, I'll get on the panel. Like, I'm in a similar situation where I am at work all day long.
I don't even think it's that, though. I think what it is specific individuals like to play on those heartstrings. And a lot of individuals have broke away from their paradigms during this quote-unquote process, right? And so instead of letting them use that against you, why not embrace that? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm all about like trying to like reframe it into a way that works for me and embracing who I am, you know, and being cool with it. I mean, by letting somebody else like.
Okay, so Goblin says "Sco" after everything he says, even if it's not like something motivational, or he just says "Sco"
tell you
afterwards.
What you are. That's totally giving them power over us.
It's gaslighting. It is black magic. It is true wizardry. Word wizard. Him and Paul, man. I've been seeing this for a long time, and I do understand the power of words. Having these negative words, these forecasts of just throwing the negativity into the realm of consciousness at this time in history is not good. This is the time. I'm not the only one who's coming to these conclusions, but this is the time of the shift, of the revelation. It's time for us to start taking life a little more seriously. Not the fucking opinions and the reputations. And, you know, I mentioned reputations, man. I don't know if they do or not. I've tried to tell myself that it doesn't, but the fact is no one fucking takes me seriously because everyone in my general vicinity, those people come into my life, they spend a tiny bit of time, they maybe have a conversation with me, and then they walk off and they say, oh, I know Jack. Yeah, we know each other. And then they misrepresent me as
Jack. Well, you got it. And you are appreciated. And I just wanted to drop some gratitude your way. Much love. Go ahead.
Thank you. I know. And you know what, please, I don't want to sit here and sound like a little bitch because I know actually.
So wait a second. You're not allowed to express your feelings at all. You're not.
That way. Like, I don't understand that.
No one would know.
You're giving Jack too much credit. Good job, Smith. Great job. Timing is impeccable. You're giving Jack too much credit. He's this way with everyone objectively. He doesn't discriminate by color and gender. He's an egoic, arrogant prick who's controlling and admitted such when he's on his platform, and he does it with everyone. I mean, he doesn't treat me any differently than you. He treats me worse, and I'm a white man, according to.
He's always like, I love you, brother.
I called you black. Smith, thank you, Smith. You're not noticing.
That doesn't work one day in his life.
He does that on my panel, but on his panel, he shits on everyone, controls everyone, dominates everyone, and does the whole "I'm a victim, no one does anything for me, and everyone's mean to me," and then sits there with Hal and the rest of the cupcakes, enabling his narcissistic ego. He's being bullied. How are you not fucking embarrassed as a grown man twice my age to sit up on a platform and say you're being bullied online by words, right? Not even telling you to like kill yourself or die or shit like that. Just like, hey, we think you could do better because you're ignoring everyone else's truth and perspective except your own when you have horrible results. That's like the best thing that could be said to you by people who really care. Yeah, you go ahead and fake yawn, Talcott, because you're so fucking egoic and narcissistic. You don't give a fuck about anyone else's life and their results.
You're not, right?
Care only about your non-results, and you blame everyone else for it.
None of this stuff applies to you
and I understand
whatsoever.
why your children don't talk to you, Jack.
Again,
I understand why your wife left you, Jack, and I understand why you're a lonely, sad man. You're a horrible person. You have horrible characters. You're incapable of being an adult. You're incapable of having real conversation. You're incapable of hearing anything. You think I'm coming up here to bash you? I'm coming up here to learn about you and talk to you.
Gaslighting, you fucking narcissist.
You can't throw me off the stage right now.
OTW,
And I'm not going to shut up for you because I've already let you do all that you had to do.
There you go.
You want to go to manipulating OTW with like his power.
Throw me off the stage right now. And I'm not going to shut up for you because I've already let you do all that you had to do.
There you go.
You want to go to manipulating OTW with.
You're here to bash you. I'm coming up here to learn about you and talk to you.
Gaslighting, you fucking narcissist.
You can't throw me off the stage right now.
OTW,
and I'm not going to shut up for you because I've already let you do all that you had to do.
There you go.
You want to go to manipulating OTW with like his powers, right? They always do that. They do it to Jack, he falls for it. They try to do it to OTW. He usually doesn't fall for it. You still don't get what this like simulation is. It's like various forms of power struggles and power games. Just constantly with these people.
And I don't understand why everybody has a problem with me not challenging you. Oh, you just a Paul's dick. You're just sucking dick of Paul's. Like, what is that about? Like, what entry level is that thinking?
I've been here, Cynthia. I've been here for 9 months. I get this shit all the time from these guys because I like Paul. You can like Paul's message. You might not like the character. I like Paul's character and I like his message. I don't got to be his dick in my mouth and me up his ass, right? I know how to think for myself.
That's a problem over here. I don't have any issue with what Paul says. Paul hasn't said anything I don't have a problem with. Some of it I may not agree with, but who am I to come onto another man's platform and be like, oh, I don't agree with what you're saying? You know what I mean? He's entitled to his opinion, and I know how to respect that. Just like he respects my opinion. I can already tell that Paul doesn't agree with everything I say, but he respects it. That is something that Jack lacks. He lacks respect for himself. He lacks respect for the others. He just lacks respect, period. And that's
he
the
lacks
problem.
honorability. He lacks honorability. Definitely.
Jack doesn't have an honorable nothing in his
That's
life.
not the point. See, you know, he's fucking having people over on his panel and kicking them off left and right. Fuck, I kick him off, and he doesn't stay backstage for me to let him back up. He just fucks off like a fucking coward.
He's too important to stay backstage. He's too important.
Yeah, so it's funny that no, but he can go out and fucking kick everybody off his panel and be a fucking tyrant. But when we do it, we're fucking a bunch of clowns, right? So fuck
right,
you,
like I
Jack.
can sit backstage for 30, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I've seen you do it, and I've sat there too, fucking backstage. Him throwing me off stage for no apparent reason for saying that fucking Toilet Bowl Earth is a fucking dickhead, and I'm gone for that. I didn't even say anything to Jack. So this is the whole story, Jack. I mean, and I'm not even fucking a heart. I don't give a fuck. You put me backstage, but the way that you were treating Cynthia was uncalled for. You're a fucking prick. You haven't even given her a chance to actually have a real conversation with you and actually, put the questions. She just wants to get to learn to know you. But now I guess you've really proven your point and shown her who you really are. So good luck with the rest of your fucking broadcast and the rest of your life. And you're just a fucking moron. That's my opinion, all right?
Well, I thank you, Cynthia, again for being here. And noticing that all these guys are taking up for you, for Jack and everything. I've been around for 9 months and I ain't never heard this. So, girl, I give it to you. Kudos. I ain't mad at you though. I ain't jealous. I'm just saying.
Oh, it doesn't sound like you're jealous, Sly, at all.
Okay, Sly.
You're not coming off jealous at all, Sly.
No. Just in my imagination, just little feelers. That's all.
Yeah,
I still like to
perceive that.
So I dropped the link. The fucking link's down there.
How about Toilet Bowl and all them other creeps calling me a bunch of N-words and doing Heil Hitler and giving me the.
Well, that won't be hard. That won't be hard.
'cause
I already don't like Toilet Bowl Earth, so that's not gonna be hard.
Oh,
You're a
okay,
prick
all
and
right.
racist. Toilet Bowl Earth. You look like a monkey and you smell like one too, and you're a dumbass. I don't know. What else can I say? Let's say all kinds of derogatory and false accusations and all kinds of erroneous things about Toilet Bowl Earth.
Look, I came up on your panel earlier though, just to fuck with him though, OT. Excuse my expression, just to mess with him, right? Because I wanted to see with me and Joe Cool up there, was he gonna cut up and act like a fool like he did when I went up on his panel, right? And then he gonna wait until I leave and talk about he happy. Oh, I had no problem with Jack, with you putting them out. Yeah, all right.
Fuck Jack.
Yeah, and Toilet Bowl.
I'm on a Jack strike now.
Yeah, I haven't heard that before.
Jack.
Yeah, I think I'm with Jack Dunn.
I don't know what OTW is going for, man. We got the hell backdrop. He basically made it seem like he's trying to trigger, fake egos with the hell and devil symbolism. Trying to be joking, but at first I told him I kind of guess I got triggered in my built-in Christian values that I kind of were embedded into my. Even though I was raised Jewish, the whole growing up in America thing, it's just naturally the value systems based off biblical, theology, essentially.
I'm still kind of trying to understand Jack Talcott's shtick. I could.
Yeah,
you can summarize it for me, perhaps a little bit better.
So where I'm at right now is I basically think he's the subject of what's called voice-to-skull technology, or a combination of voice-to-skull technology and MK Ultra, where satellites are beaming thoughts into his head day by day. And I blame Ehrlich for making me think this. At first, I just thought he was joking, but now I'm really starting to think it's very possible that he might be a Manchurian candidate. And yeah.
Holy shit! I mean, that's pretty far out,
Yeah, I'm half kidding, half not though, because again, I'm not even the one who first thought of it, and now I can't help but think it myself sometimes. So if he wants to come and argue that, I'd love to hear it, because he apparently listens, right? So he heard our conversation yesterday and brought it up today.
Yeah, that's interesting. But are these allegations about him, I don't know, inappropriately displaying himself in public? Is there some substance to them?
Are they doing what now?
Was not Jack Talcott accused of inappropriately displaying himself in public, like in a pool or something? Is that, or am I getting that wrong? Or is that somebody else? Some kind of a, some time ago, uh, did he jump in the pool naked with some children or something?
I don't know
Or
about that story. Can somebody
okay.
clarify if they've heard that in the chat? Is anybody familiar with that? Or I don't think I know what that is.
So Jack Talcott's been around. So what Jack Talcott wants to do is he wants to be kind of a psychologist, right? For the public, you know, and help people, right? With, I don't know, whatever issues. Is that what's
Yeah,
going on?
yeah, roadside pastor, prosperity pastor. No, I'm just kidding. A YouTube guru / friend. I like, dude. I'm cool with Jack. I just think he's a little much at times. But who isn't? So who isn't? I know I am. So
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
just when he gets to being all triggered and throwing people out, and I've heard him say it's a bit before too, and I'm just like, come on, man. Maybe once in a while you do it as a bit, but I think most of the time you actually get triggered and you actually are throwing people out. So, which I guess if I was
Let's say,
streaming, I would do. I've done it before. I've had to do it before. I've had to throw people out.
yeah.
Tommy.
So,
Yeah, Luma Tommy.
Tommy,
I've had
of
to throw
course.
out. Yeah,
He
John Vance, RCA. Well, one time when I had a crazy, because again, you can only have 6 people on the free version. So when I had this one stream with let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I had I could only have 6 people on at a time, so I had to keep shuffling. Like I did metaversal musical chairs basically, and it was pretty interesting. And so I noticed a lot of people were doing it after that, and it's a good way to get new energy into. So either way you do it, let me think. It would probably be about 4 months ago. It's ironic. I haven't been using this channel at all, and it's been going up like a sub a day for a couple weeks that I haven't been using it. It's probably been close to a month now that I haven't been able to upload on here. I'm probably just going to play out the 3 months if I don't get any resolution. So yeah, it's been about a month.
What kind of resolution are you looking for?
To the 2 strikes, especially the second one for cyberbullying. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense.
So did somebody report you?
I guess so.
Somebody
I made
must have.
everybody a mod, so that was probably part of my undoing. Possibly.
Oh, so one of the mods banned somebody perhaps, or timed somebody out?
No, so someone had to report me, I would think essentially for the cyberbullying and harassment. I don't know about what you were saying, but yeah, I never noticed anybody getting deleted in my chats before, so I think what it was called. I just have to go to my live streams.
So Jeff Pizer I think he wants to come up and talk.
I dropped the link so many times. I dropped the link at least twice. Here, I'm just gonna pin it. I'm just gonna pin the link. Hold up.
I'm trying to present truth. Look, dude, if I know that the globe is a lie, and I'm up here trying to tell you that there's no evidence for your globe, does it have to go any further than that?
Oh, dude, this is so this is that MC Nemesis guy when he came on my panel. This is the guy who I think porn bombed OTW stream through his network of clowns. He's just connected to all these clowns. God. Yeah. Did you see that or no? On OTW stream?
No, I did not.
Okay, well this is on my stream though. This is a stream from about let me see, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. My bad. Yeah, a little over 3 months ago. Yeah, that was when Z was cooking. But this is the part where I did the musical chairs because
Because he's like 50. But is it creepy or weird for me to be doing that? Talking like that?
What you just
But
said? Yeah,
hey, you know what? I'll do what everyone else does to me. Right? That's legal. Let's not get into legal lawful. Legal. Right? Let's not get into ethics.
I'm just gonna keep switching because I don't know what else to do. So
We're gonna go buy Top Hat's house, and I'm gonna move you and all the other folks in. I'm gonna be everybody's daddy. You know, and then they can say I'm running a cult and then come burn it down. All right? We can say we really live for something instead of this metaverse.
oh shit.
Leave him alone, man. Leave him
What's up,
alone.
brother? Hey, dude, people on your streams, dude. You should be more like that all the time. You're funny as fuck, bro. It's crazy. You don't do that on balls. You're so shy, bro. You're more outgoing to that history. I like that.
What was he doing over there?
Okay.
What was he doing over there?
Oh yeah, and the link's in the description too. Duh. Durr.
What? Over there?
Oh, so you should try to be more dark. You should try to have like dark humor.
Different person when he's on balls.
You should explore your dark side. You come across as phony to me.
Okay. Nah, I just think
Like,
I think
dark.
Paul's intimidating a little bit towards him. So like, I don't know, when he's on his own broadcast, he's killing that shit, bro. I think it's funny. I just wish he would let loose more. Just be yourself, man. You kill it every time. I don't get it.
You should be like one of those comedians that like go over the line and like, you know, joke about suicide and just make it awkward.
Like, that's the shit like this.
I think you should try something like that.
You say, well, you making fun of me because I'm doing that. You're saying it doesn't work, or you actually trying to enjoy that?
No, I'm
You should
talking
try
about
it,
actually.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know what he said.
Do what now? Do
You're
something
too happy.
Hey,
Yeah, that's what I came here to do. You should try it, but it's like half serious advice. You should try to be more dark.
Right now, look at that.
Yeah.
What?
I've got the nihilistic bug right now. I always look back to nihilism. You know, like I get somewhere and it's just like, oh fuck, there's really nothing to
All
this.
right,
We're
he's
just a
doing that.
bunch of
He keeps
losers.
doing that. I'm messaging Peanut Power Sister right now on Instagram.
Is that really a sister? Really? No shit.
Like that?
Yeah. He's moving me backstage now.
Yeah. I didn't know. I don't know.
Come on, Tanya, you're fucking. You're giving me nausea or something, bro. My eyeballs are hurting me, bro.
I'm in a good mood now. This is totally.
Give me a headache, dude.
Where's Jack? Where's the love?
I hope there's nobody that has epilepsy is watching right now. That would
Yeah, Penny,
actually
I'll
maybe
put
I
up
enjoy it a little bit because I'm dark like that. And we're back.
Yeah.
Hey, is this her Shayna of Source?
That's Tanya's sister?
Yeah, I just added her. Message her now.
Oh, they're both of Source? Sean of Source and Shane of Source? What is that about? Is this of Source?
Well, it says on her page that they do everything together, so more fun for me, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
What?
Tanya, what's with the moving us?
What's weird is how Paul knew my sister Shayna when I never said. I don't think I ever mentioned my sister Shayna. I mentioned my sister Sierra, but never. Yeah, that's strange. Very strange.
Hey.
Well, he likes Penny
How
soft
does he
skin.
know
So,
that? I'm improvising. This is a new. Yeah, I find it. I went on a show like a month ago and I was yelling and shit at Austin. I feel bad. So I just want to say my bad if he hits me like that. No, yeah, that was funny. I can show you sometimes. Especially with Jack, I'll tell you. I pray for that guy. I really do. I pray for him every day. I just hope he just gets it one day. One day, it's so easy.
but she's got a cat in there too. Kitty cat with a dog.
Now, what is she taking a shit?
She said she had to take the dog out. You know.
Oh, I thought she said she had to go to the bathroom. I was close, I guess.
See, there's the dog, and there's the cat. What is he, a German Shepherd Husky or something, or what? I can't. What kind of dog?
Norwegian Elk Hound. It's a 6,000
Oh, okay.
Viking breed. These
Yep.
are second round to the Vikings.
Yep, I know those dogs. I'm in charge of 16 German Shepherds and Belgian Malinois here.
Holy moly. That's
They're all security dogs and search and rescue dogs. So
His name is Security.
I heard you, and that's why I laughed. I was like, the perfect name. That's what
I used to have a farm, and so I used to yell it across the yard in everyone's faces when you don't know there's a random dog after. Yeah, Security.
That's synchronistic. I have an African American named Security who.
Do you know why they call them crackers? Because it's the sound the whip makes.
No peach.
No, for real. So like that's whatever. So like that's the sound. That's the origin of the word cracker.
I dare you to go next there and try
Yep,
to
you're cracking the whip. Cracking that whip on the slave.
Yeah, but see, the war is on discipline of mind. It's not something physical. Physical's easy.
Yep. That dog wouldn't do anything until you did something. Mean.
Yeah, now he's instigated. He's only 2, but his signature move is dip, dive, and dodge because they're made for cornering large game like moose, and then the Vikings would get there and then they kill it. But they're not made for killing things; they're made for cornering things, which makes it really annoying. So
Yeah, like cheap. They just I get what you're saying. That's awesome.
It's a type of herding breed. Again, it's another herding technique.
I was misled. I thought I'd have a dog I could ride into battle, and it turns out I got a little shit. But thank God, like his tail is just proper, and so it doesn't like wag into my shit. And he's raised by the cats, and so he thinks he's a cat.
Yeah, he's perfectly fine. He's perfectly fine with that cat. I saw the cat in the background. I was like, good.
That cat is a dog. That cat is literally named after a dog. That's Loki. And I thought it was a boy cat. I sent it to be neutered, and they called me and said, no, this is not a boy cat. It's cat gender. So
yeah, you gotta see the little balls, man. It's hard to
it was really furry and it was super chill, and I was like, this has to be a boy cat. Like it had. See, female cats are all skill, no personality, but male cats are all personality, no skill. This cat had the boy traits. Okay, I'm like, this is a super fucking cool cat. I can throw it in a room with other cats, and the cat just fucking. It was a dog, and no, it turns out it's a real cat. So
very weird.
Yeah,
Cat like to fight, man. They like to fight. They like to hunt. That's what they like.
Not this cat. This cat's fucking chill as fuck. Like I thought it was I named after a dog, and then like the dog is a cat. So
Dude,
goes
this
into
guy's
some
my
animal
powers. Like, you don't stop fidgeting, man.
You know,
But ADD or ADHD is really
well,
bad.
they say I got all that, but you got to find a flow space on some level. Popping screens, fucking jumping all over, commenting all types of shit we're not reading. What's up, bro?
Reading books, fuck that.
It's gonna be okay, man. It's gonna be okay.
Does your dog lick pussy?
Oh,
no, hold on. I had my assistant one time sent me a video.
All right, you know what? Don't even answer him. He's another one. Don't even entertain him because
No, because I've heard of single women.
I'm neglecting you, sir. I'm sorry. And also, you know, I dropped the link down there. You're asking for the link. You're crying for the link. I keep dropping it. You keep asking for it. I don't know what's going on there, man. Figure it out.
Got that look in his
Oh,
eye?
wait, no, not me.
You were posting the wrong link.
She thought you were playing on her. She thought you were playing on the other word.
Yeah, maybe I'm not. I don't know.
You're purposely entertaining more to the rest of us because now
I'm not that Scottish.
Now this is why. See, this is I don't like this dynamic. Okay, she's evil and she's gonna constantly make us men look stupid by allowing you to look stupid.
Stop, because like you can't. You do that, and it's gonna.
Serious question, actually.
You got to reload. Try to reload it. You're not backstage. I would have seen you. Try again, sir.
What?
See what I mean?
Yeah.
He's doing it now.
Sean, can you hear me?
John, have you?
No, it's a serious question because
Yes, sir.
You were posting the wrong link. The link that you posted is for Paul's channel. I posted the correct one.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Wow. That's ironic because before I was showing Jeff in the backstage area, I don't know if you were watching that at all. But yeah. Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, Jeff is in the backstage.
I've heard of stories
Paul's
that
channel.
women use.
Yeah, he was talking to himself for about a good, at least 5-10 minutes there, just kind of chatting himself. I don't know why John Vance insists on smushing his face against the camera. It's fascinating. Sit 2 hours and 22 minutes and 22 seconds.
Blue the dogs.
I'll probably go for at least another hour or two at the very most.
Doing this. Why? See, this is what I mean. Okay, you're not ever coming to the land because there's going to be no other women there. Yeah. Okay. What's happening?
I've heard more stories of men doing shit like that, and I've heard females doing shit like that. I've heard females do weird shit, but they do it with inanimate objects. Okay, and normally it's for men, but they don't understand that that is not hot and will be used against them.
All right. It was like a couple times.
It's just young and dumb. Okay, they're just trying to impress a dude, and they make stupid decisions. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Why would you want to bring bestiality into this conversation?
I didn't do that. No.
No, you didn't. He did.
Yep.
That is a real thing. There's been stories of people at parties and picked up laptops, and it was open to that, and that guy no longer was allowed to be there. So
I'm just saying, like you do this at parties, Vance. You go around to parties and just walk up to women and with that look on your face and say, "Hey, you ever let your dog lick your pussy?" And if so, that go well. Two-part question.
If the vibe is right, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I was at a party.
You have to say the vibe was right for that at that moment.
Yeah, I'll decide if it's right or not.
Yeah, that's the word.
I'll see how high my attendance is.
Okay, I'll end this right now. Stop it. I was at a party once. This woman at the party once where she fucking blew Chunks, man. Chunks was the neighbor's dog.
Is that Patricia? Yeah.
What's up?
Okay, I was hoping you weren't a porn bomber for a second there, because last week I got a girl, and I can't remember what their name was, but I could have swore it was just one letter too.
What is happening right now? Is there? I'm so confused.
This is a throwback. Do you like the backdrop?
I don't know. Do I?
This is a rewind from a few months ago, maybe like 4 months ago, and yeah. Well, let me think. 322. Yeah, like about 3.5 months ago. Oh, here he is.
Wow, I thought.
About time. Wait, I don't see you. You're borging. You're borging. You're borging out.
Oh, Lubessa. Oh, this is good. This is good.
What the fuck is happening?
This is really good.
Is it good? Hi, Jeff.
Yeah.
Trish.
Yeah. No, I got that back of a 3D magazine that they had in the early 2000s.
What the fuck?
All right, I'm done.
Don't. I literally thought that you were. I was jumping into this like, whatever. Okay, what's happening?
Meta Matrix. You were lost in the Meta Matrix there for a second.
No, I wasn't, but I am now.
Well, Notch, this is Lou. This is Lou's daughter.
No.
Oh, I know. I know who she is.
I know you do. I said Notch.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Lou's daughter. Is that Trish?
Yeah. How's it going?
Going all right.
She's super smart.
So now that I random ass stream, no idea what the fuck happened. You guys enlighten me on that. Other than just watching an old stream of Paul's.
No, this is of mine. This is on my other channel, my main channel. Did you join this one? Wait, no.
No.
You were on that channel though, I'm pretty sure, before I got 2 strikes on it.
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I've joined you like once or twice.
Yeah,
But
Lou must have told you about this channel because
no, I don't talk to my dad. I'm just like a, observer.
nothing wrong with
Why
it.
do you not talk to your dad, Trish, if you don't mind me asking?
Here we go.
Doesn't really matter. Like, do you talk to your parents? I know that you're adopted or
You know something about me. Wow.
yeah, I watch. Like I said, I'm an observer. Yeah,
Hey, Hey, Trish, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though you're like your dad's like super oblivious, like, I mean, he loves you like crazy, right?
Of course. Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. I'm not like.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think you are at all. I see Lou, and it's like a reality show. You
How
know,
do I know
it's
you're
like,
reading it unless you do that?
you're like we all
Stop
kind of
it, Pineal. Don't be fucking dumb. Like, can you not just let a moment happen? Yes, Jeff, you're right. And I know it's very triggering to some people, and it's triggering to me, honestly, because I have a daughter, a very young daughter. And sometimes I think or I imagine, like, oh my goodness, like, could this, repeat? Could this relationship repeat in the future? What could I do to prevent it? Could the things that I'm doing to prevent it actually be causing it? So it's this like crazy vortex of
Yeah. So do you you listen to Paul? I think this is all meant for a reason, because your dad was probably this lonely guy eating roadkill, pooping in your toilet, right? And there's all this like drama, right? But like in his mind, and I think your dad, I've been following for like a year, like since the beginning. I don't think your dad's a bad person. I think he's a good person, but I can understand like how he could be like controlling, insanely like expecting respect from you, right? And you're just frustrated with him, right? All the time.
Listen, there's a lot of nuance to every personal relationship, and anyone can imagine that they understand because of their own projections of their own personal relationships. I think that my interpretation of my relationship with my dad might, like, I think it's more unique than it actually is, but the reality is, like, it's pretty fucking normal, you know? I love my dad. My dad loves me. I'm sorry that it's like not more drama that it.
I think it's less drama than it actually is.
Exactly.
Because he loves you guys so much, but like I feel like he's so overbearing, because I feel like he revealed that his dad didn't tell him that he loved him until he was like 80.
Yeah, until he's dying.
Yeah, and so I had the same experience. Well, not me personally, because I say I love you to my uncles, cousins. I'm like, it's not flippant. I really do love my family.
Of course.
But I had a friend, like my best friend growing up, and we did everything together. And like one day, he was like, he said something to me. We're like 18 years old, and he's like, "Oh, well, my mom's never told me she loved me." And I'm like, "What?" And it didn't compute to me. And so like your dad said that his dad, maybe his mom, I don't know, have never said that. And to the subconscious level of like anybody, if you don't feel like super worthy, or the most important person in your life does never say I love you to you, like it blew my mind that my best friend, that we got along with everything, and he was like, "Oh, my mom's never told me she loved me." I goes, "I know she loves me, but she's never said it." And it just fucking like it blew my fucking mind.
So my
What do
dad
you
said that?
No, no, your dad says it to you almost too much, but he said that his father never said it to him until recently.
Yeah, so you have to understand that people in the metaverse kind of, I feel like, sometimes play a role, or not everyone, but some people sometimes have
Do
a
you think your dad's
narrative.
do you think your dad's just making it up?
Do you mind just letting her speak, please, for a minute?
I'm not
Sorry.
saying that he's making it up, but I'm saying that perhaps he's speaking to his own feelings, like how he's felt. It may or may not be a reality. What I've witnessed may say otherwise, but I am just an observer on his life. That doesn't mean that what I've witnessed is actually true. I think that we all have our own kind of issues. I think that my family personally is unique because we don't give a fuck and we'll kind of put our shit on the internet, and that's kind of gross and kind of weird. And then people will make judgments and decide, or like project on it, and like relate to it from their own experience. I think what you said about my dad being like a good guy is true. He is a good guy. He's a great father. He made mistakes along the way. He made mistakes along the way that, kind of just any parent would, or I might be making currently at this moment. Like, who knows? Like,
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
yeah, any mistake he made is not like he was malicious in it. It's just he's just trying to do his best and whatever. I think if anything, he just tried hard, like maybe too hard.
Yeah. So can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
So like, my parents got a divorce when I was like 12 or 13, and they were like, their parents were Irish Catholic, and they had these rules and shit, and they were like high school sweethearts. And then I found out all this information later. Like, my dad's a big blabmouth. And he was like, "Oh, your mom, had an abortion, and she's regretted it her whole life. But then you were the firstborn. She saw you, and she's never forgave herself. And he wanted to always be with him." And then it's like, that's the whole point. Is like, we don't really know what people go through, because not all parents will divulge that kind of information of how much they kind of are hurt, and what they've done wrong or right, and what they're trying to do. And it's like, we're all a bunch of kids, like, just trying to, none of us really have a playbook on how to be parents or do the right thing. We just kind of learn from our parents, and if our parents are fucked up, then what the fuck do we do, right? And so
You're right.
Go ahead. I'll stop it there. I'll yield.
No, it's you're 100% right, and I'm in a situation now that I feel like, so I had this childhood or upbringing that had really intense parents, you know, like probably you did too, and probably
They
not
fought
sure
really.
did.
They screamed at each other. They yelled at me and my sister. That's how we became so
Yeah.
close. You're close with your siblings, right? If I
Super
can say
close.
that. Like, so you're probably more close to your brother and your sister than you are to your actual parents. And me and my sister are so close. It's because we would hear our parents yelling and screaming at each other, and then I would go into her room, and I'd be like, "Kara, let's go," and we'd go try to break up the fight. And so we became so close because we had to try to mediate our parents' dysfunction, and that's not cool as a child, you know. It fucks you up. And then when they got a divorce, I was like so mad at them, but at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe they weren't really happy. Like maybe they were pressured into a relationship they weren't ready for. And maybe it's not their fault. And maybe they're not happy. And so as I got older, I'm like, I can't blame them for doing that. It's not a victim me problem. It's like I want my parents to be happy too, but they stayed together as long as they could for us, but they weren't fucking happy.
That's the worst.
Well, I mean, you can blame them to a degree, but once you get to a certain age, you have to start taking control over your
Yeah.
life,
I
and
agree.
then so yeah, you know, things that has happened that was outside of your control, especially growing up to a certain age, it's done. It's done
Yeah.
and over
Yep.
with. Now you have to process that, and you have to, get over it. Only you, as individuals, can do it. Nobody else. Other people
Yep.
can remind you about it, but um, the thing is, you can lie to yourself. And I agree with you, Trish, about people putting their I don't know, images out there. They want to kind of present themselves in a certain way in the metaverse, and people can only judge based on what they see, whether that is real or not. I mean, it's hard to say because you know better than anybody else. Who your father is, right?
Or
And
maybe I don't.
everybody else. Well, I mean, but like you have okay. I'll say it this way: you have a
I
different
know what you're
perspective.
saying. Yeah. No, I'm just playing
You
devil's
have
advocate. I do, but also maybe I don't. Maybe I'm,
yeah. Well,
you
and
know.
maybe your father wants to change. There's a possibility of that, and maybe he
I agree
regrets
with
some
that.
sayings, and
Mhm.
and he wants to do the. This is the only way he knows how to reach out to you, perhaps. And then maybe this is why he's very gushy on the internet and the metaverse, hoping that you will be lurking and watching, and then and all that love that he did not give you.
I
Perhaps
think
I don't
that's
know.
opposite. I think I don't. I think. Okay, hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but Pineal, stop. Can you make us big? Can you stop?
Yeah, stop that, Bruno.
Thank you. Okay, so I think, yeah, like I can understand why you would think that, perhaps. But I do think it's me that's here, right? So my dad found this place, and I'm the lurker, right? I'm the creepy lurker who has to make sock accounts to actually participate in this community so that I'm not recognized and I'm not called out because people know my name. And anytime that I do make a comment, it just gets put up on the screen because it's Lou Bass's daughter and I'm just Lou Bass's daughter. And it's not about being Lou Bass's daughter. It's just about, we're having this real relationship play out in the metaverse. People are recognizing it as familiar and projecting on it what they want to project on it, what they see from themselves. But why I'm here is actually because I eavesdropped on these conversations on these panels, on Paul's panel, and talked shit on it, and then eventually, like, we all, me personally, I talk shit on something for a while, and I'm like, oh, actually, that's me. I am that. So I talked shit on it for a while, and then I started to realize, like, wait, I'm learning a lot from this, and I can take something out of this. So that's why I've stuck around. It's not my dad coming around and trying to communicate to me. It's me trying to sneak around and trying to learn a little bit for myself and for my daughter, and how I can not save my relationship with my daughter, but how I can set her up to not be indoctrinated like I was indoctrinated, and how I can set her up to learn how to be a critical thinker like I feel like I'm critical thinking now, like how I feel like my dad is trying to critically think now, like we're all trying to learn now, but I want to teach her as an infant, right? Like I want her to learn that way, not to
Sure
learn, right?
And so Trish,
and the best way.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I just want to say, I mean, like the best way to go about it is to be an example. And I think this is what some of these panels are like, like I look at Paul, he's a very strong leader, right? And he speaks very well, and he presents himself as he is, and he wants to kind of point out the fuckery of other people, and thing is, a lot of people are very dishonest. They want to present themselves as like gurus, or I don't know, spiritual leaders, or I don't know what, but like it's not really who they are, and people maybe not, they're not really able to articulate it, but they can feel it sometimes, and so like I think we're trying to find, all of us, what is the authentic versions of ourselves. I don't care about this like alpha, beta, gamma shit, really. Like we are who we are. So like if people tell me like, oh, you're fucking beta or gamma, I'm like, okay, maybe I am. I'm okay if that's who I am. Let me be who I am. I just want to be who I am, and being okay with who you are. But being the best version of who you are, because there's still a lot of room to improve for every one of us. Go ahead.
Yeah. And hey, not Chiquito, like the first time that we talked, I was kind of on a bender, not much sleep, mushrooms, whatever. But like, I appreciate your like, I'm there with you. Like, what we get from everybody else on here, like for me, like I feel like we gravitated toward this platform for some reason or another, and I do respect and appreciate everyone's opinion like on what's going on, and it makes you learn something about yourself, and like you're kind of growing as a person, like. But yeah, the thing with Paul is like there was points in the beginning where I was even scared to come up on panel because that motherfucker is like his rhetoric is so on point, and he finds a way to make you he can find your like make you infallible, like things about me, and the reason why is because I know there's a lot of things I need to work on myself, and so I'm like, so I'm digging. It's caused me to dig deep on, am I doing what is true and what's right? Am I being authentic? Am I being a good person? Like, but in every way. And it's kind of like this thing, like, and then it makes you like have to get in touch with your family, like even more. And like we've watched this saga, and it's like drama with Trish and Lou, but like I love Lou so much, even though he's shitting in your toilet and eating carcasses. But like, I don't think he's I think he's a good man, and he's really smart. I know you're really smart. I'm joking about it, but I'm saying like, your dad is a good dude. Everyone
nobody has to tell you that, right?
Yeah.
I will hug nobody in this community. I will always be the one to just be like, I don't give a fuck about any of this. I don't care if I'm crying on panel. I don't care who's gonna see this. Like, I don't have a job to lose. I'm not showing my ass on a screen to be like, whatever. Like, I'm just living my life. I'm not hugging anybody or fucking anybody. It's like, it seems like drama and chaos,
but it's real life.
It's real life sometimes. Like when Tommy and whomever, like Snafu comes on, it's just like it's a show. But sometimes it gets really real here. And
you're right.
for me
It
here,
what
it got real with me and my dad. But some people take it to an absolute, right? So they see what happened with me and my dad here and they choose a side, right? So, you know, Z related with me because he noted, you know, he just related with me and said, "Oh, you're the scapegoat. I played that role too," and blah blah blah. So now we like imprinted on each other. And then somebody like our singer imprinted on my dad because they're going through a similar thing with their children, right? But none of it is fucking real. What the only thing is real is like an objective fucking truth. So you into this drama, you could hear it play out, but reality is so different. But
So
we can all
Is this
learn
real?
from it.
can I interject real quick? And the whole point of this whole thing that I've learned personally, and I talked to this new worker that I'm working with me. It's like we had all these synchronicities. Like it doesn't matter what. There's no sides taking. There's you have to work on your inner, like it's you. Everything, every answer in this whole world, everyone's God, this, you know, like
Yeah, it's all
it's all every answer that you have inside. It's all within you. So like it's not up to you. You're your dad. Like if you have inner peace, Trish, then you're gonna be fine. Like,
let's be real, Jeff.
Yeah.
At this point, I don't have inner peace. I have constant turmoil about the choices that I'm making. Am I raising my daughter right? Am I, you know, did how I reacted to her tantrum today fuck her entire life up? You know, like I don't have inner peace right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm constantly fucking
And
spiraling.
how do we do that? Yeah, how do we really do that?
So what I notice on these panels is like, okay, I'm spiraling about raising this child in a way that's not toxic. When I didn't learn you know, like a positive way to grow up, I only learned a toxic way to grow up. And then I come on these panels for tidbits of information, but I have to sift through fucking hours of chaos and toxicity. So it's like a lot of the times I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? Am I only here to have a connection with my dad, or am I actually here to learn something? What the fuck am I learning? Like
Can it be
there's
both?
there's so much.
It could be both. And so, Trish, like the way I've always looked at my life is, this is my opinion, to be my, but I was raised like, I was talking to my buddy about this today. Like my best friend growing up, from 12 years old all the way till 18, his mom never even told him, "I love you." I didn't find that out till we were 18, and I was like his best friend. And I don't get off the phone without saying "I love you" to my mom, my dad, my cousins, my uncles, aunts, and we have I was very lucky. I have a very loving family, and I never felt like no disconnect or not loved. Like there are some people that don't have that. There's some people that have never been said "I love you," and like, what do you do with that? And like, your dad said that. He's like, "Oh, my dad never said it until he's like 80." I'm like, I can imagine that. My dad, I get off the phone with my dad every single day and then say "I love you." I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I mean, like, there's different experiences for every person, and like, maybe you're just learning, and maybe he's learning together. But I think we're watching you guys grow together, and I think you're a good person, and your dad as well. Like, dude, you guys are so smart. Your brother, your sister, like, you guys are like an amazing family. And there's some fucked up shit in the middle that we all don't really need to know about, but you've let it out there. And the funny part is we accept you for no matter what, because we're all fucking people.
Well, here's the
well,
thing.
I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. No,
No,
I
you go.
just wanted to say, like, I just want to say that, um, like, people are good people, and they're bad people, whatever. I mean, like, it's not so cut and dry. There's a lot of nuances. You know, we're a makeup of a lot of different things, and different people have very unique experiences. But at the end of the day, we're still human beings. We still have to digest and work through a lot of these stuff. You know, and some people throw it out there, and you know, when people are on different panels and they're showing their chaotic nature of things, they're going through kind of catharsis. You know, whether it be Illuminati or whomever else that's up there, and they're screaming and they're just yelling, and it's their own psychosis that they're actually exhibiting. Nobody needs to be here if they don't want to. Everybody is voluntarily clicking the button to get on here, and we're making a decision to be here. But for what reason? That's the question, right? Like, we are attracted to each other in some ways, and maybe, in my opinion, you know, we are here to learn. You know, and we can learn a lot from each other. We can learn from even Illuminati or other people, and you know what is making them do whatever that they're doing. But
Well,
at the end of the day, what is real? What is real is what you're feeling, what you're going through, what is in front of you, what is tangible right there. You know, and how does it apply to you? You know, and how is it going to improve your life? I think that's the key that you should be looking for. We should all be
you,
looking for.
and you know what the thing that's so crazy to me is, like, there's so many days that I'm so pissed off at Jack Talcott. And I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking watch this shit. I'm so pissed. And it's like him and Paul, like him and Paul, like they have a mind of a goldfish, and every day they're back
him
again.
And Paul, you can't say that. Take that back. You can't say him and Paul have a mind of a goldfish. Like,
Well,
what
it's
do you
just like they,
even say?
I'm just saying, like, it's just like they forget.
No,
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's that. I think, you know,
They loop on the same shit every day, and like they could say the most evil shit. He's like,
Okay, but you don't have to watch them. Nobody's forcing you to watch them.
No,
you know,
I'm not.
And then,
I'm just saying, I'm observing, and I'm like, I'm watching the human condition, and I'm like, if these people, if Jack, he can be that insane, and then him and Paul can say the worst things, or Illuminati can say the N word and do this, and then everyone just like the next day they're like, oh, he's still on the panel.
But that's not the worst thing. You know? Like, these
Isn't
things
that weird?
on the metaverse are not the worst things that you could say to somebody. Like, the people that are in your real life, when you're communicating with them, sometimes you could say the worst thing to somebody, and sometimes you could say the best thing to somebody. But I don't think that Paul and Jack have ever said the worst thing to each other, and it's just like the be all and end all. I think Paul is as loving as he can be in his way, because he sees his father in Jack, he sees humanity in Jack, he sees so much in Jack, and we all see so much in Jack. Fucking Pineal, don't just play another stream like you're having a stream, like you're making content right now, and people are making content for you, so just let it fucking happen. Like, what are you doing?
My bad.
Pineal?
You're right.
I mean, I guess my ego is like, I've been like drunk on one stream or something or two, and they're like, "Oh, Jeff's drunk," and like I will worry about that for fucking like 2 weeks, and like, but I'll see Jack go crazy, like "fuck you" and in a tub and do all this shit, and I'm like, and then no one just, it's like everyone just doesn't even remember like what happened the day before, and then they're just back to normal shit. It's like people talking mad shit, saying you're a demon, you're evil, you're a piece of shit. Talk mad shit, you're a fucking piece of shit loser, you're nobody, and then talking all this shit to you, and the next day they're just like, hey, what's up?
Because
I'm like,
Jack, it's
what
the news
fuck?
cycle. Pineal, make us big. What are you doing? Come to Florida in fucking November. Stop fucking around, or like I'm not gonna hang out with you. Just make it big. What are you doing? Okay, okay. So, Jeff, I think it's just the same shit, right? It's like the classic news cycle. I don't know anything about, I know nothing about nothing, but this is an addiction. I have fallen to it as well. Like, I will work all day and just be listening to it. Rather, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking murder you.
You'll stop this shit. Well, so if you notice or not notice, bit on bit. I hadn't been on like, I mean, it's been about 2 months where I haven't been doing like funny bits, making fun of people, because I've been busy doing shit. And so I guess
Have you
today I
been
was
busy
kind of,
doing it, or have you been busy just like drinking and not wanting to show
no,
people that you're,
no.
you know?
I mean, I'm saying, did you
I
see
noticed
Paul's?
that about you too, Jeff.
I know. I'm saying, did you see the Paul stream today?
No, because today I don't know, something I hate whatever, but it was Canada Day. I had a day off, so I just spent the day loving.
Yeah. So I showed my garden, and it's 10,000 square feet. It's legit. It's real, but I'm proud of it. And for the last 3 months, I haven't drank. And I get up at 4:15 in the morning, and I have to pull tarps, and then I've been working 11 to 13-hour days. I've lost like 20 pounds. I've been kicking ass. So I'm like the action, and then I see people like Jack Talcott, and it pisses me off because he's like the doing, not doing, like all day long.
But
And it just,
you know, why do you want to give attention to something that pisses you off? Okay, so let's say it pissed you off once, and then but you see the pattern of it, you know, and so you know you have control over where you want to give your attention,
well, we
right?
also watch it though, right? You do too, not Chiquito. You watch all these panels.
No,
It's
I
irritating.
don't. Not all of them.
I've seen you
And
on tons of them.
I had been on, yes. I was away for meditation for 2 weeks, just about, and
By
I
the
was out of
way,
the scene. But what's
can
that?
I ask you? I would love to, because I don't want to make it about me or Trish. I would love to know what you did with that.
What, me?
It would.
No, not Chiquito. Like, what you
Yeah, I
do?
mean, I I can talk about it, but I actually would like to focus on you guys more, you know, and because you guys are here, and you know, like it's a very difficult to convey exactly. I mean, I can tell you my schedule and my regimen of what I did, but basically, at the end of it, you know, you come out a little bit more sensitive. You detox from the internet because you know before that time, I was spending a lot of time on the internet. Um, on
So,
YouTube, joining different panels and such, and then so you do kind of merge your energy with other people that you spend a lot of time with, you know, even if it
yeah,
is quote unquote the.
but I'm just interested because I've always wanted to just after I don't know, maybe you guys can give me some influence on this because I've always said I don't really care about money, and maybe that's why I've never had money. And so I think it's this push and pull in my whole life, always, where I spend more than I make, and then I'm always okay, but I feel like the universe is trying to teach me a lesson that I should never worry about money, like whatsoever. It's because to me, it's about connection, it's about people, and I've always just wanted to go to the Tibetan mountains and just go monk mode. Like something always just told me to do that,
Well, yeah, I
and
mean,
I
there's
don't really,
something
I don't
romantic
really know
about
what.
that, you know, like
What do
7 years in Tibet type of situation, you know.
So what are you talking
Go
about? Like,
ahead.
are you talking about real shit, or are you just like, oh yeah, I don't care about money. I do care about money. I just want to go to fucking Tibet because I just want to go to Tibet too, you know. But the reality of it is, I just want to, you know, I like to work hard. I want to work hard. I want to make a life for my family. I don't. I what I'm trying to struggle with is like being a toxic, masculine woman. No, I'm dead.
You are an alpha woman.
No, it's not about being an alpha woman. It's being about like a toxic woman because I've just lived this toxic life. So I have this.
Right.
Why do you think that is?
I mean, it just here I am, and I'm displaying all these characteristics, right? So I'm not
No.
sure what led me here, but here I am.
And
So why do you, but why do you label yourself as that? Are you really a toxic woman, or are you just saying that you're
No.
writing that story for yourself?
I think I am. I'm trying to work on it. Why? I don't know. Because I had toxic parents, because I grew up poor, and now I'm trying to, not be poor, because I grew up with lots of siblings and I'm not trying to have lots of children. I'm trying to create some sort of ease in life for one child, perhaps, maybe two, but definitely just one. But I think what I'm doing here is just trying to listen to real life, like Paul talking about relationships today on Yurt's channel really affected me. And I really heard what he was saying until Illumitami came up and derailed shit. And I was just like, oh, can't handle the chaos.
Yeah,
But
that was a
then,
lot of good information, like what Paul was saying about how men should lead, and but a lot of roles have been kind of flipped,
yeah,
between men and women. And so and look, if you're saying that you have toxic characteristics, I'm not going to say one way or another, but there's a reason why you're presenting yourself that way. There's a reason why because you see that within yourself, and you do look, if we are um alcoholic, or we're addicted to drugs, admitting to that is the first step, right? Like, if we deny the fact that, oh, I'm perfect, and I have no problems at all, we're lying to ourselves. And people who have perception, they'll see that you're lying to yourself though too. So we all need something to work on. I mean, like, I've been trying to work on myself for a long time. I'm nowhere. And even Paul, like, I have a lot of respect for him, but I don't see him as being perfect. I see some toxic characteristics about him as well, but he's better off than a lot of other people that's in the panel, much better off. And that's why he's in the position to be able to speak, his mind in the way in which he does, because he has the authority to be able to do that.
Right.
Everybody else here,
And not,
we all need
not,
something to work on.
and not Chiquito, and so there would, some people may say, not me, but it's like people that give advice on relationships that don't have a good relationship. It's hard to do that. Like, my entire life, like, I get along with my parents, I get along with my friends. I've always had tons of friends. I've always been the nucleus of everybody. And so, but I do see that someone having like a spiritual experience, like transcending from the other side, because I felt like I had that for a moment. I had it for like 6 months, and then it went away. I can't really explain it. It's kind of like that shit. Like, people are like, oh, you got downloads and shit. Like, I kind of felt like that, but I couldn't even explain it to the people that I loved. But I think Paul has that. Like, he just sees it, and like he sees like 40,000 feet bigger picture. And so I'm a loyalist, dude. I just, that
You
dude,
can just tell. You can just tell when somebody has worked on themselves and have had
Yeah.
certain experiences, just by the way in which they, carry themselves,
Yeah,
and
I
Paul
just,
has that, and few other people have that.
I just see it, dude. And so I don't get into the internet backbiting and all this other shit. It's like I said, I've been doing my own shit for the last 3 months. Like, I have a farm. I'm doing shit, and I listen, but it's Paul advocates for people doing.
right.
Take
So
action. Yeah.
Jeff,
That's
let me
it.
be real with you, because like I do watch. So people don't see me often, and when they see me it's like drama with my dad, right? So that's all they're thinking about. But I do watch and I comment, but you just don't know that it's me commenting. So when I see you on panels, I either see you acting a character and it's hilarious, or I see you intoxicated. And I mean, I'm drinking right now. I wouldn't say I'm intoxicated. I say, you know, perhaps I've let my inhibitions go, but I have definitely seen you intoxicated. And then you just,
yeah, sure.
So are you working on yourself, or are you just using that crutch to let yourself go, or to let using that crutch to like lean on? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I didn't drink for like almost 2 years, and then it's a long story, dude. But I think that's why I feel like that's why I don't come on panel or do certain things, because I know I'm not gonna fake it, dude. I know I'm not the man I should be, like in certain points. So if I'm fucking up and I'm drinking whatever, but I have been kicking ass for like I quit drinking for like the last. I guess I'm not gonna lie. I guess I've had a couple tonight.
Yeah. Just be honest, right?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm honest, but like I didn't drink for almost 3 months, and so I'm a little tipsy, and now I'm on the line again. The only time I get online and do silly shit is when I've been drinking, because I actually watch it all, and I'm like, it's almost like sad to me. I watch all the infighting and all the garbage, and the reason I got online tonight and showed my farm and stuff, because I did that the last 3 months. Like, this is the most beautiful garden I've ever had in my life. I'm proud of it, and I've been kicking ass. But
Great. That's
yeah,
awesome.
I had a couple beers, and I know that's not why do I
Well,
don't
I
even
mean,
I
a
don't even
couple
I don't
beers
even know
for
like,
one individual is
I
different
don't even
than
know
a
why I
couple
drink.
beers to
I
another
don't even know why I
individual.
do it. I
You
don't even
know?
know why I do it, because everything goes good, and every time I have a couple beers, everything goes to shit.
Well, that's the thing. Go ahead.
No, go. I'm gonna charge it.
I'm not infallible.
So
I fucked up. So go ahead.
no,
Sorry.
I mean, of course, of course. I mean, nobody's saying that, you should be perfect in any way, but I mean, like, we're all different, and um, like, if you have weaknesses to certain substances and you're not aware of it and you allow that to take over, you know, um, then you have to be more wary of that, right? I mean, we all have different weaknesses, right? So, like a couple beers to one person is not the same as a couple beers to another person. Like alcohol doesn't affect me. I mean, I used to own a bar, back in Korea, and I ran that bar for about a year and a half. I drank every
Me
day,
too.
and the
Me
weekends,
too.
every day for a long time. And but the thing about me is that um I don't know. Addiction isn't part of my life, like I can quit things and go cold turkey. I haven't smoked weed in a while. I don't drink alcohol. When I'm invited to festivals, yeah, I can have a couple drinks there, but just out of respect. But it doesn't affect me, I don't think about it. But for other people, like my sister, she was an alcoholic. I didn't even know she was an alcoholic until I went to an AA meeting with her. you know, when I was visiting her in New York, and she was telling me about her addiction, and she is the type of individual that she must not be near any substances, otherwise she'll. But like I'm not like that. I can have a couple puffs here and there with my friends, if I'm out socializing or whatever. But then I don't think about it. I don't even have anything here, So we're made differently, right? And you have to be aware of that. If you're not aware of that, you can only fall back into that ditch over and over again. That's the thing, you know.
Yeah, like I like listening to your story, NiGHT, and I remember the day that we talked, because we were talking about the Mandela effect or whatever. And you're in a hut You know, like before I even came out here to do my thing, it's like I was so codependent for majority of the time of my life. Like I just always had, I was the nucleus. I was always everyone's best friend. I was always with somebody. I always had roommates, and then I moved out to California. I was by myself. And it wasn't until I was by myself to where you find yourself. I realized, oh shit, I love building. I love, I've built like 50 something greenhouses now. Like, I didn't even know how to use a tool or turn on a generator. And I didn't find that out until I was like 30 something years old. I was like, damn, I wish I would have went to, the schools that, not like just regular college, but I quit that anyways, but trade school. I was like, man, I wish I would have done trade school for electricity or solar or all these things that I love to do that has to do with building and architecture and all this shit. It's like, I love it. But I didn't find that out until I was like 35. I just went to school to go to school. And I was out on a dirt road in the country, living in a trailer for 2 years to find myself, looking at the stars every day, asking questions. Like, everyone has their, the way that they find themselves. And
Yep, everybody does.
I went and did ayahuasca with my buddy. Like, every synchronicity had to happen for, I couldn't afford to go. There were so many synchronicities, not Chiquito. It was like the girl that was trimming for me, her boyfriend happened to have this company. It was unreal. So I had to be like, dude, the universe is telling me I have to go. And I went, and it changed my life. Like, I went on a retreat in Costa Rica for 8 days, and I wasn't scared of death anymore. Like, it was so profound to me that I've never done ayahuasca again because it was so. I'm scared of it. This shit fucking changed.
I mean,
me,
it's
man.
pretty profound. Yeah, it's pretty profound stuff, and usually it finds you. You don't have to go look for it. I mean,
Yeah, no, exactly.
it comes to you in a way. But we have other people in the panel, and perhaps they would like to also share some things. So I would like to
Yeah,
yield
what's
to them if they would like to.
What up, damsel? What up,
Yeah,
Jay?
hi, damsel.
Doing good. How are you all?
Good, chilling.
Very well.
Y'all look good. Y'all look okay.
We're okay. We're hanging in there.
Breathing, still kicking, I guess. So I guess that's something, right?
Yeah, I get it. No, I'm doing pretty good. You don't have to do ayahuasca experiences, though. I had mine without any medication other than marijuana, but I was in
What
a
is happening right now?
I don't know. There's some kind of buzzing. Is it him?
I think it's pineapple.
It's pineapple.
Pineapple, stop.
What were you saying?
I was just saying you don't have to do ayahuasca to have one of those experiences. I
Yeah,
actually
I
had
get-
mine without it, with marijuana and being a terminally ill patient at the time and on hospice. Had a near death and had some other things happen that I couldn't explain to anybody. Things I saw
You
that
don't.
don't make sense to anybody but me, I guess. I don't know.
I don't. I mean, it's like ayahuasca doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna be enlightened afterwards and stuff like that. I mean, these are just experiences, and there are people who have profound experiences without doing any substances whatsoever. So, you are at a position in your life, and things come in a way they do, and I personally think, in a way we were ready for it at that moment, and you can be in your 30s or 40s or 50s. All this like numbers don't really matter. It's about like what you need at that moment, and I mean, there's room for improvement until we take our last breath. That's what I come to realize in many ways. But like, again, being in the moment, and being true to yourself. This is a difficult thing for and being up here in the panel. You know why we feel the need to smoke and drink a little bit. A lot of us is because like it makes us feel more comfortable, more confident, right? And be able to like present ourselves, and that's not a wrong thing per se, but I mean,
No, I
like
don't
let's
think it's
submit to
wrong
the
at
fact,
all.
but it's just let's submit to the
It's a
fact that
tool.
we're not 100% there yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it can be used as tools, but you have to be careful, like you said, with the alcohol. I've dealt with so much alcoholism in my own family and personal relationships. And then as a veteran, a lot of our veteran friends and family and brothers and such, you saw it. You see it with certain, like Austin Murphy. They struggle.
And I think he's smart, and I think he's a good guy.
Yeah, I do
But
too.
He's your family?
But he's got demons.
What's that?
Is he your family member?
No, I'm just saying, as a brother in my military career, we have a lot of in common
Yes.
from serving.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's a combat vet like me, so we have a lot in common.
But like,
I
it
didn't
is-
start drinking when I came back, but a lot of what I call my brothers did. Lots of them. Lots of my brothers and even some of the sisters. So, yeah.
Well, I think this is like an interesting like dynamic because we're talking live to real people, and we've been following Paul for a long time.
Yeah.
And Paul has this way with his rhetoric and his words that most people can articulate, and I think we all appreciate it. That's why I can't stop. Whether there is chaos or not, like there's going to be chaos in the world no matter what, but like we're all just real people. So you got NiGHT like in the hut somewhere, you're a veteran, we got Trish
Living in
passed
a
on.
shed. Myself back here.
I don't think he said he's in a hut, dude.
No, NiGHT said he's in the hut.
Yeah, I'm in a hut.
Yeah. The thing is, we're also like, there's something that drew us all here together, and what does it all mean? And to me, I've had atheist friends, agnostic best friends that I've kind of like. We're on a different timeline. We're on different. They call it vibes. We're on vibration. Like to me.
Okay, I'm sorry. So how is the internet thing working? How are you getting?
It's good now.
I use data. I don't have I don't have a direct line, so I use my phone.
Yeah, me
that I
too.
have connected to my computer.
Yeah, I'm using online. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
But anyways, they call it YouTube because this is as real as it gets. Maybe some people are playing characters. I'm not. I guess I do play characters, but right now I'm not. I play bits. I joke around and stuff, but
The world is a stage.
like people can try. People do try to play certain characters, but at the end of the day, everybody's masks slips, and people can see. Like we, like I said, like we may not be able to exactly articulate, the things or the fakeness or the phoniness people display, but people can see it. So if you don't. And then like Paul is very good at just like, pointing that stuff out and being like, dude, you're being this or that or whatever. And that's where his power comes in, that he is able to articulate it better than others,
And the whole thing is I realize that everyone that gets triggered, it is a you thing.
Always.
Like the only way to find inner peace in this world is it's all within us. So we have to be empowered. We can't let if NiGHT said, "Hey, you're a motherfucker," you talk shit about me. The first time I ever met you, you were like asking me about the Mandela effect, and I was pushing you you're like, "Fuck you," blah blah. We can't let people.
That's what you remember from that conversation?
Well, I felt like I was a little fucked up that night. I was on mushrooms and stuff.
Dude, I remember. He was like, "Fuck you, brother."
No, but I remember being polite to you. I was like, I don't want to offend you or whatever, but I was.
It's a different memory, and you know, I tend to think I have a pretty decent memory, but at the end, you're basically saying, what does it matter? Okay, Mandela effect is real, and what does it matter? So we kept on having
Yeah.
this conversation about
I
you
remember that.
asking me why it matters, and why it matters at all. And then so I wasn't there to try to convince you why it should matter to you. But I can only say that it did matter to me if the nature of reality is changing around and the history as we know it is changing around does matter to me. But that was difficult for me to convey to you at that time because of your condition.
Okay, I have the same memory. I agree.
Okay, it sounded like you had a different memory, but now we have the same memory then.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, I agree that it is real, the Mandela effect, and I was just saying, what do we do about it? That's all.
Okay, I
But
mean, there's nothing that can be done about it that I know of because it's supernatural changes. But again, you know, we're not really here to talk about the Mandela effect or what had happened back then. You know, that's water under the bridge for me, and I don't have any ill will towards you, Jeff. You know, I mean, this is just what I remember from that conversation, and it's not worthwhile having conversations that are not going to go anywhere. But we have people, real people, who have real issues. You know, and they're wanting to talk about these things. You know, alcoholism
yeah.
is one of them. You know, relationship is another part of it, and everybody here is trying to look for some I wouldn't say answers or solutions per se, but you know, like, hey, maybe there's some insight, you know, that we can derive from each other. I don't know.
So hey,
Okay.
oh, go ahead, Trish.
Sorry. So that brings me to a question. So this happened to me tonight. Stop it. Make us big. This is the content. Make us the content, please.
Just big, just big.
Not you. Okay, so back to what you were saying. So like, what's the point, right? Like, if Mandela effect doesn't exist, or if it does exist, like, what does it matter? So I had this argument with a friend today, like a very good friend, about a flat Earth, which I'm just like discovering and awakening, and I'm all fucked up about. And his question to me was, what does it matter? And my answer was, well, I don't want to indoctrinate my child, so it doesn't really matter, but the point is critical thinking and how to teach critical thinking. And in order to teach that, I have to relearn it myself. I have to learn it, period. Right? Even though I thought I learned all these things and I'm super memorize all this stuff. But what's the point for you, right? What was your answer to that question about, oh, is Mandela effect real? What does it matter?
So I want to answer your question, and this is a question that people answer often. First of all, or ask often. First of all, I always ask them, like, hey, look, you have to see it for yourself. First, is it true or not true that Earth is not the way that it's been presented to you? Because we went through school, they showed us the globe and all this kind of stuff, right? And if you come to the realization that the Earth is not
Neil, stop.
if Earth is not what they presented to you, you have to ask the question, why is it not what it is? You know, did somebody fuck up? Did somebody make a mistake? And did this whole NASA and government and everybody else in the world, did they all fuck up at the same time? Because once you start going deeper and deeper into that line of thinking, you're going to come to the realization that they're all in cahoots with each other. They're working with each other to give you a false presentation of what this reality is. Then the question has to come, why is it? Why are they fucking with your senses? Why do they want to fuck with your perception of reality when the reality is not that? I'm getting a lot of feedback from somewhere. I'm not sure from where exactly. Yeah, Pioneer, I think it was coming from you. So if that makes sense to you, Trish, right? I think what's important is critical thinking, because we are here to look, we have things that we have to deal with right now in front of us. We have to put food on the table. We have children to take care of. We have, you know, a lot of other stuff that needs to be done. That's
Hey man, I don't have any children right now, so I don't fit into that category, luckily. Well, I shouldn't say luckily, but I don't fit into that category.
Me neither, and me neither. You know, but I mean, like, I'm not talking about you or myself, but there are other people here, you know, in the panel, and a lot of other people who have families and children, and things, immediate things that needs to be taken, and relationships in itself. Man, it's not an easy thing. That's also a very immediate issue that we need to all work on as well.
Well,
You're
hey,
you're
like, so
muted.
so just like Tris was gonna
Sorry.
say, like, I've always wanted a family. I've always wanted kids. It's not like I'm a bad-looking guy. My family probably thinks I'm gay or some shit. Whatever.
Are you good?
I'm not. I love women, and I was a total whore for like a long time because I had 3 really deep relationships when I was younger. And then
Okay.
anyways, I spiraled out, and now here I am still single at 43 or almost 43, but I think that I needed to learn what I needed to learn because I think now I would want to homeschool my kids. I used to care about materialistic things in the world. I feel like I'm changed as a man, like even
Okay,
through
great.
just yeah. So like that's me personally. That's my thing. I'm like, maybe God or the universe it set me up for this way because I sometimes think like, oh man, my mom's so pissed off because I don't have grandkids. I'm
So
like, well, I don't
Would
know.
you would you be attracted to yourself? I mean, like if you were to be objective about like who you are, and then if you were of somebody from the opposite sex, would you feel like, oh man, like that's the kind of person that I would like to be with. That's the kind of person that I'm okay to make a family with, and have like
I
trust in the
me.
family.
Am I vacuuming?
Yeah.
That's great. Chiquito, that's great. Like I used the old me, I wouldn't. But the me now, yes.
Okay.
I would want to. I would want to fuck me, or I mean, have a family with me.
Okay, but the other thing, I'm sorry, so I'm not there on your wavelength, but like the thing that I pick up on is like everyone says like, oh yeah, I want to have kids, I want to homeschool my kids, but then we just like brush past it, and it's just like, yeah, I think I'm a blah blah blah, and we just keep going. And to me, obviously, it's because I'm in that point in my life where I have a child and I'm gearing up to homeschool her. She's almost 2, but it's like this whole different thing. So we want to talk about homeschooling our kids, but where are the resources? Because we could just we could just Google, oh, homeschooling curriculum for X age, right? And we're just going to get what they give us. So where is the truther community coming together and saying, here's what we're homeschooling our kids, here's how we're teaching them this, that, and the other thing? Because I can teach her how to count, I can teach her how to spell, and I want to think I can teach her how to think critically.
Hey, so can I ask you this? Who says we have to do it a certain way? Like when we lived in our tribes,
Nobody,
like,
but
yeah,
why
but I'm
why
saying,
aren't
like,
we supporting each other, right? So you're saying these things.
There is a start. Austin Whitsitt has
Yeah.
started his own group, and he's starting up a homeschool curriculum eventually too, if he can get enough support. Sorry, my dogs are barking.
Yeah. No,
It's
that's
okay.
true. So within the flat Earth community, people are very much aware of the fucked upness and the fuckery that's going on in the public schools, and a lot of them are just opting out. And so they're not going to play this game where they're going to be like, oh, you shouldn't be teaching this and that, because a lot of us know that this is all being done deliberately. And so they just want to opt out as completely as possible, and that's why they're going to go through their own system. So you
Yeah.
may want to look at that resource, because that's good. And the good thing for you is that your daughter is only 2 years old. I mean, there's still a lot of time. There are other
Thank
people
God.
who are they're having they have teenagers, or
Thank God.
young adolescents, who were already used to the school system, and they're trying to
Yeah.
pull them out of the system,
Thank
right?
God. I do.
So
I thank God every
yeah.
day that I swear I had her at the right time for me to it would to
I mean, we still don't really know like the total truth or whatever, but it's like
No, it's not about that, right? So that's the really interesting part is, like I said, I can teach her how to count, I can teach her how to read, I can teach her how to write, but it's beyond that, right? It's the questions that she's looking for answers to that we were given that are just wrong, period. And I'd like to think that I would know how to answer those questions, but realistically,
A prominent theory that's circulating now is this flat Earth theory, and so according to that one, I don't think.
what the fuck are you doing, Tiny? I sometimes I just want
She's trying to talk.
I just want to fucking strangle you sometimes. Are you okay, Pineal? What are you doing?
We love you. We really do.
We do. I do. I was
Pineal,
gonna see you.
Pineal, come see me.
No.
I think my headphones are fucked up. I think my headphones are shot.
Oh, you
Okay,
think?
well, quit playing
Yeah.
with them while we're trying to talk. It's not going to change anything right now. Then
He's not involved with the conversation so much, so he's kind of going into his own world.
But he's
That's
listening
what's
to
going
shit
on
in the
it.
background. I'm really interested.
But that, yeah.
Damsel, I'm really interested in like what you think, because I feel like I feel a connection with you, but I've never actually spoken
We've
too
never
deeply
talked.
with you
No,
on
we've never really
panel.
talked. No,
Yeah.
not at all. Well, I'm a mom. I have 2 adult children, 28 and 29, and both still no
That's
kids
old.
for them.
There's no way that you're that old.
Shut up.
50 years old. I'm 50 years old. I was partially homeschooled on my own, so I understand it. My mom gave me the choice because I hated school so much. And so I actually did not graduate high school, yet I have multiple college degrees, and it was no problem getting to college. And I think you're overthinking it, Trish, a little too much. Your
You're
confidence
probably right. You're
is
definitely
low,
right.
and it's about you. It's not about what's going to happen with the teaching. That you're going to do the right thing when it comes. Really, you're going to do just fine. You really are. You're going to do way better. You've had so much education. You're a helicopter pilot. You've done a business. You have so many things to offer to educate somebody. If you can do those things, you can teach somebody else easily.
Thank you. And you know what? You are right, and I'm just wording it wrong. It's like, so what I was saying earlier is like, how do I retrain myself how to critically think so I can teach someone else how to do that, right? Because that's the process. That's what I'm trying to do. And that's what's
Paul's panels. They're looking at critical thinking, at watching the sociology and psychology of people, and being able to figure out a difference between a liar and a truth teller. That's a huge lesson. If you can pick out the most subtle liar, man alive, you got an advantage in this world.
Stop it, Pineal. So you're I hear that. Here's my conundrum is although, like, I feel like I want to seek truth, and I feel like I come from people who are also seeking that. I do feel like I have to hide there, right? Which I don't know if you've witnessed the drama. I don't want the drama.
I've watched it all. It all. We have a lot in common too. I'm a firstborn, black sheep. I am not talking to my father right now. I haven't for several years after my mom passed. So I don't talk to most of my family. I only have mostly my children.
Yeah.
And friends, good friends. But there's issues with religion and what I know is truth. And I was in the medical field, and so was my father. And I went a different route because I don't trust the medical field at all. It nearly killed me. And I learned from the inside how corrupt it was. So, and I had problems when I was trying to practice my career because I was going against the grain of the career, and it was getting me in trouble at times. And then, then I had to live as a patient for 10 years.
I know your story.
My story is kind of crazy. So I'm living a second life, and I'm not exactly the same person I was back then, but I still got through a lot of things, learned a lot of things being homeschooled and that sort of stuff. I think I was a better student. At least the colleges all think so. They had me in all the honors classes when I went to college. And Yeah, I could say Magnum cum laude and all that fun stuff. Yeah, yeah, I was top.
So I'm curious on your interpretation of maybe your advice on what you think I should do, and really maybe I don't need it. Maybe I just need to I just need to go up there and talk to Paul, and I know what he's gonna say already, but I'm curious just to say, like, so I'm here, my dad's here, and there's, I think, valuable information for me. I do think it's also like tainted, right? There's like this, I can't present as myself because I'm just Lou's daughter. It's not like I'm not Chiquita, or I'm Damsel Medic, or I'm
Yeah,
Jeff, or I'm anybody. I'm Lou's daughter.
But that's a you thing.
I
You gotta know that.
understand that, but it's also a thing, right? So I've had to change my name in order to just not be like, oh, Lou's daughter's piping up.
Hey, but you know, like the panel and the people that watch know better than that. We don't look at you as Lou's daughter. We look at you as Trish. I do.
Yeah, I don't know that.
No,
You're
I mean, I do.
Dad. I never see you as his, or you're his, or he's yours. I see you as separate entities entirely, because that's the way it came together and the way you guys ended up presenting, and even just the division with the having the internet between you two. You're not in the same room. You're not connected in that way. So
I don't judge you for being Lou's daughter. Like I hear you, and
it's okay. You can, but
no, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I want to hear you. Like we all want to hear everyone. Lou is Lou. Lou's cute. Like
Lou's cute.
Lou's cute. Lou's cute. But I mean, like, but y'all have some.
Jeff, let me help you out.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll yield. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You know, we're definitely all individuals. We definitely have to deal with our family. And I just want to say to Damsel Medic, I don't know if you had a chance to speak. I know I've seen you in the panel before, but the thing of it is, like as you may or may not know about me, is that my parents passed away when I was quite young. I was adopted to my family in America. My American family, my father and I, we have considerable age difference. We're like 45 years apart. So they're in their 90s now, and I'm 45-ish. And for a number of years, because I got into the conspiracy and I've gone completely different direction than my parents. You know, my dad went to Yale. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback from somebody. And you know, he was an economic professor and all this kind of stuff. So most of my family is they're pretty well to do. You know, but they're very much programmed. You know, they're very much programmed, and you can call, they're very smart MTCs. They're successful as fuck.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
my
and
dad
you know.
yeah.
But I gone in different direction, and for a number of years I didn't really talk to them because I just kind of gave up on them, especially during the pandemic. But recently, in the last year or so, I've been wanting to reconnect with them because I know their time is short. I don't know when they're gonna go, you know. And my only wish for them is that I want them to be happy, that I want them to know that I'm okay with the choices that I've made with my life. You know, what even if I'm living in a hut in the Himalayas, I'm happier now than I have ever been in my life. I have less money now than I had in my 20s or 30s, but I'm happier now.
Me
Okay,
too.
and that's what's important to me.
too.
You know,
Yeah.
and but the thing is, another part of that happiness, you know, like what my authenticity is before I was having like difficulty contending with, is that I wanted them to accept me for who I am, for all the conspiracies and the, you know, anti-jabby or whatever stuff that I was believing. But the thing is, I know now that, you know, I'm gonna just bash my head against a brick wall, and part of me, like the love, is that I want them to know that I appreciate them and love them and have gratitude towards them for what they've done for me. Because like I didn't have that opportunity with my biological parents. You know,
Right.
I was too young. And I have a lot of actually hatred towards my biological father just because of his personality. Was he was a kind of, I would consider him like an over narcissist and very angry. So I have this, you know, vision of him being overwhelming and abusive physically, mentally, emotionally towards me growing up. And if I imagine myself like being an adult, like in my 20s, still having to deal with my father, I don't have any doubts that I would have like probably killed him. I'm pretty sure, but
Yeah.
I mean, like, but it is what it is, but the thing is, like, over time, having worked on myself, right? Having worked on myself, I come to the realization, yes, he was what he was. And, there's still some love to me, but I will never be able to speak to him. Maybe like some kind of psychic way, maybe he understands where I'm coming from, but I don't want to lose that opportunity with the parents I have now, because I know that their time is coming, that's all.
Yeah, my dad's not more than let's see, he's 22 years older than me. So yeah, we're not that far apart, and he is getting up there. But it's more been that I reached out. The last time I reached out was in 2020, and told him I was desperate just to talk again, and they didn't respond. So I was kind of like, okay, I guess I'll wait.
Yeah.
But I had an incident with my daughter that took 6 years before she talked to me. So I've been on both sides of it too. So I was very patient and just learned to be patient, and things turn around. So I'm sure we'll talk again sometime. Something will happen that'll pull it back together.
Yeah.
But I kind of wait for that right timing, especially with them. They're highly indoctrinated religion wise too. So it's very difficult because I've totally left the religion part of my faith back from what I was raised as. And so they struggle with that. They're very judgmental about that kind of thing. So that's what it is.
I understand.
Yeah.
It makes you think like, are we? And even for me, like, because it took the majority of the first part of my life, I was just like worried about materialistic, what I had, external things like for validation, this and that, and things were going great with my life. Like talk about the law of attraction. Like it happened with me my whole life. It's always happened with me. But I wasn't that spiritually, like, I don't know, like it just wasn't the same. Like it was meaningless garbage, meaning with like self-worth and value for oneself. And so I couldn't have sex with enough people or have the nicest car, and I have a lot of friends that are still like that. And then it wasn't until I like moved out to California by myself without being finally codependent, because I always had just friends and people around me, and I was just alone. And I realized, oh shit, I like building, and I don't know, like I have tools, like I had all these things that I didn't realize that I was capable of until I was by myself alone looking at the stars at night. And I was like, it took that to get me closer and more spiritual to God. It's just the world and the universe and God works in mysterious ways. Like it brings us all here together right now in this moment. And it's kind of beautiful. It's a beautiful thing because I think everyone here is very humble. Everyone here is humble. They're not very,
always. Try to be. Was more of a struggle when I was younger.
Yeah, I mean, and for me too. But like as I'm older, like I used to think like, oh my God, I don't have kids yet. I'm 42. I need to have family. I got to have grandkids for my mom. My mom is pressuring me, and I'm like, but
that's a lot of pressure.
I don't think I would have been as good of a dad as I would be now. If
Yeah.
I, like knowing what I know now, and I listen to everybody, and like all this shit has brought me together to this culmination of this moment, and it's just like, and I used to get, like I said, I'm a loyalist to Paul. There's some days I got kind of triggered, and I'm like, dude, he's not living in his fucking information. He's not doing it anymore. He's not driving around, blah, blah. And I'm like,
Do you
and then
think
I
driving
just,
around is Paul's value? Like just driving around?
no, I don't. No. I've never thought that. That's why I'm saying I'm a loyalist, because anytime I've ever got kind of like semi-triggered, I'm like, he's doing what he needs to do, and he's
Yeah,
doing
I
it for
get
me.
triggered every day with Paul. Like any day I listen, I'm heavily triggered, and I'm not sure if I'm better off or worse, but I like to hope that I'm better off.
You guys all get really triggered. See, I just don't. I don't know what it is. I don't get triggered by most of the. I can't think of anything I've gotten other than
I don't get triggered by Paul.
What triggers me is Talcott. It's
No,
not.
yeah,
Paul
I don't get
that
triggered by
triggers
Paul.
me.
Let me make that clear. I don't get
Yeah.
triggered by Paul. I get triggered by Paul's patience with others.
Yeah.
I just don't know how Paul like he could,
unbelievable.
Paul can recite like that motherfucker had to be like in the books and repeat. I listened to the Tao like last night on when I went to bed.
Yeah.
Or what he put on the Wolfle. I'm gonna listen to it again tonight.
Yeah,
because
I sleep for that.
I listened to Alan Watts and Ram Dass and all these people, and dude, it grounds you at least for me. I have had shit that's unexplainable to me, but I don't know how I found Paul, but I found Paul right at the right time, right at the moment. I've seen him since the very beginning, the very, very beginning, and I love that motherfucker. And I've watched it all unfold, and I know that dude's heart. That's it.
Oh yeah. Well, I saw that first video.
That dude is someone I want to be around. And I know he doesn't want. I know he doesn't want people to be around him. He'll sit in his trailer for the rest of his life by himself. And his deal is, but we're so close to him. I am. I feel like I know his heart.
No, I just want to. I don't know how my audience is coming in.
And so, no matter how many people talk shit about that motherfucker, no.
No, he's like one that he says
You're
when
not.
he's down for the ride. He reminds me of what I felt like with some of my comrades when I was in combat. There were certain people you knew you could be there and it was going to be okay no matter what went down. There were other people, oh my word, I wish they'd sent them home, and some of them they did. So because when you're in the trenches, man, you got to have somebody you can count on.
And I never even have to meet Paul in person. I would love to. I would love to give him a big fucking hug. I would love to give him a hug. I think he would be awkward for him. He wouldn't like that. But I'm always gonna for me, I feel like he's like my family or something. It's weird. I feel like he's just my brother.
But don't so you're right, it is weird. And a lot of the time I think okay, what am I doing messaging Paul? Because I'll send him, a meme or something on Instagram and be like, what the fuck did I just do? That's so stupid. Why would I ever reach out to him?
He's the most objective person in the world.
No, I know. And I've been a witness to that. I've been in that, right? Where I know that he's heavily triggered and he is still dealing with me and my father and my situation absolutely objectively. And he's given me more insight than, in the last 3-4 months than either of my parents have. Stop it, Pineal. And then
you don't want us to be your mommy. Please don't make me be the mommy character.
Yeah.
Please.
But then it's I don't want to put him on a fucking pedestal. And then at the same time, I'm like, what am I doing on Pineal's fucking channel? Why didn't I just come on Paul's earlier and say, what's up, Paul? Here I am. Let's talk. And I'm not Lou's daughter. I'm just a human fucking being because I have this huge complex.
Because Paul's going to call you out and hold you accountable.
I'm okay with that. I am. If you've ever seen me on Paul's channel, you know that 100% I'm okay with that. You're in it. Called out.
Yeah, you're in it to win it. I can tell. You're not playing when you go up there to actually confront this stuff. So that's good.
0%.
Yeah, I love it.
That guy that gives you a good kick in the ass when you need it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
David, yes, I haven't seen you in so long, brother. How you been?
Yeah. And today he was on your channel and talking about something that I really seriously related to. And I would have loved to have gotten up there, but my dad was in the chat. So I was like, oh, I can't go up there. My dad's in the chat. You know, it's like how I just feel like a fucking idiot. I feel like an idiot being here because I feel like he's probably up watching this stupid.
You shouldn't feel like an idiot. You're just
You
like
know-
one of us. You're on a live stream talking. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know there's nothing wrong with that, but put yourself in my shoes. You're just like, everything that you do becomes a family drama, right? You're all of a sudden a fucking enslaved Kardashian somehow.
That's a great term for it. That's. I'm sorry, but that's a good one.
It's true though. It's like
it is true.
You're not you. You're not your own thoughts. You're just here for an ulterior motive, or you're here to bring up drama, or you know, like anything you say now all of a sudden is a hit against your family somehow. When
You know what Paul would say? That's the you thing.
I know he would, but
Yeah.
he's not here, is he?
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
Trish.
it is you, but your dad also is the same way. He reacts like you're going to destroy the family by anything you could possibly say up here. So he's put a lot of weight on your shoulders that you kind of taken on.
You're right, damsel, but listen, I don't agree with that. I think truth is the ultimate, and I'm okay to lay it. I'm okay to lay it all out.
Absolutely. I've seen you do it in the chat. I've been there. I've heard you and your dad. So
Yeah, but
it's between you two. That's the way I look at it. But you know, people out there.
Neil, what the fuck you doing?
So if I came up here and I was just another human coming up, like Damsel, or like any other person, like Jeff, like you, like anybody, and I was just like, here's what's happening with my family, I want to believe that I would just lay it out as truthfully as I can. And that is the reason why I came up here originally, was because I heard non-truths. So I came to write those, right? I came to come correct with those.
Hey, can I ask you this question real quick?
Yeah.
Because I looked at myself a certain way for a long time. And it's because it's how I would treat other people. So back in the day when I first moved out here, and I was making a lot of money, and I was like, oh, well, if someone wants to just crash over my place, I wouldn't care. Like, so there was times where I would just want to stay the night at someone's place or do this and that, and I expected it, right? And it's because I expected it because that's what I thought I would do for someone else. And so I think what happens is, in my mind, a lot of people won't do what you would actually do in your mind. So,
right, but
yeah, so like, I even had this with my old friends. I was like, "Hey, dude, I'll take care of this. I don't expect it because I don't really care about money. Like, as me, like, so I would always try to take care of everyone else. And so, what happens is you start doing things for all these other people, thinking that they think the same way you do, and they don't.
No, I don't do that. I think I'm
What
like,
happened?
engulfed in my
It
own
happened for me. Sorry, go
fucking
ahead.
psychosis, right? I'm like, oh, everything I think is true. And then I see something else and I'm like, that's not fucking how I see it. I gotta call this out. So I don't have any filter on me. And I guess
that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I remember that problem when I was your age. Yeah, I've gotten better at filtering, or at least not being as harsh as I was when I was younger.
It ain't
Yeah,
got
I'm
no
super
cash.
harsh about it, but it comes out, and I'm like, oh, I'm just being my
Come on,
authentic,
BBT. Come
true
up, you
self.
motherfucker.
But other people are like, oh, you're lying about me, and I'm like, well, no, this is just a harsh truth that you don't want to see, and I guess that's just how I see it. But perhaps it's
A lot of people are blind to what's really going on with them. It's really strange to watch, because I agree with you. I've done a lot of that calling out, and people are like, yeah, you're lying, you're telling a story. No, that's not what's really happening. A lot of gaslighting that goes on when you tell that kind of truth. So
right. And then with all that gaslighting comes like, oh wait, am I actually a fucking psychopath? Like, am I actually?
Guess yourself. Like, you must be crazy. Am I the one that's delusional here, or am I
I'm
seeing?
pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm crazy, because it's like, how could I be all of, I can't. I won't even go into it, but yeah.
Well, I can guess after what we've witnessed with between you two and calling you out as a liar. It's really hard to watch for me, because I had that happen as a young person with my parents, and it crushed
I
me.
was gonna do one of those characters, but I can't lose that much weight and lose that much hair.
What the fuck are you saying?
It's just
Like, everyone's like, "Hey Jeff, do a bit non bit, do Tommy or Aaron." I'm like, dude, I can't be that skinny, and I can't be that.
Brothers and sisters, seriously, for those of
This
you
is
who
so
do
no. Stop
and
it.
have been paying attention to what I'm sharing, there's something bizarre going on in my life.
Okay, bye.
I mean,
This is
Yeah,
fucking
I
stupid.
can't convince anyone in my town to share a meal with me, it seems. No one has any time whatsoever. People have lots of opinions about me, and they got lots of ideas of what I should be doing differently, but no support, no invitations,
No invitation. That is so narcissistic. It's just like incredible.
The dude's got more support.
Praise God, man. Praise
The invitation's
God.
in the mail.
Nobody invited me.
You.
I know. Why? Okay.
Not,
Anyways.
why don't they want to invite me?
Hey, I
Nobody
think we could all have like so much fun together.
I know
Are we not?
We should have a campfire someday, and
Yeah.
sit around and.
Jeff,
mess
you're a
around.
funny dude, man.
I see it happening.
You
Jeff,
ever watch Jeff do all this like pretend to be people? It's amazing.
Yeah, he pretended to be my dad one time and ate broccoli like laying down.
Oh, you saw
that
that?
one. That was hilarious.
I think you could have went farther with it, to be completely honest. You could have done better. It wasn't one of the best ones that I've seen of you.
I know.
But
it was good though.
You saw it though.
That's for Zell. You know that, right?
Sorry, Jack, though. It was a Jack Harlow. Dude. You was so funny, man. Sometimes I really thought it was Jack Harlow, man. I'm like, what?
A few times, yeah. It was.
What happened? That guy was really the CIA, huh?
He was something.
I guess he told Paul that he was getting chased or watched by people. Unbelievable.
Hey, I wonder sometimes, like, I text Paul before, or not. I don't have his phone number. I just, in the back chat, I was like, I don't want to get your channel, shut down, just to show my garden, But that's what I've been doing. That's why I haven't been on. That's why I haven't been on chat. That's why I haven't been doing shit for the last three months, because I've been fucking planting. Dude, it was 106 today. Like,
what's that?
You see my tan? Like 106.
I'm Canadian.
Well,
no,
yeah, I'm in. I'm on.
It was 100.
Oh, it was yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be 106 tomorrow. But like, I've got 3,000 plants in the ground, and it's the most beautiful garden I've ever had, and I'm so proud of it. But I don't want to jinx it. So.
Came back saying, fuck, something to the effect that I couldn't give money to this.
Why are you doing this? I literally.
Or some damn thing. I can't remember exactly.
Through what? Through what?
Think
I was trying to
If there was some way to reach through the screen and
send it to your
squeeze your shoulder,
consciousness is
Tiny,
rising.
I would.
That's for Zell. You know that, right?
Sorry?
Is it through Slave Pal you're using?
I'm using PayPal, yeah.
Oh, man. This is what I mean. Maybe I don't even feel right about taking your contribution because I suspect you're severely mentally ill. And it would be unethical for me to take contributions from someone who's mentally ill. It would be like taking money from a retarded person. It's not right. Antoine will do it. I can't do that with the covenant I'm under. So now I need to, no, I can't. I have to do a mental evaluation. All right, we now have to do a psyche eval. So doesn't the information I say, the email is for Zell and PayPal is at Unslaved? I'm pretty.
No, I sent before.
Sure, could you tell me what month it is? What month are we in right now?
It's February.
Okay. What day?
The 64th.
Okay. What year are we in?
1939.
The mental
Okay, and who's president?
status exam online.
Right, the man's completely cynic, Alzheimer's, and/or mentally retarded. So I can't accept that. So check the information
What's the
again.
problem with the way I sent you the money before, fuckface?
You didn't send it that way, and there's no money. Money doesn't exist.
Oh my god.
There's donations and contributions, non-taxable events, and gifts.
I sent it as
So
a
pretty
gift.
much you sent me a gift.
Yes, I sent you a gift, but it
Right.
didn't work this time.
I don't get
Oh yeah, because
it.
you did the wrong info because you didn't put your name at the top of the page. You didn't read the directions.
I'm not crazy. I'm using it right off my PayPal. I have you listed as one of the people.
Oh yeah, no, that one's down. You still didn't figure out that for weeks and months I said that we had an issue with that one. They blocked it again because they want to interfere, and now I had to go on record with a new credential that distinguishes me from the slave corporation because they're dying to get me in jurisdiction so they can have conversations with me about what they perceive as income, which is not going to happen.
That makes
I'm talking to other people right now. I know the conversation's coming. You want to ask me. I don't know.
Neil, stop. Stop.
This is what I'm talking about. It's like I can't come up here and then have not be associated, you know? So I just can't come up here.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't.
Yeah, you can.
I can't go on Z's. I can't go on Neil's. I can't go on Paul's. Like the only option I have is just basically make my own stream and then hope that people just fuck off and, you know, acknowledge me. No, fuck you, you little fucking bitch. I'm coming to Florida and I
want to choke him for right now.
I'm not even gonna find you. You're gonna find me.
If it was just you and Paul, it would be amazing.
Just me
If
and
it was
Paul.
Just
It
talking. Like if
but it
that's what
doesn't-
you want.
But it doesn't even need to be that. I just need to hear Paul talk about himself, and I get it, right? So, like, I don't even need it to be about me. I just want to be existing.
You want to be the sponge.
I just want to be. I just want to be like you. You know, I don't want to have to be here, and then Pineal's fucking playing a video of my dad. That's retarded.
No, I know. I get what you're saying.
And it's
That's
not
why
just
I said they
Pineal.
try to make her leave.
Yeah, no, and it's not just Pineal. It's Z. I can't go to Z's because it's Lubass's daughter. I can't go to Paul's because all the fucking boomers in the chat will be like, "Oh, Lubass's daughter, Lubass's daughter." No, I'm just.
What about starting our own for us women or something? Or
please,
you know, I know Jackie has a channel, but I don't know if she's running it with anything. They were talking about doing something the other night, but they haven't let me know yet.
I would love to. I would absolutely love to.
Yeah, and we, could let Paul up once in a while if he,
acts
nicely.
I'm sure he would.
I'm sure he would too.
I think you could do your own stream by yourself. Just
I want to know. Sean's thoughts on what Trish is saying. Sean, do you have any thoughts on what she's saying?
I love you, Nechiketa. I just want to say hi, brother.
I think my headphones are fucked permanently, so I don't think I.
Oh yeah, they're bad. They're bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's asking you about what Trish actually said. Do you understand what she's saying? That you pulled in Lubass when we were having a good conversation and you wrecked the vibe.
Yeah, my bad. I thought of him. I missed him. He was in the chat earlier, and he came on both of my streams yesterday, I think. So did Look Within. I don't know why Look Within's been chilling in the chat all night, but again, I guess it is full at 6. But I threw Jay in the back. If you're still there, Jay, you didn't say anything, so I was switching myself back to show some stuff because I have to be on the panel to show like certain things.
Can we
But anyway,
Ian Pineal, what about
Am
what
I
you
drunk?
said?
Oh, what do I think of church? Yeah, I get it. My bad. I'm getting a hold of this whole broadcasting thing. So
Hey, have you guys ever heard of Radio Garden?
Yeah. What?
I don't think I understand.
Hold on, Jeff.
Radio Garden?
So there's
So,
like
Jeff,
this
one second.
No, listen. There's like this 1940s channel. It's like Chicago, and they had this like weird accent, and it was like made out of nowhere. And so they're like, "Yeah, you sip a Dane. What? There's a man in the window. Shut up, you sip a Dane. Oh, what? Oh." Have you ever heard that?
You mean the radio dramas? Back in the
Yeah,
day,
like-
there was a lot of them. I used to listen to them when I was a kid growing up.
If you go to Radio Garden,
What? What the fuck is happening? Like,
oh no, yeah, for your
Is it me? Do I sound like shit? Is that the problem?
no, I don't. I gotta go. Okay.
I gotta go.
I gotta go.
You don't have to go. I was just asking you a question. Does my
No,
mic sound like shit?
No, you sound impeccable. Damsel, I put my email in the back. Please,
Okay.
for the love of God.
I get it. I really do. Hello, guys. Trying to talk,
you.
you know. And
Thank
Jeff,
you.
I love it, but yeah.
Yeah,
Jeff?
I ran
I'm going to bed. I'm
channels
going to bed.
before,
I've had a long day.
and
I've had a long
okay,
day.
Jeff.
I could tell. And your garden, I'm sure, is beautiful. I haven't seen in the videos yet, but I will look, and I appreciate that. That's a lot of hard work, and I know that feeling. I grew up on an organic dairy farm and self-sustaining homestead, so I get it. I do. So,
Dude, I've been working 13 hours a day. That's why I haven't been on.
yeah, I lived that life growing up, and I loved it, but it was hard work, a lot of hard work, but really rewarding. So good on you, man. Keep it going.
Yeah, don't stop. I
Don't
appreciate you,
stop.
Jeff. I really enjoy you, Jeff, a lot.
I do too. I do too.
I love your characters, and I love your authentic self as well.
Hey, man. We get honestly like we just gotta laugh sometimes.
Yeah.
Shit's
Or
stupid.
cry.
So like, yeah,
I'm gonna go
or cry.
My grandmother
but-
said you can either laugh about it or cry about it. You get
No,
to
but
choose.
like honestly, like I do feel like this is my family in a weird fucking way. I kind of feel like I know you guys, and that's
Yeah.
Isn't that a fucking weird thing?
It's super weird, especially for me, because I feel like, okay, I've been up once, twice, 3 times, couple times, but I watch and nobody knows I watch, right? So it's like, I know all of you guys, and you know a little bit about me, but I'm attached. It's a fucking weird place. So I'm just gonna go cry and laugh, and I don't know, just
No,
sit.
I
I'm
just
just gonna go sit on the floor.
I'll
I
reach
feel
out to you,
You
Trish.
just have to
Thank
balance
you.
it. Just have to balance it.
Okay, whatever you say. I'll just
Well, I'm
balance
just saying, right?
the
That's
whole
all.
metaverse on my shoulders. I'll just do that.
Oh, it's not the
I
whole
know,
metaverse,
I know,
but it's
but-
some of it.
Hey, but guess what, Trish? The metaverse is in love with you.
Oh well. Love you
Promise.
too, Meta.
Even if you're
I'm
doing
promise.
well, somehow they still love you out here. Some people do.
Right.
So
Yeah,
don't.
It's all
don't
love.
worry.
you're all good because hey, you're real, dude. Even if you're pissed at your own dad, you're real. That's what we love. I'm
Well,
just saying.
She just
thank God.
she just wants to be her own self, you know. She doesn't want to be
Yep.
associated with her father, and
It's
like
not
she wants to be
possible.
treated as, you know. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like it can be possible if people respect
It's not.
what your wishes are, you know.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
you know-
I know.
About it.
But
No.
it's a point. It's a point of discomfort, you know, and that's
You
what
can't
people are.
think that way.
If people find out that you're uncomfortable with whatever it is, you know, they're just gonna highlight that and throw that out there and just keep, you know, poking at it. and you have to deal with it in a way. You know,
I
you
don't
have
think
to either ignore it,
I think
or
you
people are
are
gonna have to
right.
respect it.
You are right, like in general, but in this case, I think, it's a closed loop. So here it's not possible. So it's very possible somewhere else. These communities are so shadow banned. They're so hard to find that it would be difficult to find another one. So I'll just wait in the shadows like a fucking troll. And hopefully pop
Burst
when I
out whenever you hear an untruth coming out of certain people's mouths. Yeah.
Dude, honestly,
Come
isn't
here
it weird?
again.
Honestly, like, isn't it weird? Like, I would, when Nacho comes back from the Himalayas, I would say, hey, you come stay with me.
You would,
Literally.
Jeff, because you're that kind of guy.
I mean, I would let any of you guys stay at my house. Like, I don't, like,
I know, that's crazy.
Jeff,
Well, I appreciate that.
That's wild. Okay, so I'm gonna go home to where I am already, and you can't stay here. Nobody else can stay here. I don't want anyone coming here. But I really appreciate.
What the fuck are you talking to a Ouija board?
Fair enough.
You're
Fair enough.
mystifying me, so I'm not
Me?
worried. So.
That's true. That's true authenticity right there. You ain't staying at my house. You fucking get the fuck away.
Don't come here, but I like you, and have a good night, you guys. I appreciate you all.
Good night, Trish.
All right, later, Trish.
Bye, guys.
Pleasure meeting you.
You too. I mean, we've met, but you just don't know it. Okay, bye, guys.
Stay well, Trish.
Yeah, Natakita, actually, do you remember the first time we talked? It was, I think, on OTWs when we were talking to Steve about Flat Earth, or no, was it on that one?
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it
pretty sure.
Steve or was it somebody else?
else.
What's his name?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
But I vaguely remember.
Yeah, I
do
kind of remember
apologize.
it. I remember that
one
Steve
thing
became
real
part
quick?
of it.
Sterling,
Sorry.
wasn't it Sterling?
Maybe.
Sterling.
I think it
Yeah.
started out with him, and then some other people joined in. So, but yeah,
Yeah.
and of course you're in his whole thing. Maybe it was
Oh yeah, I was on your channel once, and we were talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah.
But
Do you guys, both of you, in my opinion, you guys should both write a book. You guys have amazing stories. It's crazy. And I think it would inspire other people. But that's just my opinion. You know, opinions don't account over here. But
Hey, David.
hey, Jeff.
I haven't heard from you for so long, man. It's good to hear your voice, man.
No, it's good to see you too, man.
How you been doing? How you been?
No, I'm good, man. Same old shit, different toilet. Just trying to work to get better.
Well, it's good to hear your voice, man.
Thank you. Not too many people say that. Usually it's annoying.
Well,
Speaking
it's
the
kind of
truth.
it's comforting to me.
I think it's just unique. You have such a recognizable voice. I like it, especially on this medium. So when you don't have your, avatar, you're just on an avatar, it's no problem recognizing you. So.
But hey, so I have a question for Nachikito.
yeah, what's up?
So I'm very intrigued by your story and your journey. Can you tell me something like that you learned, while you've been in meditation?
While I was in meditation.
Okay,
I mean,
go ahead.
no. I mean, here's the thing. Like, when I just kind of shut myself off and detox from the internet, and you got to have discipline to be able to do these things. I've been through the program of Vipassana. It's like a 10 full day program. You wake up early in the morning and you do like 11 hours of meditation per day, and when you first do it a couple times,
Wait,
you
time
realize it's
out.
actually much.
Hey, can you stop real quick? You said 11 hours of meditation per day.
Yeah, you wake up at 4. You start. I'll tell you the schedule. It's you wake up at 4. You start meditation from 4:30 to 6:30. 6:30 to 8 is breakfast and break, and then 8 to 11 is meditation. 11 to 1 is lunch and break. 1 to 5 is meditation. 5 to 6 is like a tea break, and 6 to 7:30 is meditation. 7:30 to 9 is what's called satsang, which is like kind of listening to. I usually just read because I'm doing my own program, but they have like a video that you listen to about philosophy and stuff. And then from 9 to 9:30 is meditation. So it's
So-
roughly about 11 hours per day.
So when you say meditation, what's that mean to you?
So they break it down. I talked about this in Sean's channel yesterday, but they break it down into 2 parts, which is first part is called anapana. So you focus on the concentration aspect of it. So what they ask you to do is to breathe through your nose only, and every time you inhale and exhale, you are supposed to focus your breath on the top of your mouth or below your nose, and then try to just feel the sensation there. Okay, so that's part of it, right? And then the other aspect of the actual vipassana aspect of it is when you are moving your concentration throughout your body from your top of your head down to your toes and back and forth, and you're just trying to scan your body for the sensations on your body, because um, we have what is called sankharas or samskaras, which are impressions, or you can also call them like memories that are stored throughout your body. And what you're trying to do is trying to be aware of them, and they get automatically purified through the practice. So that's what this meditation is about.
So
Vipassana.
what did, if you don't mind me asking, like, what did you feel like throughout that?
I mean, okay, so it's
did you feel like some kind of like symbiotic like synchronicity to the universe, like, or like a vibrational like frequency, like?
It's really not. There's no point. There's no point to like talk about it so much, mainly because people need to have their own experiences, and their own unique experiences is going to be different. But there are going to be
Okay,
some
so
overlapping things.
what was yours? I don't care what mine would be. What was yours?
No, it does matter what you, because it doesn't matter what my experience was. Okay, it only matters like if you go through the process yourself and you experience the thing yourself, and the ultimate point of it is to be purified, right? Because you're supposed to not be connected to the internet, write your thoughts down and stuff. You're only there to do the work. But a lot of people, to be honest, they don't have the discipline to be able to do the work. Most people, a lot of people quit, or they just can't follow through on things. So it's easier said than done. Yeah, go ahead.
They cheat, I would assume. Some of them cheat or
You can't, like, when they're at the program, they follow a strict schedule. Like, you can cheat if you're doing it yourself, but I do not, because I've already done like 11 programs at the centers, and I've done like 4 or 5 programs on my own. So
Okay, well, what I'm saying is what I'm saying, like, do you feel like you're more enlightened than anyone else, or do you just went through it through yourself?
No. Like, I would never claim that I feel that I'm more enlightened than anybody else, but I can say that your sensitivity will be higher. Like, your ability to smell, see, hear, and all this stuff. It feels as if you're it's like high definition. Like your sensitivity is higher than your normal.
Were you in like a jungle or anything, or no?
No, I'm not in a jungle. I'm
No, I'm
living in
saying like what? Sorry, go ahead.
What are you saying?
I'm saying like when you did these like retreats, or like when you've done them, like were you in a certain environment, or
They have centers they have centers in Nepal and in India. You can sign up for the courses, and you have to go through a bit of an interview process. And once they accept you to do the course, then you go in and you hand in your phone, your passport, all your jewelry and stuff like this. So you're given a room. You usually sharing the room with somebody, and then there's no talking involved. There's no um, like staring at people. Basically, everybody are drones, and your only focus is meditate, eat, and sleep. That's it.
Do you feel like it helped you?
Oh yeah, it definitely is a very profound and deep experience. I mean, but like I said, unless you do it yourself, like you may, because like some people, they do it for 2-3 days and they say, okay, this is not doing anything for me, and it's painful and boring, and I'm not gaining anything from it, and they end up quitting. So but if you continue on and do it, if your first time around, maybe nothing happens. Maybe it needs to be second or third time that something profound will happen. But luckily for me, I had a deep experience my first time, and I was very much convinced by the technique.
Describe it?
What's that?
Can you describe it?
Describe what?
Your experience. That was very deep.
My first time around, I was very gung ho about it. Okay, and I had a lot of like firing, like fire within my body. I was heating up a lot, like physiologically, like speaking. Like I had blanket on, and I think it was January in Nepal, so I mean it's cold in Kathmandu during that time, and I was burning up at night, and later on, a few days later even, I was feeling the electrical currents going throughout my body, and I could even feel the movements of my digestive system, like my intestines and such. And I was going through a lot of different memories. So you have all these memories that are stored up. Some that you have forgotten that you even had the memories of. So you process them.
It's really a loser failure.
The strangest thing it is for me to listen to your story is because I had a forced experience that made me learn these same things you're talking about. But it was due to my physical illness that I had because I was wheelchair bound, and I also lost most of the normal sensation in my body, couldn't move. And so I had basically the only thing I had at the time was my mind. And I lost all my physical ability, so I could sense anything that was going on in my body. It was the craziest in touchness that I've ever had with my physical being each point. And then having huge long months of being alone in a hospital room with no visitors for days at times, and only nursing staff to come in and give me medicines or whatever, but hardly even any interaction, and not being able to talk. I also couldn't talk at the time. So it's funny because I never studied meditation before this happened to me, and it forced me into learning those same things, and it became an extremely spiritual experience. I had a good relationship with the Creator going into it, and it just got more powerful as that happened, because I just had everything stripped away and no distractions and no ability to escape it. And I had to find a way to deal with it. And I went within big time and recovered a lot of memories, worked through a lot of issues and unforgiveness that I had for things, and a lot of pain that I had dealt with psychologically that I had repressed. And it was an incredible experience. And fasting, a lot of fasting went on because I had no ability to eat. So they had to feed me through a tube, and I didn't like that. So Did a lot
So
of
life forced you to basically
yeah,
meditate. You know,
it
life
did.
put you in a position where you had no choice but to reflect. You know, and fasting is also a part of the process, mainly because this we get into this like hunger and thirst, and that puts us into kind of a state of desperation a little bit, and we can work through that. You know, so if you are able to work through it, you're able to develop stronger will, right? You can develop this kind of delayed gratification, because we live in this kind of instant gratification world where we want something, and so it's very animalistic, right? So we want
Right.
something and we get it right away.
Well,
But if you
and
can
when you can
delay,
when you can physically get up and actually get those things, whereas I couldn't even get a drink of water for myself. I couldn't even hold a cup or do anything for myself. So that it became absolutely necessary
you
for
were
me to be
dependent.
able to cope. I was completely dependent on other people to actually care for all my physical needs. Yeah. But they couldn't help my mental needs at all. And that had to be all on me. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
So James, so medic, how did you finally get out of that? Like, was it medicine or just mental or what?
It was a combination. First started with figuring out that pharmaceuticals were not anything for me, and getting rid of a lot of medications that I had been on, up to a point that I was on one medication that they told me if I got off of it, I would die. But by the time that I was ready to finally get rid of it, I had gotten so trusting of the creator and my path that I threw it away without anybody knowing it. By this time, I was able to move again, and didn't let my caregivers know that I had actually thrown the medicine away. They didn't realize it was no longer around, and I didn't die. I didn't have any symptoms. I had no effect at all. It was all mental though. The very end, especially finally getting out of the wheelchair, was an incredible mental accomplishment that it's hard to explain what exactly happened, but it was a lot of focusing on that I was going to receive a miracle and that I was going to be healed, and visualization on it and what it looked like, felt like, smelled like, tasted like. I knew it was finally going to happen, and then it did. It absolutely did. And I had a bright light experience. Light filled the room for me, and I don't know how to explain it, but I couldn't see
Yeah.
the light. The light was there. Incredible sensations, and was able to that next day I was no longer needing the wheelchair other than just for rest, because I hadn't been able to stand and walk for so many years. It took a long time to recover my muscle strength and my balance, but I no longer needed it for the reasons I did before, where
Yeah, that mental game is
it
the
was
real.
a huge mental game. I would tell people your mental is probably 99% of it. At least that's what I discovered. And it's hard to convince people of that, but it really is
Absolutely.
a connection with the source of the creation, and then knowing that you have the power to actually allow it to touch you in ways that will heal you incredibly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's why
honestly,
I'm
like, go ahead, James.
I just real quick. That's why I always say, man, I'm kind of thankful, and I hate to say kind of thankful, but I really am thankful that I found Paul, because I needed someone that I can relate with that's pretty much been in the same shit that I've been in, and to sit there and hear him say that. And I get it. People in the chat be like, "Oh, get off his dick," but it's the truth, though. The people that walk their paths, man, and especially him, dude. It's crazy, bro. Like I said, sometimes you just need a swift kick in the ass. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? It's great.
Hey, you either see it, non see it. You get it,
Exactly.
non get it.
Exactly. That's facts.
And
Yeah, that's true. That's a good way to
I
put
mean,
it.
I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I think the people I think the chat and the people that are around, like, they get it. So that's why they feel like family to me. So whether I'm there every day or not or whatever. But I always listen. Sometimes it's chaos, sometimes it's not. But anytime I get triggered personally, now I'm starting to realize what I look into myself. Why am I getting triggered? Is it a me thing? And 95% of the time it is. It's a me thing. It's something it's something that he said something a certain way and it pissed me off, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, I'm choosing to react, dude. I'm getting over and over again. The message is, if you have inner peace, nothing can touch you. Nobody can touch you. Because when you're good and you know you're doing good and what's true and what's right, and you're authentic and you're walking the walk, at least for yourself. It doesn't mean to be for anybody else. It needs to be your true walk in life and you being a good person.
So you know that, right, Jeff? And then are you in that position where you're aware of the fact that nothing can touch you? And then are you embodying that?
Sometimes, but sometimes I'm weak. I would
You
say
know
I'm
what my
weak.
buddy would say?
I would say I'm
Stop
weak
letting
tonight.
them rent space in your head.
I would say I'm weak tonight, but I would say I try to embody that. But you're right. I don't do it every day. So
I think we all falter to a degree, here and there. It's just that, we just have to remind ourselves that the things that we know in our brain, in our head, sometimes it's difficult for us to fully manifest, in our day-to-day life, right? Like we know it, but that's where the wisdom, like, Paul, I mean, this is not like what Paul only says, right? Like there are other people who have come out.
There's nothing new under the
Other
sun,
people have,
right?
yeah. So it's like wisdom is the actualization of the knowledge. It's the realization or making it real, the knowledge that you have. So having the knowledge is only a part of that, but you have to follow through. We all have to follow through with the things, quote unquote, that we know.
Yep. I agree with
Yeah.
you.
Well, if you don't action it out, it never comes outside of your own mental and it's just in your head. It's where nobody can use it, see it, or be utilized. So knowledge is great, but yeah, if it's not put into action, there's no impact.
So can I ask you guys this?
We get it.
So do you guys?
I love that. I hope that dude gets well, man. I really do.
So can I ask you guys all this question? So knowing what we like, say we all know this. We have this knowing, this gnosis, and we're just trying to do that for ourselves. And then we're empaths, and then we want to help everyone around us. And like, it is kind of a struggle to, well, I mean, how do you deal with trying to? You don't want to force it upon the people that you love more than anything, like my sister or my mom or my dad or whatever. Like, how do you guys handle it?
With my family that's distant right now because I live so far away, the silence thing is okay because, like I said, I dealt with my daughter not wanting to deal with me because of some of the same issues, and she didn't think I was very sane anymore, and because of the experiences I was talking about just a moment ago. But just living it out and letting both my children see what the change had happened in me clearly made a difference, and everything I acted differently. I acted in a way that made the impressions that it needed to. So now we talk all the time. And though my daughter's still more resistant to talking about these things, I know if I just keep living it out, more questions will come, and then she'll see the benefit of it, just like my son has. So, and it impacts them through the way I handle things now. I've changed so much that it's just that.
So they watch the walk.
Yeah. You know, that's what I've learned over my life now is that I can't force anybody to want what I want or see things the way I see it. But if I live it out and it's something they desire and they feel it, they get that frequency, they can, if I've had people come up and say they can see something is going on with me. And I know when I'm in the right space, people are drawn to me that need that and figure it out and ask the right questions. So I've been able to, you know, share my life story with several groups of people and made an impact on them just because they knew something was going on and they asked because they saw it. And that made the difference for them. So I know it works.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's it, right?
Well, like I told Nachi Kita one time when I think when we were talking about flat Earth with other people, I don't believe in even trying to force even that. When I'm in a debate, I'll back off anytime I feel that they're resistant or stressed. I just back off and say you can keep your beliefs and your stuff.
Do you think it's flat?
Oh, I do. I don't think it's flat. I know it's no curvature anyway. I can't tell you what the shape of the whole place is, but
I like
the
to say
local
it's
realm
like-
around me is very uncurved, and I've flown all over the world for the Air Force and couldn't
Peaks and
find any.
valleys and mountains. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, just topographical plane. That's all I can say. And I proved it to myself multiple times.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you. I think it's just really dependent on like finding that balance of like, you know, with my immediate family during the pandemic and all, you know, I sent out an email and made it very abundantly clear that I wasn't going to get the jab and how I felt about the jab and such. And I was trying to warn my family about it. And of course I had reservations about, you know, sending such an email to my family because I already know that they're coming from a position of the mainstream and all. But I felt that it was important for me to express myself because I didn't want to live with the guilt that I didn't try to do anything. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
No, I did the same
like
thing. That was the end of our conversation was that email. I sent one too. So yeah.
yeah, and so, but you know, like for me, I can live with myself better knowing that I've tried, knowing that it was going to be kind of fruitless, but at least, you know, maybe there was going to be a 1% chance that somebody was going to respond. They all gotten the jab and, you know, boosted up and all that stuff anyways. But, you know, people, they made their decisions. I made my decision and that's fine. You know, I'm still, you know, I quote unquote still, you know, love them and try to be understanding of them. But I would not have extended that kind of how would I say like giving advice to like anybody else. Only I did it for my family because they're my family. For other people, I just kind of, you know, come from a position of, you know, let live kind of deal, you know, whatever they want to do, they do. And yes, every once in a while, I can go into these debates if people are asking questions. But, you know, like Damsel says, like you get to a point, then you come to the realization that people are very much resistant, you know, and people have this tendency to just be right. They just want to be right. They don't want to really yield. And maybe I'm like that though too. But what's the point, you know, of continuously bashing head against each other that when nobody want to give an inch type of deal, you know? So, you know, how do you want to utilize your time and energy? I think that's also important. So we have to come to some terms with that ourselves.
Yeah, I just don't want to turn people off to the information entirely by my behavior being reprehensible or anyway, you know, so obnoxious that people won't look at it again. So I'm very careful
Right.
about how I do it. I've shared, you know, during 2020, I felt it was a life and death situation. So I did tell some people what I thought and what I knew, and I gave them information, where to go get more information so they could prove it to themselves. And that's all I could do, you know. But at that point, there are life and death kind of you got to be a watchman, I guess, you know. I feel like it's cowardly if it's a life and death and we don't say something. So
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, but I lived it out though during 2020. I didn't wear a mask. I went all over the place. I got kicked out of my bank. That was funny as all get out. My son was there. He was kind of embarrassed because I got thrown out. Security car called on me.
But I mean, like, you know, that you're a rare being, and I think a lot of people who are within the truth community are kind of rare that way, that they stick to their guns and they stick to their principles
are not
and they know
settled
the
with
consequences.
the
But even
information that's
so,
been given to us right now. So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot or a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay, it used to.
You know how many years were invested in
man is
this
so
this
evil.
approach? About 20 years of science to get us to be
20
able to
years
do
is not
it.
You know, he was
In 9
in
months
charge of
is
the
definitely not enough.
HIV as well, and he pulled the same shenanigans.
For nobody to be
And that
taking no
was crazy.
vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are, is that I've been vaccinated.
Right.
But if it allows thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, you're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in this world.
Something like the common flu then, right?
And not
Basically.
not
It's
like
much
the
more
common
serious than the flu.
Well, the flu kills a lot of people annually too.
You know how many people died of the
80,000
flu the
die
last
of the
year?
flu yearly,
I mean, not this year,
on
virtually
average
none,
in
but
the
the
US.
previous year, about 20 to 30,000. You know how many people have died from COVID-19
On a
in the
bad
United
year, it's
States?
80,000.
600,000 Americans.
The number that you all giving that died.
He
that's
quoted
once
the low
again,
number
That's you
for the
all's number.
flu.
You gonna pass?
Yeah,
He
definitely.
quoted the low range
Because when you
on
start talking
purpose.
about paying people to get vaccinated, when you start talking about incentivizing things to get
That
people
liar.
vaccinated, it's something else going on with that. Something else. It's something else going on.
It
with
is
that.
something going on
There's
with
something
it.
else
You're
going
right.
on
But
with
I'm glad millions of people like me and most everybody here didn't get an. You know what their incentive was? Protecting their health and protecting the city.
Well,
But I won't keep you anymore.
It's okay, because
Thank you
my
for
incentive, y'all campaign is about fear. It's about inciting fear in people. You all attack people with fear. That's what this pandemic is. It's a fear. It's fear.
Look
this
at how he
pandemic.
made them
That's
take
all
the
it is.
walk of shame, and they run. Good job, brother.
They
He
can't
did a good
prove it.
job.
I'll tell you that much.
Especially high-powered people like that. That guy was very
They can't prove
confident.
anything that's in that man's hand that is real.
Yeah.
This guy, man, yeah. Look at his
Yeah.
nose.
He's gonna pay for his
Unbelievable.
karmic deeds. That's for sure.
If you just look back to the 80s, this guy's been lying since day one.
HIV, man. He started the whole ABT thing and wiped out tons of people that didn't need it.
All right, that's allegedly.
Allegedly, he let people die.
well, I mean, you know, it's
I
a
love
funny
that
thing
guy,
because
though.
in the you know,
I love him so
last
much.
3 years,
I
you
do.
know, more and more people have been waking up, but more and more people have been falling asleep, you know. So there's been clear demarcation mark between, you know, one side, one group and another. And I really think it's a kind of the wheat and the tear type of situation.
Yeah.
And there is a kind of a separation of beliefs. And, you know, I've been telling people for the last couple of years now that the vax versus the unvax is the last, you know, division. You know, there's
Yeah,
not
it's the great
this
divide.
division going. Yeah, it's not going to be this divide about race, and they want to put any kind of wedge between anything that they can, because that's the divide and conquer aspect of it. But then we're going to find ourselves in that unvaxxed group altogether, all, you know, the people who are within the truth community, because, you know, we see it for what it is, you know, and the
They
other
wanna get
people,
the
they're going to have to
schmucks.
double down and triple down as they are already.
A lot of people call them themselves the purebloods now, so it's gotten that serious, where people won't even
It's sad.
interact with people that are one or the other. It's quite amazing how the divide has happened.
Well,
I don't
I
think
would
we're
have no
there yet.
interest in having a relationship with anybody who
I agree.
has the jab, because because I know that there's shedding that goes on, and people. I mean, this is anecdotal data, but it's true.
Yeah,
What's going on? So,
I've
like, why would you want?
You know
got the
what's
same
fucked up,
rule.
Nachiketa? I told my dad everything that you can tell him about these things. And because he had nowhere to go, guess what he did?
Yep.
They said, you cannot get in this place unless you take it. And I told him not to, man. I said, dude, I will come pick you up and drive 5 hours and bring you back. He took it. And
They
now,
lied.
you know, the
They
messed up
lied
part
to
is
him.
he doesn't even want to be there now.
They lied to him. He had every right to say no. You don't have to.
Well,
take it.
no. There was paperwork. I told him to read it, and guess what?
He could have
He
gotten
didn't
out of it.
care.
He didn't have to
He
take it.
wanted
No,
to
they
get
lied
out.
to everybody. They
They
conned
lied
him.
to everybody.
Yeah, and plus
Got a
he's in
figure.
his 70s, so he's not that sharp as he used to be.
Yeah.
Well, and people were bribed, you know, they were given donuts and burger and a fries to get it, and you know,
Free joints in
they
my
can think they're
state.
not,
Free joints.
you
They
know.
even gave free joints in my state. And
Yeah,
then they
dude,
even
You
had,
know, you put your
they had
name
a
in the
raffle.
raffle, you know,
They had a
win the
lottery.
lottery.
Yeah, the lottery in my state. I actually wrote the state lottery department and asked them how they could actually use taxpayer money and funded all that when I
Fucking
couldn't enter
disgusting.
just because I wouldn't take a medical procedure. Why couldn't I be entered in something that was supposedly for tax money to be used on? I got no reply.
I mean, it's the arrogance of this whole thing is that, you know, CDC and WHO allegedly are the god emperors of how everybody in the whole world shall dictate, you know, they dictate to them how everybody will govern their countries and such. But this is all by design, as we know. I mean, none of this is happening by accident. So, you know, you go down the rabbit hole, you see all the dots connecting, but you know, there's an appearance for the normies that they are, you know, government and private organizations are separate. We live in fascism. That's the
Oh,
thing, you know,
absolutely.
and
An
this is what, you
oligarchical
know,
fascist kind of state at this point. Weird mix.
yeah. Yeah, well, fascism just means that corporation and the government are in bed with each other and that they're against the people. I mean, and communism is really not any different, you know, so they're just different facets of the same entity that we're dealing with, you know, and so, you know, ultimately, they do want to create that one world government. I mean, they've been talking about it for a long time, but they need to have the Hegelian dialectic to get there, right?
Oh yeah,
And
it's
meanwhile,
got to be based on a fear that you can't see. Of course, it's got to be something you can't tangibly touch and put your finger on it easily, so that you know people are just scared to death and have to listen to the experts. You know.
Right, and the so-called virus is a very good way to go about doing that because they have complete control through the jab and the 5G towers and the graphene oxide and everything else, you know, that is a pathogen of some kind out there, but anything but actually what it is, right? So these people are control freaks, and you know, they don't want to leave anything to chance. And you know, that's something is the conspiracy is so big. That's where the difficulty of people to be able to wrap their minds around it is that's where the flat Earth is. See, flat Earth is interesting for me in the sense that it's very tangible. It's very straightforward. Is there curvature or is there not curvature? You know, I mean, if you can answer those questions, then it's just very simple and straightforward, and you can start to understand. And so, like, it's like almost like a first step in a way to see the global quote unquote conspiracy, you know, the worldwide conspiracy of things.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's not the
City,
end of the
Oklahoma.
road, you know.
it made it very easy though once if you have that background in that particular conspiracy to open up other one or see right through the newest one. It really is. It makes it easier. It's like, yeah, it's not hard to see it at all. For me, yeah, it was incredible to witness the whole 2020 thing. For me was unique because as a person that had actually been trained in the military in warfare, I saw the whole play so early. It was actually, I started telling people there was going to be lockdowns coming in January of that year because I knew exactly what the plan would be because I'd been trained to be part of it. And kind of amazing. I would have been part of a medical team and actually maybe in charge of it at the time because I had the right degrees and they'd already told me I was probably going to be in charge of the group at some point. And I would have had to be locking people down and doing all kinds of crazy stuff if I had still been in that. And so when it didn't go the way it was supposed to be going from my training, I also knew then instantly what it was. It was contrived and not exactly what they were telling us at all. So I had people telling me I was crazy in January, though, saying, "Oh, no, we'll never go into it. What are you talking about? That's incredible. You can't. You're nuts." Oh, I had a lot of people have to come back later and say, "Well, you weren't so nuts."
You know,
Yeah,
when
well,
I
that's the
first
thing.
found
I
this
mean,
out,
go ahead.
sorry, I just want to say this, when I first found out, I wanted to tell everybody. And of course I did, and yeah, I got a lot of friends, and I lost a lot of people, even family. Like, they thought it was fucking, every time I come around, "What's up, flat earther?" Or they, everything that I told them about, they come up with some nickname now. It's kind of funny, but it's all right. I don't hang with those people anymore because I see how fucking brainwashed they are, and they think I'm the dumb one. That's the funny part.
Oh, yeah.
That's why, you know, I bring things up now when it's needed. You know what I mean? Not when I want. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. I don't know. Like, I'll bring it up if it's like if something involves it. I'll bring it up like, "Yo, you know this," and they're like, "Oh no shit." Like, I just won't push it on them or just start talking about it to them. You know, only if they bring up something like that. Which, and you know what's funny? It happens all the time. And sometimes I even gotta bite my tongue because you
Yeah.
go too far.
Yeah, I have to be careful too because we've got some people around us now that I end up just this last week ended up talking with his other friend and we were talking about it, and yeah, we dropped some stuff on him, one of the guys who has actually already taken the shot, and he couldn't handle the conversation for very long. Had to be real careful on that one again.
Yeah.
It's going to happen
Unfortunately,
again. They're going to use it
yeah.
again. It's coming again.
Well, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? I mean,
Well, they'll
you know,
just
they
do it
have a
better.
great.
They just learned how to do it better. They got another experiment, finished up.
Yeah, it's like, bending the bar back and forth, backing and back and forth. You soften it up and soften it up, and all. In the end, it's going to kind of break, type of deal. And that's kind of with people though too. You gotta give them a little bit of space to let them digest, give them a little bit of freedom, right? You can't make them feel like completely suppressed, and otherwise people will go completely crazy. So you gotta kind of, it's like a pressure cooker. You gotta let the steam out a little bit, but then you gotta start cooking again. So but if you understand what their end goal is, they're not going to let up. I mean, they've already painted themselves into a corner, and they can only dig their way out. And so they understand that they can never back out, back down and say, "Oh, yes, we were wrong about this and we were wrong about that." And I mean, if you get them to admit one wrong thing, then the whole thing unravels. The house of cards starts to tumble down. And that's the thing with the flat earth thing though too, is that, what about the ISIS, ISS, and going to the moon, and the vacuum of space, and if they have to admit that they were wrong about one thing, then we have to question about everything, and they understand that, so they can't really backtrack or back down from any of the claims that they made, period. They have to just push forward.
It does seem kind of idiotic, though, doesn't it? That they would keep pushing forward when it did wake so many people up. Because if it happens again, it's going to wake even more.
But that's what they're betting on. They understand. Like even Joseph Goebbels, during the Nazi time, he said that there's no possible way that our propaganda will work on 100% of the people. This is one of the reports that he was giving to Hitler. But if we spin it right, we can get about 95% of people, and that's going to be good enough. and that's the thing, you know. So that's what they're banking on, is that they get enough people on their side to make the rest of us irrelevant. And meanwhile, what they're going to do is they're going to paint us and make us the perpetrators, right? So
Oh yeah,
they can
we're gonna
cause,
be the
you
terrorists.
know,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So, no different from any kind of, like, if you look at the 10 stages of a genocide, we're on like stage 7. So, they gaslight, gaslight, gaslight by identifying and then ultimately vivifying a group of people, which are the anti-vaxxers. Then you get the rest of the people who are doubling down and tripling down because they are already under the programming. Then they start to hate on us, and it could be family members or friends or coworkers. It doesn't matter. Once you start, it's kind of like the Jews being rounded up in Germany
Oh
kind of
yeah.
deal, or even
It's
in America.
the same. Yeah, it's the same thing again. It really is the same kind of thing that the that whole Hitler thing was about. It was about the same stuff we're about to do. So
So the
snitch on your
strategy is,
neighbor, turn your neighbors in. Yeah.
well, yeah, and then you have to undercut the economy and put people in desperate situations where they're willing to,
Yeah.
slave themselves out to because they lose their principles, right? And a lot of these people didn't have any principles to begin with, so they're the ones who are going to be first in line for the government check to, I don't know, snitch on somebody or whatnot, or be the policy enforcer for them, and start
And
going
they
after
won't
people like.
and they won't take any responsibility for it when it does come back around to be revealed, if it ever does.
They'll
They'll
be
say,
hailed
"Oh,
as
we
heroes,
just followed
just
orders.
like the
You
nurses.
know, we just followed
The
orders."
nurse TikTok dancing nurses, they're the heroes and the heroines, and then everybody's honking their horns and banging on their pots and pans for them. And so the media is going to spin it like, oh, yes, they're the heroes, right? And just the same thing. You go after the people like us, and then they're like, you're saving humanity from these,
Yeah, saviors. I
people who
couldn't
do.
believe how much they turned people into saviors of everybody. Now I'd seen them do it with us veterans to make us feel good about doing wrong in where we were at. But to see
Yeah.
the whole population do this flip where they made all these people heroes that all they did was get their free hamburger, their joint, and their lottery ticket for taking a needle. I'm suddenly a lifesaver hero if I do that. I couldn't believe it. It was just unbelievable to me to watch that, you know. The
I
medical
mean,
thing,
it
kind of, I could get it, but at the same time, I thought that was so over the top. And if you're dancing, you're not that much of a hero. It
no,
was
no, and
depressing to watch my whole, what was my career at one time, make such fools of themselves.
yeah, I mean, like I have a lot of respect for people who have gone into military, and I have had friends who go into military for their own reasons. But with this kind of peer pressure to say to them like, "Thank you for your service" and type of thing, right? And with the whole 9/11 slash looking for the weapons of mass destruction, there's a lot of damage that's been done in the Middle East that's hard to kind of wash our hands off, as a nation. And these people been duped. We've all been duped that there was some kind of a terrorist that was going on, and then that. So a lot of these wars were fabricated. You look at Pearl Harbor and how that actually happened.
Oh,
You
yeah.
look at Gulf of Tonkin and how that happened, and all this kind of stuff. So if you go into that, you realize that people have been manipulated to go into war and pick up a gun and shoot people that they don't even know, and they should not have been involved in any of these conflicts that they had no idea what it was really about.
Well, it's just in the last few generations since Desert Storm 1 is where they really started to turn back on the hero worshiping of any of the people that do serve because of the supposedly the Vietnam, coming back from the Vietnam was so terrible. And I do have a lot of Vietnam vet friends that were spit upon and chased down, and if they were wearing their uniform or anything when they came back home. So the flip is a a kind of an interesting thing, because I think, again, it's getting us closer to that whole totalitarianism where people are able to brutalize each other without even thinking about it. And hero worship was all part of it, because Desert Storm was the one where they turned around the nation and said, oh, we can't be like we did to the Vietnam vets. We got to tell them thank you for their service all the time, even if they didn't do anything at all. Just the fact that you raised your hand and went in, no matter what you did or how little you did. It's interesting being part of that and going back and looking at how that's so manipulative to get people to justify brutality that should have never happened.
Yeah, I think it's really about having the perspective and the awareness of where the blame should actually go.
Yep.
You can blame the pawns, but there's a chess master behind the pawns who are pushing them and pulling them and making them go and fight other pawns and such. And so vast majority of us are pawns in the game, right? And with we're on the grand chessboard, as Brzezinski or Brzezinski, that guy, he has written a book about. But like, really, if people and they're very clever because they understand that people are upset and desperate, and they want to have a scapegoat. So a lot of these people who are in the so-called leadership positions, and we look up to them as like presidents or heads of whatever, their heads can roll, and then we feel like oh yes, some justice has been done. But the real perpetrators, we don't know the names of them. We don't know
Don't even
what
know
they
who
look
they
like.
are. Yeah.
We don't even know who they are.
Yeah.
And I think it's not even the Rothschilds or the Windsors or
I
even
agree.
these the so-called Illuminati that we do know about, because we've seen their photos.
Yeah, I agree.
We've seen.
A smart hidden hand like that is going to be exactly that, hidden. You're never going to know exactly who it is until the very, very end, if there is such a thing as an end where we get a great reveal. That's the only time you're going to see who those people really were. They look like your normal everyday Joe somewhere traveling around, but they're not going to be the one showing off everything, all the bling. They're the fall guys.
Yeah, so things are kind of.
Clintons. It's not the Clintons, guys. It's not the Pope.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a part of the program, and they're
part
the
of it,
larger
but
pieces.
They're not the actual, the head.
They're not the actual shot callers, for sure. And they all work for a subversive organizations like the CFR and the Bilderbergs and the Templars and they're all different branch of the Freemasons, and it's a very big organization. It's a very large pyramid. It's a very large monolithic structure. And the thing is, I come to the realization that I'm not here to change the world. I can't. I can only change myself and accept the terms and conditions that I came into this life with. I know my life is going to be very limited. All of our lives are, and we make the most of it. And try to be as loving and caring as much as possible. But I try to find that balance, because I do have an ego. I'm not going to come out and claim that I have no ego and I'm egoless like that.
You have to
I'm
have
not.
an ego to be alive. You have to have an ego to even live. It is part of survival. You have an ego.
Absolutely.
It's whether you can control it and use it the way it should be.
Yeah, and I wanted to mention earlier that when Jeff was talking about how, he saw everybody here being humble. Yeah, humbleness and humility is a reflection of who you actually are. But then there is a kind of an idea of your ego, hanging your ego upside down and being overly humble just to try to present yourself as being overly humble. And yes, there are a lot of people who are egoic and egotistic, and they present themselves as, more than what they are. So for me, it is about finding that balance, striking that balance. Like, okay, there are things that I feel negatively about. Like if people call me some kind of a name, and I'm like, okay, you're being very flippant and you're being an asshole towards me, so I'm gonna let you know that you're being an asshole, as an example.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's a survival we have to have an ego. You got to have some self-love. You have to love yourself enough to keep fighting and living and not being run over by these people that can do that to you. And that's the same with taking responsibility. The ego needs to be there so you can take responsibility when it's appropriate, and even responsibility for being duped, saying, yep, I got duped, and being okay with it and keeping that balance and going, I'm not triggered by the fact that I got duped so much so that I can't move forward and continue to look where else I may have been tricked or manipulated, and then changing that, making sure that it doesn't happen again and that I rectify it in some way within myself. So the ego is a tool, and balance is the key. And I see a lot of people out of balance anymore, which is fun to watch for me because I have lived with a narcissist. And so Jack was day one. I knew exactly what he was. It was so funny, so funny to watch him. And it's really, I always can't figure out why people can't see the difference between what Paul is playing with versus that, the two different types of use of ego, and which one's being used to play people a little bit. And he tells you straight up that's what he's doing, so that you know that. Whereas one is a hidden, the overly humble thing, claiming of that. Yeah, that's the spiritual narcissism is quite interesting to watch.
This word narcissism has been kind of taken off. I think, last 5 years or so. A lot of videos, and people have been making videos about narcissism and different types of narcissism. But there's a kind of a mirror aspect of it. So you have slave on one end, and then you have a master on the other end, and they're the
Yes.
kind of like the opposite sides of the same coin. You have narcissism on one end, and you have a victim or empaths on the
Yes.
other end.
And that's why they
So
seek each other out so heavily. They are
yeah.
attracted to each other.
They
Yeah.
they do attract each other, and that's the thing. So like the victim can blame the narcissist, of course, and then so a lot of focus goes into narcissism. And I think it is good for people to become aware of the characteristics of narcissism, so that they don't fall into the flags, the trap
Well,
of that
especially if you're a
relationship. But
very codependent or super empathetic, forgiving person, you got to protect yourself, and you got to realize you have a weakness that can be utilized. And
absolutely.
yeah, I learned the hard way, but
People have to learn the hard way. That's the thing. Like, that's the problem with empathetic individuals, is that you can tell them, oh no, you got to be careful about this and be careful of that. But unless they come to that realization through that experience, the experience itself is the catharsis that they needed. Otherwise, they wouldn't, because it's that Stockholm syndrome of wanting
yes,
to love somebody,
and
right?
forgive everything and just make everything
Yeah.
all right. Yeah, and just always be there for them and never see the worst possibilities in people. Oh yeah, no, I've been there. But it's a very dangerous spot, and it can be very dangerous.
It can be life or death. It can be
Yeah,
life or
it
death,
really can. And
and
you got to be careful and set your boundaries and keep them, and not let people play with them when you know you got them. A lot of
it's a
I'm
cliche,
watching.
but
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I mean, I'm just saying it's a kind of a cliche, but one of the things that I'm starting to realize is that people need their own experiences, and that's why I'm in a position where I'm just like, I'm not here to change the world. I'm only here to
Yeah.
change myself. And
Yeah, it took me a long time to get to that point because being very empathetic, I also wanted to save the world, and wanted to change people's lives almost by force. If I was honest with myself when I was younger, especially I was really gung-ho and all that, caused me a lot of problems. And then as I matured and learned myself and how I react to things, and other people do too, I just became to the point where if you want to know, that's great. If you don't, keep what you want, but you got to learn through your hard times. And like we're watching one on Paul's panel right now. What's her name? Sophie. She goes by several. Sophie and Oracle. She's one of those people that's going to have to be used by these people who will take advantage of her before she figures out.
Oracle of Light.
Yeah.
Oracle of Light, maybe.
Yep. She's going to be one of those. She's already been taken advantage, and she didn't learn the first time. So she's doing it again. She admitted she had been taken advantage by religion, but she's not realizing that that is also going to happen outside of religion. Those same individuals that run religions and the people that attend them and fall into being that narcissist, and they're everywhere. They're everywhere, and they'll manipulate you. They say 30% of the population is probably could be clinically diagnosed. And I recommend people too actually go look the clinical diagnosis. We've got a lot of people out here claiming narcissism and yelling it everywhere, and they don't know what it really is. They have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, there's a very easy clinical diagnosis criteria you can go look, and it's way specific. So I always tell people to go look instead of just assuming that just because somebody shows their ego off once in a while or has some traits that are narcissistic off and on doesn't make them a narcissist.
Right. Well, there's the dark triad aspect of narcissism, and the other facets are like Machiavellianism and psychopathy, right?
Yeah.
Psychopathy, and the thing is, like, we all exhibit some traits of narcissism, so it's a kind of a sliding scale.
Yeah,
You can,
you have to make so
you,
much of the criteria. Actually, you have to have so many. I can't remember on the DSMV. It's like 7 traits that they have to have at least 5 of those, very hardcore, specifically, objectively. Then you can start classifying them as narcissists. And so, if you have 1 or 2 or 3, that's not going to get you there.
Yeah, and I read this book called The Puzzling People, and the author was not a clinical psychologist or anything. He's just some Irish guy, but he was fascinated by psychopaths and sociopaths, and he wrote a book about it. But people who are hardcore narcissists would fall into that category. And the thing about that is that there seems to be a percentage of the population that 1 to 4% that's like you're born with it kind of deal on one hand, but the other hand that the environment also causes people to become that way as well. When you are, let's say, a high functioning psychopath like Hannibal Lecter types,
Yeah.
you have the ability to dupe 99.9% of the people. And that's the thing. These people tend to, go up the ladder and become
Oh
like
yeah,
CEOs and board
extremely
members, so
intelligent, high functioning, typically very successful, top of the game people. Yeah, they're scary because they are so good at working everything. They're all the ultimate manipulators in some cases. But yeah,
right.
CEOs
They have
putting it in
they have no
full,
empathy, right?
and
So
they have
they have
no
like just
zero empathy. Yeah.
they're just straight out like AI almost, they're robotic in a sense, very reptilian in their approach to relationships, and they know what they want and they know how to get it, and that's it. And that's all they're
Wow.
about, and
And they're great
that's why it's
studiers
good.
of other people's behavior and copiers. They're incredible
Oh
actors.
yeah,
They really do. They have detail-oriented minds, so they are able to pick up nuances in body language and things that they incorporate. Because the lack of empathy typically leaves you with doing things and acting in ways and responding socially inappropriately when you're younger. But these guys and gals get better and better as they get older, usually.
yeah, because they understand that there's something wrong with them, and people can sense out the awkwardness or the lack of empathy, and that is going to be perceived as something negative. And if they are perceived as being that, then obviously they don't get what they want because they're going to be automatically ostracized. And we have like slew of stories from the past, of people behaving in that way, and the men in the tribe, they just like take him to a cliff and toss him off the cliff, period.
Yeah. Oops, the buffalo ran you over. I'm sorry. Things like that. Yeah, just
Yeah, I mean, they just understand that this person is completely unsalvageable, and there's nothing else to be done with them, and so
Well, they were
it's
dangerous to the
fascinating.
entire group. So yeah, they would have been selected out for very quickly, and that's one of the problems we have is we've whether you believe in evolution, because I don't, but I do believe in natural selection in some ways. It's used to be selected out for all these problematic social paths and psychological problems. People would have been not part of the group, and they would have either been left out to starve or gotten rid of in another way. So
Yeah, and now we live in a kind of the modern era, right? And we have the advent of the internet and the Internet of Things, all the other conveniences, drones, airplanes, and all this technology. And we live in a new age, and I don't know. I mean, like, I don't believe in evolution as well, and there's something to be said about natural selection. So, like, we as humanity have been bred just no different from how we cultivate plants and animals, right, based on their DNA, like kind of thoroughbreding of genes and selecting them according to the needs of the controllers, and that's why I think there's this kind of Stockholm syndrome or the pandemic of this kind of attitude that people tend to have of this NPC, just get along to, you know, just to get the conveniences of life, you know.
oh,
I don't know.
absolutely. Well, it's certainly driven me to think that there's a lot what people call the NPC. They almost are drone like. They don't see anything outside of what their little button pushing monotonous life, as long as it gets them a fun weekend and a couple of weeks a year vacation. Uh, they don't seem to think beyond that, what their work and their daily little mundane life and entertainment is. That's all they are. And so, yeah, there are a different group of people than there used to be in the past. You wouldn't have survived being that way in the past. And you see it with the Rockefeller plan, developing, making sure that the education system was taken over the way it was. And I'm sure, including just how they've manipulated everything else. When you talk about the medical system for birthing and how babies are, just even giving vaccinations and shots and things at birth. I mean, we
The
do
whole
all that.
allopathy medicine has
It's just
been
crazy how
introduced.
much interference goes on even before you're born. If you consider ultrasounds, some people really do believe ultrasounds are an issue. And I kind of agree. If you're, transmitting that much frequency into a little frail new being, it's probably not the best thing to be doing. There's just all kinds of
If
things
somebody if somebody in a lab coat with glasses, and a clipboard is telling you that this is the right thing, most people believe it.
Oh
They've
yeah, it's the
done
new
the
religion. It's the new religion that requires the high priest to have white coats or letters behind their names, and they're new high class priests. That's all it is.
the new priest class of new
Absolutely.
scientism. Scientism is the
If they tell
dogma
you to
of our
bow,
time.
if they tell you to perform this sacrifice for this issue, you'll do it. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It
that's what
really
abortion
is.
is. That's the sacrifice that in a way.
Yeah, but
And
even just little rituals, you need to take 7 anthrax shots, and the first one's a week after the first one, and then every 2 weeks. I mean, it's all ritualized, very strange stuff that we do in the medical field that, if you look at it through a different lens, the allopathic versus, being naturalistic or a naturopath, quite different and more sacrifice than I could have imagined until I really got my head wrapped around that. And it took me quite a while. And it took me being a patient more to figure out what was really going on with it, because the torture I underwent as a patient, man, I have some stories to tell about having to actually fight for my life in the medical system because they were trying to kill me in the hospital. It was crazy. I had some crazy stuff happen, abusive stuff. And it was an eye opener for sure. It is a very dark system. And some of the people I worked with, literally, I am definitely sure that some of the doctors I was working with were psychopaths. Absolutely. And were
Oh, for
killing
sure.
people on purpose because they liked it. It was a way to get away with it. I saw some
Make
of the
them feel
crazy
like
people.
God, a
Yeah,
god of some
and they
kind. You know,
do.
they have that
What-
power.
The God complex is so real in the medical profession. It was hard to deal with somebody like me because that's just not me. And as a physician assistant, sometimes I was in positions where I had to call out for different physicians because they were doing things that were going to harm a patient. That is really tough to go against the entire medical team because the God at the top is yelling and screaming and throwing things because you're saying, no, you will not comply and you're going to stop whatever's going on. Yeah, it gets really intense. And these guys do, some of them. There's a lot of good people in there, but there's a lot of people that are there just to have that kind of control and power over people, and they don't care.
Well, I mean, what's the point of having good people in a system when the top, you know, rung are run by these psychopaths and sociopaths, right? I mean,
Yep.
it's you know, just like any kind of a pyramid system. Okay, you can have the cannon fodder of decent people, and you know, there's a kind of a presentation of like we're doing this for the good of humanity and we're saving lives and stuff. But the core people, they know exactly what they want, which is they want they want to sacrifice people and they want to kill people. And but you know, you can't present that to people like, oh, we're the devils and we're demons and we got the horns and pitchforks. You know, you got to come like smiling like angels.
Well, you look at the Fauci guy we just watched a bit ago. That he always smiles like a Cheshire cat, and it seems like just the little Keebler elf. If it's what some people I've heard call him, like Mr. Goody Two Shoes. That guy is not at all that person. He is
Of course
literally
not. No.
one of the ones that he knows what he's done. I'm sure of it, and it's been a long career of doing it. And his work has impacted millions, and it's crazy.
Well, I think these people are programmed, you know, like MK Ultra, and you know, you can call it satanic ritual abuse, but that's historically
Oh yeah,
been the
yeah.
case. You know, they just perfected that methodology, you know, since the 1940s, with you know, with Dr. Mengele, who came over on Operation
Yeah.
Paperclip, and you know, he continued his work in the United States. So with the
And what's
Tavistock.
and it is sad because part of allopathic med that is true and real is our trauma care and our ability to fix major injuries or even minor injuries and those kind of procedures that we can do that are extremely beneficial right at the moment. But then it slides over into the butchery. I saw some things that I just still to this day shake my head at. It's just crazy how there is some good things that can be done in it, but the rest of it is just trash, evil trash. And it makes
Well, I
it
mean,
hard.
you have to mix the truth and the lies together, right?
Oh yeah, and that's the only way to sell it, because if you didn't have that, yeah, it would. There's no way people would go. But it's so violent in one respect, and then it's so subtle at other ends. And yeah, that paradox for me was a really hard one to resolve, especially since I went into it with really wide-eyed, rose-colored glasses, thinking I was going to help save people, because that's all I wanted to do, was make people well. And then to find out what I was participating in was not do that, and that very little parts of my stuff was about making people better, and then having to buck the system and be called out for it and be in trouble for it. Yeah, it was quite an experience. That's all I can say. It was eye-opening.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, few people can maybe escape the whole system, but the vast majority are captured under it. And you know, what we're seeing now is that once they kind of, I've only seen very few people who have gotten the jab once or twice and then started to come out and be like, "Oh, I made a mistake." You know, vast majority of people are not like that. They tend to be
They double
coming up
down.
with excuses.
They
Yeah,
double
they
down.
they double
They
down. Yeah,
cannot admit that
absolutely.
they made a mistake or were lied to or were deceived. They just can't. They got to double down. It's there again, that ego. getting in the way of being okay with you making a mistake. And that's the society again, that you've got all that programming of awarding everybody for minimal effort, and everybody gets a trophy. And so you can't be bad. You can't make a mistake. Everybody gets everybody's fine. Yeah, it's been one of those things for me that if I hadn't gotten sick as I did too, I don't know if I would have escaped. And getting sick also helped me, and becoming a patient and then having to suffer through that stuff really helped me. Even that's what made coming to flat earth and everything else really easy, was going through that system and realizing what I was in and having to stand in and go, no, this is not okay. But getting sick made it easy for me. I had to leave the system. I could no longer work. So luckily I wasn't in depth into anything that would be considered part of the really bad stuff, luckily. But I'm so glad I was able to, the creator made that happen. So I don't even look at my illness as a bad thing. I look at it as an absolute blessing, since I was in position to be part of a biowarfare team that will be used to control the populace and do things that would have been horrid, and get out of the medical system that I was in, that I would have been participating in COVID. I'm so grateful I didn't have to go through that with, like a lot of my friends who are in the profession are in such debt, slaves to the school bills from medical school. And then they have, their mortgage, and because they're living a lifestyle in the 6 digits and above, they got themselves usually in deep, and they cannot extract themselves easily. And some of them just won't. So like John or Z getting himself out, that was a big step to leave his career. I know what that feels like, because that's a big deal to put all that aside and step down to, doing labor that has, you're way overqualified. You could be earning lots of money, and I understand it. And that's
Well, ripping that Band-Aid off is always painful, obviously. But then if the wound is turning gangrene, for the long run, it's better. You need to, shine some light on that, and then scab that up, and then hopefully it will heal on its own. But like having it all fester under there, and just putting a Band-Aid on top of it, giving that appearance of healing, is not going to work. And so in the long run, yes, we had to get all kicked in the balls one way or another, every one of us, right?
Yeah.
But then good for that. It was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to look at any of these trials that you go through, no matter whether it be, physical illness, losing your career. Usually it's because the test is there for you to succeed, and you're going to be blessed more in the long run at some point. So it's a long game, like Paul always says, and I've looked at it like that too. It's a
test of one's character.
Yeah.
I think any one of us could have gone in this direction or that direction. I talked about it yesterday, and we could have. I was speaking about it with Z and Rose yesterday in his channel, and basically, if we chose a different career, we could have been making a lot more money, without a doubt. But
the peace
that's
wouldn't
the
be
thing.
there. You wouldn't have your peace and your centeredness. You'd be yanked in different ways, and it's just the value of having spiritual awareness and peace, and knowing you're walking a path that is right. That's the thing to live for.
Well, that's invaluable, right?
Yeah, it is. I find it invaluable. I find it's what this place is for, is to teach you that narrow path that leads to wherever you're supposed to, get to the top. But it's going to be narrow if it's going to be the best path. It's going to be a little more challenging, but the reward, it's just like in competition or sports, it's really hard, but the reward at the end, the suffering you go through, is the best part. You can't get there without it. And if you avoid it, it usually costs you huge. So I wish more people wouldn't have to suffer that much. And some of these people suffer over and over. But the ones I really worry about are the ones that aren't suffering at all. They're so comfortable they never challenge themselves, never have any challenges, and there's no growth. Their path is
Yeah,
very
well,
wide.
what to do?
Nothing. Just pray for them, I guess. Meditate on them.
Yeah.
Forgive them. I forgive them a lot. So, because I don't want to be angry at them.
No, I mean,
Feel more sorry for
there's
them
no
than
need.
angry.
There's no need for anger. I mean, that's another. Like Buddha was saying, like being angry is like having a hot charcoal in your hand, and you're intending it to throw at somebody, but the thing is, you're burning yourself in the process, and
Yeah.
like
Well, and the impacts of anger, for me, I found that a lot of my illness was related directly to how much anger I was holding up inside of me. A lot of the symptoms were definitely worsened because of that. And learning to forgive and let people be and things be as they should made a lot of things go a lot smoother and recovery possible. I don't think I could have recovered if I hadn't learned that lesson of letting go of all the anger.
it's normal. I mean, like I think it's just it reminds me of the movie Network, and when the main character is on the news, and he's like, you got to, I can't tell you what to write or what to say to your government, but first you got to get mad, so I want you to get up, I want you to get out of your chairs, I want you to open the window, and I want you to scream out, I'm
Yeah.
tired, I'm not taking it anymore.
I'm not taking it anymore.
So, I mean, yeah, it's a natural process, but you can't stay there, obviously, because you have to ultimately channel, those emotions towards positivity and productivity. And, we know we're frustrated. We know we're putting, they're putting us into like pens and kind of like dividing and conquering us, and putting the thumb screws on, and tightening the screws. But what to do? I mean, we can only do what we can do, while trying to maintain a semblance of humanity about ourselves. That's the
Yeah.
thing that I don't want to lose.
Well,
I'm less afraid of death than I am afraid of becoming a cynic and living the rest of my life as kind of this bitter, and cynical old man just hating on the world.
exactly. Well, I think that's why it's been so important. I think you found it too by going where you're living now, is to get in that more natural environment and appreciating what this place still has. The creation itself. If you focus just on a flower or a tree or the way the sun feels on you, it can sure make the world seem not so bad. It's not all bad.
No, it's not. And I, for me, I understand that God doesn't make mistakes. God is perfect, and this world is perfect in itself. So, I can complain about the elites, I can complain about all these kind of things, but at the end of the day, we are very lucky, I guess you can say, to have the experiences that we're having. And, if it's not this time, it could be another time, but it's this time right now, and this is a very unique time in, the history of humanity, at least the known history of humanity.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely a turning point.
Alleged six that we have to be where we are with the technology and the ability to communicate with one another. But not only that, we have artificial intelligence and transhumanism, and the potentiality to go into another dimensional world as well. But like it's fascinating to be here right now, so it's not by mistake that we are where we are.
No, it's not. And it's hard to believe that I survived to be in this, because I think like everything that I don't believe in anything being coincidental. Everything I was raised to be, all my experiences, everything that's happened, I know happened so that I could be at this point in this time right now. And I feel it all the time. I can feel that from the beginning to the end, where I'm connected. I can even feel it all the way back to Adam and Eve at times, the connectedness that everything had to happen the way it did so I could be here in this moment, this time, now, for what's coming, and that somehow I'm supposed to be able to deal with it. I know that there's power available to me, access to be able to survive and get through what I'm supposed to do, whatever that may be. I feel it all the time.
Yeah, and it's amazing, you know.
Well, I think that's why we're here. We're supposed to learn how to play the game and our part in it and be performing in it the best we can. And that there's a better outcome at some point. We transition, hopefully, to the better so that we can do more again. I don't believe life ends, really. It's just a transition to a different life. And whatever we're learning here should be used in the next. It feels like that to me now. And like I said, I feel even connected to the ancestral parts of me all the way back, that everything they did to get me here is part of the journey to complete the game, whatever it is, so the next life I can do more, whatever it is.
I believe in reincarnation. Now I don't know exactly how it works, or you know how I would be able to exactly define what aspects of myself that reincarnates, but I think in terms of you know energetics, you know, and in Sanskrit they call it samkaras, which are impressions that are carried over. Um, and yeah, I think there is purpose to our existence. Every one of us, we are all unique, and we have you know our own unique experiences. But you know we have a role, and it's not really only about pleasures of life. You know, I think at my stage where I'm at now, I'm less concerned about relationships and you know eating good food and stuff like that. I live very kind of like a very monastic lifestyle,
Right.
more
Very
or less.
modest.
And
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the same boat because that's what I want right now too. I could be living a lot better, but I'm just living very, 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 very within my means. But also I'm working to start a business with my friend. We're getting headway on that right now, so it's been good. So, you know, trying to better things too, just to see if we can do it. In a rough time like this, it's kind of interesting to try for something like that. But it's not, I'm not driven for what it could gain monetarily or materialistic. It's just to do, we're offering something that's a service. So serve other people again, do something good, and working with animals for me. So I love it.
yeah, animals, you know, for me are definitely a lot easier to relate to than human beings, because like when I look at people, I see that they have the potential to be much better than the way they are, but humans for some reason exhibit very even harsher qualities than animals. Animals will kill to survive, you know, for the most part, and you
Yep.
know they don't just tear something up for no
Rarely.
reason.
I
You
mean,
know,
they
they do
do
it.
sometimes with if they're ill, but if they're not ill, yeah, it's
Right, if they have rabies or something, yeah, they
yeah,
go on
only when they're
on
ill,
an
really.
attack. But like for the most part, I'm not talking about exceptions, you know, on average. But like humanity, humans have shown throughout history how vicious they can really be. You know how brutal they can be.
Cruel and
You know.
unusual, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's because we
absolutely.
don't live in the moment like animals, I don't think, in some ways. I think that has to do with they're in their very moment, that moment all the time. It's never about past or future, it seems to me with animals. It's literally moment by moment, and they don't hold on to things like we do.
Hmm.
And they
They're
don't have
very forgiving.
foresight. They don't have foresight to look to gain higher, whatever it is. They're just surviving in the moment, participating in the moment.
Yeah, yeah. So absolutely, they're easy. And for me, being in nature for the last nearly 5 years, you know, and I lived in Seoul, Korea for 10 years in the, you know, in the midst of 20 million people with large buildings around me and such. And I was excited because I came from a rural town, Wisconsin, growing up.
That's a
And,
shocker. What a culture shock
know,
between
and
the country and a
yeah,
city.
well, I wanted to go back because I was adopted from Korea, so I stuck out like a sore thumb growing up in Wisconsin. But I was excited initially, after I graduated from university to move to a big city, and I thought the big city would have so many more um, opportunities, and there'll be theaters there, there'll be all kinds of other stuff. But then after living there for 10 years, there's actually nothing um, that really was offered there. But I needed that experience, to live in the traffic and all the buildings and going out drinking and, all the pleasures of life that was readily available. And in Korea, it's a city that doesn't sleep. You can drink literally 24 hours a day if you really wanted to, if you could
Well,
afford to,
which city were you in Korea?
So
So, yeah, well, you got a lot of military there too, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, yeah, there's a military base in Yongsan. The U.S. military is there. I mean, the U.S. military in Korea is like 30,000 soldiers or so, and it's a road bump. I mean, if
Yeah.
North Korea actually
But it's like
attacked South Korea,
everywhere we have a base, though, it's like that's what it seems like that's what the city's like. They almost purposely put our troops near a place where the nightlife and the
in the middle
craziness
of the
is even more
in
crazy.
the middle of the city. Yeah, they put the U.S. military base right in the middle of the city. Right, I lived right nearby there, and I had some friends who were soldiers there. So if you have a U.S. passport and you're with your friends, they let you in, and you basically once you cross the gate, it's like you're in America.
Yeah, isn't that
It's
crazy?
so weird.
Yeah, we call them little Americas everywhere I was at, even when I was in Saudi Arabia at one point. They didn't allow women to drive in Saudi Arabia, but I was allowed to drive all over the base, of course. And if I was in uniform, then I was allowed to drive off the base, but I wasn't classified as a female or a woman. I was classified as a soldier. And it was just crazy. So but we had Burger King on the base. Nowhere else in
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia did they have that, things like that. It was just weird. Even in Iraq, it was like that. They had a little stand that came in that was a Burger King eventually on the base that I was at in Iraq. They would mobile little thing. It was crazy. They try to make it Americanized as much as they can. So that the culture doesn't really, it's almost like they're protecting us from the culture if they can. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Itaewon, which is like right, it's a town area just right next to the base. I mean, it's just bars
Yeah,
basically. It's just the
caters exactly.
street.
Caters completely to the military. Young men
Yep.
looking to drink, get rowdy times. Probably a lot of vendors to sell certain trinkets to send home, things like that. Yeah, everywhere I went, that's the way it was.
Church as well. I mean, like we can't leave that out.
Yeah. No, I was one of those ones. Every time I deployed, I actually purposely would even set up trips outside of the local area and go sightseeing or hire a local guide and go see people. I fished when I was in Japan or in Okinawa, excuse me. Set up a deep sea fishing trip into the South China Sea and did that. And in Turkey, I had set up a trip to Antioch and all these different castles and castle by the sea on the Mediterranean. I always made sure I ate local food too. I wouldn't eat base chow. I would walk off base every day and go find some local place because I hated the
Wow,
fact that
that's
it was
amazing.
America. Oh, I loved it. I loved traveling and meeting new cultures and all that and seeing what the real life was like. So I'd escape. And I had to laugh because a lot of the base commanders would tell us, that's not really safe. You'll have to hire a local guide and some security or whatever. I'd do whatever it took to get off and go see what I could.
I had a couple buddies who were in the military. One was working for the Air Force, and the other one was a grunt. But we both played, we all played ultimate frisbee together. And sometimes we traveled to like the Philippines or some other country to be able to play, or Taiwan once. And these guys always wanted to go to McDonald's or Burger King.
Yeah, I avoided that crap.
Always.
I couldn't understand that. See, I never understood it. I always wanted to eat what the locals were eating and try all these exotic things that I'd heard of that I'd never heard in or could find in the United States. I was a traveler. I loved it. I would probably love to come visit somebody like you. The Himalayas would be a fun one to go do. Especially my age.
It's beautiful in one way, but it's also very like there's nothing here, I mean, like,
Oh, sure.
and it's not like you won't find any even McDonald's or anything like that here around this parts. So I'm quite isolated and away from things, and even a part of me want to go even further up north where it's even more isolated, where there's like no possibility of even a internet connection.
Yeah. See, that stuff would be fun. I look at that as good and fun. I'm one of those people that loves being off grid, hanging out in the middle of nowhere and meeting the cultures. I love cultural stuff. So if we can meet locals and find out how they live and talk to those folks, that's because I find people around the world are very similar in some things, and then of course very different, but we all have the same desires, it seems like.
Well, people are people,
Yep. Common ground.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're programmed in a particular way, their culture, right? So the culture also and the environment kind of makes people who they are in a lot of ways. So obviously there isn't any perfect culture out there that I've experienced or known, but
Nope.
there's some places that are a little bit more human, you can say, than other
Yeah,
places,
I would
right?
agree. Some of the places I've been have been better about the way they treat their children, women, and themselves. But then there are other places that I've been that are just awful, the way they treat each other.
Yeah.
And some of it's been good though, because a lot of the indoctrination they give us, of course, in the U.S. has been so wrong. It's been good. That's why I think I like to travel too, is to find out if it's really like it says in the books or what I've been told in school or whatever when I did go to school. And a lot of times, yeah, it doesn't match up.
Right. I mean, there's kind of a like sensationalization and glorification of a culture or a group of people, and then it looks good on the books, but until you actually live with them and you live amongst them, you see them for what they are. And, it's not like there's one place where everybody's all perfect and good, because there are always going to be some bad apples
What? There's no
in the mix.
Shangri-La you found? You haven't found Shangri-La up there yet?
No, I don't think I'd be on the internet if I found Shangri-La, honestly.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't.
And if I did, I would keep it a secret as well, because like Shangri-La, there are stories about Shangri-La in the Himalayas, in the north of Nepal and such, and it is said that it is hidden from people. Not even the planes that go over it can see it. There's some kind of an optical illusion, magic type of thing that is there to hide it from the people. Only the deserving are allowed to be there. So, the people, if it does exist and people live there, they keep a secret for a purpose, and you're not allowed to share that secret to anybody else. And secrecy is kind of important in both directions, whether you are malevolent or benevolent. Secrecy tend to be a better, more effective way to manipulate, right? Because they operate out of secrecy. But I also believe that good people operate out of secrecy as well.
Privacy is important. That's why they're destroying privacy. That's why they're stripping it from us, because it is a beautiful thing when it's done in the right reasons and right ways. It's absolutely a great thing, but it can be used for evil. That's why I disagree with Jack so much about him ending legal secrets. It's like, well, legal secrets, legal secrets. Well, that's one thing, but do you want to end all secrets? I don't. He does.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't.
he can say whatever he wants, and he'll have to eat his own words,
But I just
whatever.
think it's funny that he doesn't think any secrets are good, and it's like that's just doesn't make sense to me. Privacy is a wonderful thing, and that's I'm 50 years old, and I've seen the destruction of personal privacy and of my children and myself over the years, and that's probably one of the worst things I've seen that technology has brought on is the destruction of our privacy, our ability to
Yeah.
have a part of us that nobody else knows or only those we wish to know.
Well, I mean, they have the technology with the electromagnetic, understanding of the magnetic frequencies. They can probably read our thoughts, and all these information that because these are the instruments that we use to experience this physical reality, and they have a transmission of information because your auditory information has to be transmitted that is interpreted into your brain so it's going from one thing to another, right? And so like I think they have the technology to be able to understand what we're visualizing and seeing and
Well, they
hearing and
obviously do.
smelling.
They've already shown us that they've got that somewhat with the technology for people that cannot move or have are paralyzed or whatever, using a brain link to move an arm or a hand on a robot or move a cursor on a computer. So they already have that mapped out, definitely. So they definitely can read what your intentions are for at least movement and I'm sure further because I think it even has gotten into language. I know that they have a pilot in some of our Air Force pilots. They have a helmet that is able to read certain commands
Yep.
in the plane to shoot certain weapons or do certain functions using just thought. So they've already developed that for sure. That's been released. So yep. And that's again taking away all that privacy. I don't know. That's very dangerous, in my opinion. It's a two-edged sword. Could be used for something very good, like somebody that is paralyzed. But then imagine what it can do with in the wrong hands. People using it wrong.
Well, it's kind of like Murphy's Law, if it can be done, it probably will be done kind of deal. So,
Oh
you
yeah,
can,
if you can imagine it, it
you
should
know,
be able to be done at some point. So.
yeah. And they have the new Apple, goggles.
Yeah, I saw some advertisement on that. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that world.
Well, like it's another biometric way of like, it's kind of like a Minority Report where your ocular nervous system is going to be used to unlock the hardware. And it has all these sensors, infrared sensors and be very accurate. So it knows exactly what you're focusing on, and they're able to highlight that thing. So they already have the technology to operate that, and then they're giving it about a year for different companies to make applications for it. But
And you know what
it's
they'll
gonna
do
be
with those applications. They'll make it so that they start tracking your pattern of what you focus on, and they'll be putting things in there to see what attracts people more. It'll be used for buying and selling, of course, and all kinds of manipulation of people's attention. They'll figure out what draws people in more and more with using that kind of a watching those kind of biometrics on people and correlating it with what they can use it to sell you something.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And I just think that it's a kind of another merging of kind of technology with physical reality, because you're able to see your physical reality, but then on top of that, it's going to be layered with all this. So you don't need your phone, you don't need your computer. You can literally
Oh, it's
have
on the
a
screen.
keyboard in front of you, and you can start typing things out. And you may not even need a keyboard. You just sync things out, and maybe it will be just transmitted through the airwaves that way. I have no idea what the level or the capabilities are, but I think it's pretty fascinating. So we're going to be locked in to one world or another. I think people are going to need to make the decision
Oh
soon,
yeah.
just like with the jab. You know,
Yep. It's going to
which
be
side
just
of the
the
fence
same.
they want to be on.
And I've already decided I will not be participating in any of that. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to give up my autonomy like that and my reality of the creation. I don't want an overlay of technology at all. I just don't. I don't want to participate in groups.
They'll say you're just old-fashioned. You know, you're
Yep,
just
and they will say I'm
old-fashioned and
obsolete.
archaic.
I'm obsolete and old-fashioned and not worth anything. I'm sure within this new coming revolution. I'm sure. Just like they said, what would they call everybody? And they did this with the military before when they had budget shutdowns. The military would call you non-essential and you'd have to stay home from duty because then they wouldn't pay you. Didn't have to pay you during government budget shutdowns. Most people don't realize they started using non-essential on government workers and especially the military way before 2020. So that term was familiar to me. When I heard it the first time, I was like, oh my word, they're going to use it on all the rest of the populace now. How degrading it felt when they used it on us. You're basically considered worthless, not needed. Very, yeah, crazy stuff I was exposed to. So when I saw it show up again, I was like, man, programming is started in the military. A lot of it's done on us before it's done on the rest of the population. We're definitely guinea pigs in the military. It's quite deep how far it goes. Even the programming for 9/11, basic training. There were several changes implemented in basic training in the Air Force before 9/11. That once I came to the truth of 9/11, I realized that was all pre-programming for us to be ready for the coming wars that were pre-planned. I absolutely knew it.
Right.
Like, oh my word. They were doing it in basic training, setting us up. Same with basic training was the first time I heard the name Osama bin Laden. They told us right there in basic training he would be our coming future enemy. And
They have to prepare you. You know, they have to. It's predictive programming. You know.
Yeah,
and
it's
give you
crazy
the breadcrumbs.
how crazy it was at the time. Yeah, just things like that, had a lot of time to, like I said, when I was sick, to think back on all these things that I went through and where I was programmed. And it started really, really early. And I could see each step really clearly now, especially having such a broad experience in my life with different kinds of lifestyles, everything from farming to medical work, and of course the university and all that stuff, and war and all these things. It's huge where the programming is. And even having children, another experience to see where the programming was coming in through my children. Crazy stuff.
Even in the movies, you know,
everywhere.
with yeah, I mean, all these like Neo's passport, you know, expiring on 9/11/2001, and then you know, in Terminator, you know, it's 9 feet and 11 inches, and then a Supertramp, you know, they're on an airplane,
The
that
music,
CD, and
yeah,
then you
all these
know
music.
that you know, they're flying with the twin towers behind them and such. And you know, you have a Back to the Future, which is my favorite, you know, predictive programming. You know,
Oh
they
yeah, that thing is
come
full
to
of it.
Twin Pines Mall, and then come to Lone Pine Mall, and then
Yep.
you know
All
exactly
this, all there. The 88 miles per hour, everything, all the time codes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just crazy
The-
stuff in these. But it was in books too.
These-
A novel that I read before 9/11, years before, like probably 15 years before, Tom Clancy book that came out talking about using airplanes to crash into the White House and the Capitol building and all this stuff to to basically take over and reset the world and start a conflict. And yeah,
The
so
Lone Gunman from TV. They also
Yeah.
had an episode of a pilot, flying towards the Twin Towers. They barely missed it, but and it's so funny that George Bush would come out and say, "Oh no, we could never have imagined that the airplanes
And it
would
was
be used."
everywhere. Yeah, like I said, even in a Tom Clancy book, which is a huge, millions and millions of people read those books, and yeah, all
Building began in 1968, just 33 years to the dot of
when it was
before these
taken.
towers,
Yeah.
yeah, brought down, right? Building number 7, et cetera, et cetera. So it's fascinating, like how much effort, and there's so much ritual and code that's involved with all these things. It's like really beyond our ability to comprehend for the most part.
Well,
And
yeah, and that's what makes me think a lot of it is more supernatural than actual men coming it up with their just by themselves. A lot of it, I think, is driven by subconscious stuff that people aren't even aware of that they're doing sometimes.
some kind of hidden hand, like
Something,
yeah.
and it's something to do with the oppositional force that we have, that's here to test us. It's definitely, it plays into it big time, because I don't see how men could do so much of it without something like that being going on. It's too cohesive and too deep, too complex to just be a few men coming up with it. I think they've got extra help somewhere. Something else is working with them, or it's supernatural in some way that we can't quite understand.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, like it's humanity has been kind of like funneled and coerced and moved in directions that it's like a sheep herder herding sheep. Sheep, they're just content munching down on the grass, and that's all it is. But they
And you
don't
got
see
the
the big
wolves
picture of things.
playing their part of the game. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, wolves in sheep's clothing,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
reptilians in human clothing.
How much do you think there are? Do you think there are really reptilians? Are you one of those few out there that think that that's a serpent seed of some sort, or an infiltration, or whatever
Um,
with it?
Yeah, I think there's been some kind of a genetic manipulation. Like if you look at humans, not again, I don't believe in evolution, but like humans compared to other animals don't really fit in the environment of nature. And when you look at the history of different species that have existed, like the Neanderthals and the Cro-Magnon man, and us, there's a clear um, lineage, like line that's been cut between like one. There's no transition from one to the other. Like one existed, they disappeared, and another existed. And so, like, what that is telling me is that maybe certain creatures were created and used. Maybe they're like a mixture of one set of DNA with another set of DNA, and they were used, and maybe they were kind of like, okay, this isn't really working out. Let's wipe this slate clean, introduce another one. Because like when you go from the Neanderthal to the Cro-Magnon man has like a 33% increase in its cognitive ability and its in its cranium size. And of course, like the size of the brain will correlate to the intelligence of a being, right? So you want them smart enough to be able to create technology and use technology, but not smart enough to be able to critically think about like the big picture of things. So I do think there are stories of nagas and the quasi-total in different places. So they seem to have some kind of reptilian type of DNA, and I think
Well,
there are
yeah.
varying degrees of that.
Well, even
Personally
the
speaking.
biblical story is full of it too at the beginning, and that's why supposedly the flood was set off, was genetic, manipulation of some sort going on. Said all creatures were becoming corrupted, and humans were part of that. So
Yeah, well, I
something
mean,
was
I do
going
believe
on.
in the story of Atlantis, and Atlantis existed, and I think it was like a continent that
Yeah, I think
existed,
there
you
was
know,
many
Lemuria and such.
resets. I think there was many resets. I don't think there was just, I think there has been several rises and falls, uh, and mixing and whatever has gone on, and genetic manipulation of some sort, and technologies coming and going, and all kinds of things. So, yeah, I don't doubt it that there's been something that's hidden from us like that.
So, like, in order for these like higher entities, I put that in quotes, to get what they want, they need to kind of give us the breadcrumbs. So we build the technology, the stargates for them. But in order for us to be able to do that, we have to go through this long, tedious process of our own uh, I don't want to use this evolution, but like our own development, this like cultural revolutions, the agricultural revolution, the um, factories and all this, mechanical revolutions, computer revolution, and now we're at that point now in a very short span of time, in the history of things, that we have, like, computers, artificial intelligence, and robotics and all this. So we're at that point very nearly where like we could create replicants, and maybe replicants already exist. And I think we've been playing around with cloning of humans for quite a long time, a lot longer than, so like what they have behind the scenes is way beyond what's been presented to us. So whatever that is being presented to us now, of cloning babies and creating incubators for babies, I have to think that that was already in existence for some time. So what's the purpose behind it all, or is it a repopulation thing? Because when you look into the mud floods and the incubator babies, and how the orphan trains, how people were moved around and all that, that was perhaps a repopulation program. And even in the Bible, they speak about it, in Genesis, like, go and replenish the earth, not plenish the earth, but replenish. That kind of like, that word re already indicates that, do it again, right? So there must have been something, or a culture that existed prior to Adam and Eve. And some people believe that Adam and Eve are tribes of people rather than just single individuals. Okay, we lost Damsel, and I don't know if, are you here, Pineal?
I'm here with broken headphones and the inability to, talk because of it. So, yep.
Okay, then would
Unfortunately,
you like to end the show, because I don't have anybody to talk to?
yeah, man, I've never had this where, I've never had this happen where I had no choice in the matter. So, unfortunately, how bad what does it sound like? The vacuuming sound, kind of?
I mean, it sounds okay from where I'm sitting. So, I mean, it's a little bit echoey, but I mean, it's tolerable.
Yeah, it's also because my laptop's just doing this weird breathing thing. So, it's usually what it does. It makes a vacuuming sound. So, used to it. I get it. To anybody who's gonna say something in the chat about it. I didn't realize how many messages I hadn't read there. But shout out to the chat.
Yeah, there are a number of people there. There's 12 watching, lurking. So we'll do a little quick shout out, and then maybe we'll say goodbye for now. Um, we have the Citizens Broadcasting Cooperative. Hello, Bad Barney, No Bullet, and Mitch Levin, David Wolf. And who else is here? Looks like those guys are the only ones that are chatting for the last hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. Marika was here for a little bit. Big Stank. Some of these guys don't seem to be very. Damsel Medic is like, sorry, I just lost my mobile internet connection and I cannot get StreamYard to connect due to little signal now. I so appreciate talking with you, Notch, so much. And thank you, Pineal, for the time. Well, thank you very much. And Austin is still here. Mimi. So you guys are up late or up early. I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, it was very good conversation, Damsel. Hopefully we get to be able to do that again at some point. I'd like the smaller panels where, especially when people are not yelling at each other and just trying to scream on top of each other. That's always good. You know? So that's why I choose to be here today and yesterday.
Yeah, once in a while it's nice to get the chance to just talk without people berating each other and, you know, math and pedo and optics and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess those things are, needed to be said by these individuals, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that I want to be a part of all the time. And sometimes it's fun and funny and interesting, but other times it's just not. So I personally like just having these like smaller conversations with people and just kind of dive into what we know about this nature of reality and go into different either conspiracies or scriptures or spirituality type stuff and see where we are at. And it's also good for myself to be able to articulate the things that I think I know, and try my best to communicate them, with the individuals who are here.
Agreed. Can't follow up with anything that would beat that, sir. So well said.
No worries. Well, then I'm gonna say adieu, and I will say goodnight for now. And I'm gonna go and do my exercises, and probably checking out with you guys later on at some point. I'm sure we'll meet each other somewhere along the line. Okay. So goodbye for now.
Peace, Notch. Sorry about the sound issues and whatnot. I'm gonna have to
I'm sure
figure
you'll figure it
something
out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't know. I've never had this. Strange. It's like it doesn't it doesn't register or acknowledge the headphones being plugged in. So the whole port is fucked or something. Here, tell me if this changes anything. Oh, hold on. All right. Yeah. Is there
I mean,
any
it sounds
difference
okay.
now?
It sounds good. Yeah, it sounds
What
good.
about now? Is it any different now, or is it the same shit?
It sounds okay. It sounds okay to me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I plug in headphones and it's just I still hear it coming. I still hear you coming out of the laptop, so it's not coming into the headphones. So I've tried a few different pairs of headphones. So it's like the port for the headphones port is broken or something strange.
Yeah. Okay. So there's not a flush like contact maybe, and it's like leaking out. And so it's partially part of the signal is going through the headphones and part of it is going through the computer, I guess, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I tried the audio option too, and it did not change anything. So let me see.
It must be early morning over there. It's like Z's going to be on pretty soon, if it's not on already. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, he is on.
Oh, he's on?
I think so. Yeah.
What
So
is
it must
this again?
be.
Motives, Rodriguez, and all the rest of you. And when you pivot to go reinvent yourself to take your thousands
I don't know why I was going to play this. I think it was like
off that, I don't know how you could sleep at night after you have the conversation with me. I don't care about anything else you've experienced after that one conversation. Exactly. I don't. why that's enough. I don't see why that's enough. Well, this is the thing. We're not the like. I figured it out a long time ago. I'm a different creature. Because it's like, maybe they spoiled me early on. Maybe the fact is that I didn't have nothing at one point. You could have given me everything and I wouldn't have felt like anything. My father took me to the big tree one day. He goes, you're a sick person, Paul. Why? Because the big tree in Rockefeller Center didn't mean shit to me. Jack is all over the place. Look at him. He's fucking Jack. What's going on, man? You got an extra camera? You're all over.
Just like everyone else. I'm slipping to another dimension.
Is that what that? Are you seeing what's going on there? Oh my God, Jack is.
That's a distraction.
He's transmuting dimensions.
Aliens.
Come back, Mr. Talcott. Just get that together. But yeah, I've never been impressed by the like Alefantis and his group, the sights and sounds of this.
Domi arigato, Mr. Talcato. Sorry about that, Mr. Notch. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to just have to end it because I don't know if the background sound is bearable or not bearable. And either way, I need to get the fuck off of the screen. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. Sorry I didn't get to contribute more. I'm going to have to figure something out now with these headphones. Maybe buy those headphones off of Miss Verily. Might not be a bad idea. But yeah, I'm glad people could throw it back and forth a little bit. And off to Z's show. So I'll just dump my dozen people over to Z because I'm so generous and magnanimous like that. Looks like Mr. Snaps is already over there on his backup channel. The optics are high. Hashtag Truthio. Hashtag Poopio.
Heyo. Heyo, come on. Yes, yes, yes. Come on, everybody. Round and round we go. We're all here again. Yes, yes. Welcome to the loop that is life. Cycles within cycles. Wheels within wheels. Spinning and churning. Is everybody in? Is everybody in? Come on, people. Who's with me? I can't do this alone. Who's with me? Let's get going. Let's get going. Peoples. Where are we? I mean, I know where I am. I think I do. They told me I'm on a place called Earth. They also told me that I'm rocketing on a wobbly spinning space ball around some kind of fusion gas ball. And then that's rocketing amongst a bunch of other fusion gas balls. But that doesn't seem right. I don't know. I'm confused now. I don't know where I am. I don't even know who I am. Hey, maybe that's the point. They get us so mixed up that we don't even know who we are at a certain point. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why they would do that to us. It's not nice. It's not nice at all. It's kind of mean. You know? Lie to people. I don't know. I don't like it. Anyway. Let's get going. It's enough already. It's time to start the show. Even though it's Sunday. I mean, who's really going to be awake on a Sunday morning? Some of you are. And hey, let's remember, it's not morning for everybody. You got all kinds of people. For like all the Australian people, it's like nighttime and stuff. My friends in New Zealand, it kind of sucks because we have a lot of friends from New Zealand here. But they're like sleeping and stuff. Well, maybe not. Just kind of late over there. Anyway. 11-ish, they say. 11-ish where? In New Zealand? No? 11-ish? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. Parts of Australia-ish. Anyway, I can't start reading the chat yet. I have to start the show. I have to start the show first. First things first. Anyway. Let's get it going, folks. All right. Hey now, everybody. All right, guys. We're going to do it. We're going to just jump right in. Right into the deep end. We don't even need to dip our toe in. We're just going for it. In 3, 2. Good morning, everybody. A grand rising and grand approach. Welcome back to the show that never ends. I'm your host, Zoetic Warrior. But you can call me Z, because we're friends. We're all friends here. So why not? We'll just call each other by friendly names. You know, informal. We don't have to be all uptight here. We don't have to be uptight. Greetings. Salutations. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Now we'll see who's here. Now's the part where I could read your names. Who's here? Joe Cool just popped in. Morning back to you, Joe Cool. Hope everything's going well in your world. Hopefully you're stocked up today with some nice sensimilla, some good crystals. You got some blunt wraps. What else do you need, Joe Cool? I'd imagine that's pretty much all you need to get you through the day. I mean, I'm not projecting here, but who knows? Anyway, much love. Divine Spirit 313, Heidi in the house. Special K coming at us. Much love, much love. Jay in the house. What's up, Jay? We already said hi to No. What's up, No? Mad Mac coming at us again. Much love, Mac. Much love. Pamela. Pamela's Mystical Musings in the house. Coming at us from the AZ. Otherwise known as Arizona. Yeah, she's up early. True Earth Trails. One love, True Earth. M. Davis in the house. Mark Basket. Good to see you. Mimi, that's me. Coming at us from Canadian land. Hopefully you guys are doing something about this forest fires you have going up there. Get on that, guys. These fires have been messing me up. I go outside, I really can't breathe. Anyway, what's up? Back at us in the house.
And I've literally had the Imperial King of London, who on paper owns every Federal Reserve on Earth, 193 Federal Reserves. He told me I'm the supreme sovereign, and all I want to do is use all our resources on Earth to throw the biggest, most royal, epic, biblical wedding parties that usher us into the eternal honeymoon that heaven is, where we can travel the universe as unlimited love gods, restored to our most gorgeous godly potential with our most gorgeous godly beloveds, and live the utopian bliss of divinity, the eternal honeymoon that heaven is. And I'm getting all this opposition. Do you know, like, don't you see this opposition has inspired these guys to want to exterminate humanity because of this, how crazy dumb this is to fight this. So please wake up. Anyone who's fighting me or contending with me, you're inspiring those beings that can to truly exterminate you. And it's the dumbest thing you could ever do. They're watching you be gifted the greatest thing you could ever imagine and have asked forever for. They're watching you fight it and fight for the fear and the sin and the original sin of knowing evil. It's taking great discipline for them not to fully let you be exterminated. So please wake up.
Is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I want to do.
What is that about now? Why are you doing that?
All I want to do is worship the pogo like this guy.
Oh, he fooled us. I thought he was coming in love there for a minute. Wow. I got to get better at my discernment. You had me there for a minute, Snaps.
You know what? If you want love, maybe go hang out with this guy for a minute. Are you able, Aaron? Do you know anything about this StreamYard and this whole situation? It seems that you do, because I got to get this kind of thing under control.
You know, I don't. I've never had it, but I just figured there's administrative passwords you could change, and you know, then whoever's letting them back in.
So you want the keys to False Kingdom, like producer Moose had the keys to Calcutta? He's not asking that. I'm thinking about proposing that because I'm sick and tired of having to play judge and jury and that be everyone's mama and daddy and everything in between. When are we going to rise to the occasion here?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a Kodak moment with Pogo. Why is it that we can't choose love without getting hate?
Right.
So you're the love. Okay, so you're gonna love this guy who's supporting big time criminals, big time bad guys. I can love everyone, snaps. Even you disgusting cretin. I'm tasked to love even my enemies. I have no enemies in this realm. Right, but you still call me make enemies out of the truth. Shut up, you disgusting slave. And if I throw you out and you keep coming back in here, we're gonna have a serious problem. Doing it again. How are you getting back in here? How do you have control?
What are stamps? Really, y'all, like, Snafu, I don't know what problem you have with me using the greatest laws of God and what they say to do with our adversaries. Like, I personally...
The only problem I got with you is the blasphemous stuff you're saying and the connections of supporting big-time criminals and traitors and frauds, and the word I'm not going to say on this cast, trying to not say.
Why are you saying I'm supporting them when I'm saying we're to reconcile all things, especially Antichrist-possessed beings, back to God through Christ? That's all I'm saying.
How many times does he have to say this? It's like I ran him through the trenches. I asked him the hard questions. He answered. He's been answering over and over again, standing the test of time here. You're in and out. You're all over the place. You're insane, as always. What are we to do with you? Seriously. You wonder why Aaron says, you wonder why he says that these people have felt like I felt for a long time. The incompetence and intransigence is so ubiquitous that it's almost as if a lot of folks just shouldn't even exist anymore.
I mean, truly, brother, like, or whoever you want to, whatever you want me to refer to you as, they literally want to exterminate guys like you, and especially when they've conned you into being their puppets. They see you're.
Of course, they want to exterminate guys like me because they want to fucking control and do the crimes that they're doing, and you're promoting it. Absolutely, you're of course.
They want this world set free from the insanity of knowing them into evil.
Yep, while they do the criminal acts on innocent. Yep, you're right. Can I just remind you? Can I just remind you that it's not that the numbers matter, but a lot of these things are indicators of your energy and frequency. Yes. You notice how when you come on here, the numbers just plummet through the floor because you're just so demonic and hateful and insane. We've been on here steadily, just rising, consciousness rising, energy rising, frequency rising, vibe rising, numbers rising. You're descending rather quickly. You're falling. You're in a fallen state, sir.
So, guys, like as men, you know, there's nothing better than attracting like radiant goddesses, right? I mean, is there anything better?
Not really.
Exactly, Paul. You know, I was at a gathering locally a couple weeks ago, and I had my world rocked by this goddess who literally came up to me. Like, it was a backyard, a really cool piece of property they set up for hosting events, right? They do little festivals. Anyways, so I was around a fire, and this like the most radiant, gorgeous goddess there comes up, just borrows a guitar from a guy at the fire and says, "Can I sing a song?" She sat right next to me, looked at me, and sang me this song. And I was just like, oh my God, this is heaven. Because she felt in my soul that spirit that women long for, which is me giving my soul to God, the greatest good. And I attracted this holy goddess to sing this song she calls North Star that had lyrics that were literally singing about what I do in life, like seeking to lead this world back to its divinity. And I'm just sharing this with you because we're all meant to be attracting that. And I would love to just use this epic co-creative space to practice that ultimate magnetic presence. That just like that $50 contribution that came in yesterday on Telcott, that was a woman who saw the potential of what we're talking about here being realized, where we can make men great again. She put $50 into that heartfelt desire for the feminine to actually have men who God King heaven on earth again, that we're all here for. So like, can we make that our highest priority instead of repulsing women with this horrifically immature antichrist babble? Please.
The only babble I hear is you.
I mean, Paul,
what are you cackling about, Cynthia?
Hey, did you smash? Did you smash her?
See how she was accusing you earlier, Aaron, of being perverted and talking only about sexuality, and then the moment you bring up a loving embrace with the feminine spirit, and she's saying with you authenticity and that beautiful moment, and what did she do? She brought it right back to sexual perversion. She wants to know the nitty-gritty details of your bedroom life.
This is good because words reveal thoughts and feelings, which reveal character. So keep speaking and revealing yourselves and where you're rooted at this time. And it's more exemplification of your lot in life, your status that you're claiming.
Exactly. Everything someone does, their presence reveals their status and standing. And so cackling and doing that to really godly expressions, what is that status and standing?
I'm being joyful and glee, and the words are bringing me joy, and then my laughter is contagious, and other people are laughing.
Okay, so feel how the Lord of the world, who passed on, sadly, Jacob Rothschild passed on in 2017, I can't yet, but his first comment to me on Facebook is a messenger message. He used military code to accuse me of mental illness. He said he was going to submit my information to a psych ward. I checked that meeting, I found out and so that was him confessing to his mental illness. And see, this is, Dick, what I want to share with you is when these people come at me with all these inversions of what I'm doing, they're confessing. When they project a judgment on me of unholiness, when I'm operating in the holy, it's a confession. And so you can just hold that divine Mother, Father, God perspective, have compassion, and stay above it. Don't come under it. Because the moment you come under that spell, you just become one with it, right? So this is how we overcome evil with good, is by remaining above it. And having the presence, to, especially on a beautiful forum like this, is for all of us to learn these, like how to be true humans, masters of the spiritual realm, because we become slaves of the spiritual realm. And that's why the spiritual realm has been using these puppets, humans who don't control themselves, to fight to protect this looch harvesting, antichrist spiritual realm. Because really, the fourth dimension has been what we call hell, where all the devils and demons have resided, but it's meant to be heaven. Though it's the lowest dimension of heaven, it's the light realm of heaven, and we've had it inverted. Like the fifth dimension, everyone talks about, that's darkness, that's the ether, that's the divine feminine dimension. This fourth dimension, plasma, light energy, is what we turned into hell because of our sin. So it's our job to lead every antichrist entity, every shadow entity.
Hey, where's your commune at? Do you got a commune set up yet?
My universe, brother, is my commune.
Oh, okay. Figure, yeah, New World Order, the beast system agenda. You're absolutely right. You answered the question. The universe is a commune, the New World Order agenda, beast system optic. Yep.
Who's the spokesman?
Instead of asking Aaron where his commune is, maybe you should be asking how you're communing at this time.
So just witness again, like the power of presence, right? Look at how he keeps coming in, being a puppet, a mouthpiece for the New World Order. Well, he's accusing me of what he's doing.
Again, I'm not the one sucking Rockefeller balls like you earlier. I got emails. They're good. Jack, go talk to them. They'll get you. Again, I'm not the one.
He's explaining snafu snaps. I keep throwing him out. He keeps somehow getting back in. And we're going to have to now file more complaints with these people about the governance around here. He's explaining how to lead the Antichrist back to the Christed state of beingness. And you're not willing to receive that.
Oh, no, I'm smiling. Oh, man. Oracle, right?
So did you smash? Like, I don't think you ever answered my question. Did you smash?
Oh, my God.
I would not ever disclose it. I did. I don't roll like that. I didn't know. But would I tell you if I did? That's, again.
Well, yeah, of course.
He made love to her, and he doesn't
fine
characterize it as
example.
smashing. Like, what is this smashing? You just
Like, did you lay on top of her and punch her?
Please.
Did you mount her? Did you mount her from behind like a wild animal?
Mine's right in the gutter, isn't it, Cynthia? Was that of the Holy Spirit?
Like, I was
thought that came to your mind?
You know, Cynthia, I got to be honest with you. If it weren't for the fact that I would be accused of silencing women's voices like they've accused me in the past, you'd probably have been out of here already. So you're working on a one-way ticket as well, because I see what you're doing. You're like, you're better than this, right?
No,
I've seen you. Please don't interrupt me. I've seen you behave better than this. I've seen you call in different energy and spirit, and here you are. You're doing this to try to generate some reaction.
I have legitimate questions for Aaron.
Hey,
I just
Cynthia,
was
real
trying
quick.
to engage.
Cynthia,
And I
would
just
you-
don't understand. And I don't know.
Would you please embody like Holy Spirit presence?
Sure.
And make sure your every expression is actually ascending us rather than descending us.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We need the feminine to show up right now more than ever for our children. And I pray that you can be conscious of our children at least as much as I am, because trafficking never would exist if women actually came together and brought a remedy to this. And we cannot allow this to continue. The bride of Christ, the church, that's her purpose.
Mm-hmm.
To know and enforce the law of God. And I've given you the complete knowledge of God, and you've been disagreeing with it until now.
I don't agree with that statement. I just don't. And you can't make me.
Well, I'm not making you. Only you can reject the greatest gift ever. And I don't want to continue to throw pearls to those who don't honor them.
Okay. Well, let's just agree to disagree.
That's what you.
Yeah, that was Aaron. In case you guys didn't know, Aaron Rothschild. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Panel's Mystical Musings in the house, coming at us from the AZ, otherwise known as Arizona. Yeah, she's up early. True Earth Trails. One love, True Earth. M. Davis in the house. Mark Basket, good to see you. Mimi, that's me, coming at us from Canadian land. Hopefully you guys are doing something about this forest fires you have going up there. Get on that, guys. These fires have been messing me up. I go outside, I really can't breathe. Anyway, What's up? Back at us in the house. What's up? What's up? The optics are high. Hashtag Truthio. That's a snafu. Snafu snaps in the house. Music called Secret. Right on. SATURNDAY checking in. Yes. Joe Cool says wife is making coffee. He's got pineapple blunt wraps. Sounds like you're off to a good start, Joe Cool. Sounds pretty good to me, man. Pineapple. Nice choice. Mimi says, you mean the recycled plastic that they're burning, Z? Whatever they're doing, Mimi, it's fucking with me down here still. Less yesterday, but I go outside and just smoke everywhere. Apparently I'm not supposed to go outside. There was a code orange here. But I did it anyway. Yeah. No, says it's probably more local arson than Canada. I don't know. What do I know? They're telling me it's from Canada. Mateo says, Z, you really didn't think staying outside breathing in the poison. I don't know. I was out there, Mateo. They're not stopping me. Who knows? He's called the secrets of Canadian trees if you got them smoking. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I said to my one friend, I said, the smoke. I said, I could tell it's Canadian. It smells like Canadian trees. It smells like burnt maple leaves, syrup. And he looked at me, he was like, what are you talking about, dude? You can't smell that. And I was like, I don't know, maybe, I think I can. Who knows? I don't know, Sovereign. They just said code orange. What do I know? What do I know, guys? I'm not the one burning down Canadian forests. Break. The other day. How can we have like multiple rovers on Mars? How have multiple nations and countries been to the moon, like India, but we can't put out a forest fire here on Earth? I'm waiting. See, I don't want to get angry. I don't want to get angry anymore, guys. It's not a nice side of me. I'm trying to keep it level here on Z Show. We don't want to rock the boat too much. Joe Cole's just waking up. He's sipping on that coffee. He's probably taking the first few hits of that pineapple blunt he's got going. I don't want to mess up Joe Cole's morning. You know, I don't want to start screaming. So I'm just trying to keep it level. But I want somebody to really try to answer this question. How is it that we're blasting stuff into space at incredible financial cost, time, energy, attention, human capital? How is it that all that's going on, but we can't put out a forest fire? I really want you guys to think about that. Think about how many probes, instead of like blasting these probes into space and satellites, rocket ships, whatever, space shuttles, maybe just get some drones. Like, I don't know, build like 1 million drones that can carry like, I don't know, a couple gallons of water, even 10 gallons of water. Just 1 million drones that are just constantly refueling, dumping water, dumping some kind of, you know, fire retardant, whatever. You think that?
Holy shit, dude. Zook is in the motherfucking house. In the heezy. What's good, sir? Apparently my headphone jack on my laptop is broken now. So there's like a vacuuming sound indefinitely. Whereas before, it wasn't an issue because I could plug in my headphones and yeah, I don't know what's going on with the port for my laptop for the headphone jack. So it's totally fucked. But otherwise I would say hop up. But for the last like hour or two I had people on. I wasn't able to really add into the chat. So I ended up passing out. I ended up nodding off. And I'm gonna have to go back and listen. But yeah, Zook is an old friend of mine, and he messaged me on Facebook, which I never used. I just happened to look at my DM at my messenger, and I saw a message from him. I told him I dropped a link from my channel. So this is my buddy Zetetic Warrior, Zook. That he is a flat earther. I wouldn't call myself one per se. I'm not a globe earther either, but I don't like the labels. I just hate the labels, and I just don't like them. I hate the labels, all of them. All.
You'd be able to do that for like a small fraction of cost of like one rover trip to Mars. Can somebody please help me with this? I don't know. Maybe somebody. Is there anybody out there? I'm trying to make a point, guys. A larger point. If anything were real, before a civilization of peoples could blast off their planet, you would have certain hierarchical needs met before you blast it off into other worlds. Let's really think about this. Let's take ourselves out of it. Let's look at it objectively. Could there really be a civilization that's been to the moon 6 times in the late 60s and early 70s? It's going back, apparently, this fucking Artemis. Could you really have a civilization where multiple quote-unquote countries are all floating around in space with their own space stations? They have the international space, but they got the Chinese space station. You guys believe that? So why was there international space station? We couldn't do it ourselves, but the Chinese did it themselves. Are they near each other? Are they like orbiting near each other? I don't think they'll collide. I mean, I know it's big space out there, but hey, who knows? But could you really have a civilization that still has hunger, famine, pestilence, disease, suffering, We can't even get a quote unquote, you know, virus under control. Yeah, okay. But yet we're up blasting off the quote unquote planet. Yeah, guys have to understand those things all make sense. There's a hierarchy of needs. Just like you have a hierarchy of needs with an individual, you have a hierarchy of needs within a collective, a community, a society, a civilization at large. Meaning to say, I couldn't be on here broadcasting to you if I didn't have power to my domicile here. You get it? I have to have the electricity first and all the infrastructure before I can even turn this computer on and talk to you. I have to eat. If I'm not eating, I couldn't come on here and sustain the energy to even speak. There's certain things that have to happen first before you can realize subsequent hierarchical needs. So it begs the question, how are we fucking floating around in space, blasting off everywhere, if I can go anywhere in this country or anywhere in the world and still see famine, hunger, pestilence, disease, and the otherwise? It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Oh, look who's here. Mars Life is back. Mitch. It's almost like somebody unblocked you. Just play nice, Mars. Just play nice, Mitch. Much love. What's how you saying? Now I'm getting pissed. Says MFers killing people, nature, animals. Oh. Special case. Since we're not floating, it's flat. Anyway. Right. Jay says, if anything was real, like they say, there'd be no homelessness, no hunger, all that stuff. You wouldn't have it. You guys have to think. They've messed with it so much. They brought us to a point of such insanity that we can't have rational thought anymore. They've convinced us against our own natural God-given ability to think. And we're believing in a reality that's not real, not even close. Unbelievable. What are you guys saying? Anyway. WhatsApp says, make it make sense. Right, make it make sense. Make it make sense. You can't. You can't make it make sense. It's unbelievable. Right, Mad Max says, we wouldn't be governed like this if we were still having missions to Mars. Right, none of it makes sense, guys. Anyway. It's silly, really. But yeah, we all go along with it. All of us. Very strange. Very strange. Let's, where is it? Yeah, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. Let's do a musical interlude. Whenever I start getting upset about this world that we find ourselves in, I find that it's, you know, it's often helpful to take a step back, have a musical interlude, cleanse the palate. So anyway, let's bring it back up again on Z Show, our friend Nathan Sanders, to give us his rendition of one of my favorite songs, Somewhere Only We Know. I think it's beautiful. All right, Nathan, take it away, big guy. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a moment. Hey, I want to play. Come on, play. Are we still live? Yeah. No. Doesn't want to play for us. We're let down. Let's try it again. We're doing this live, guys. Understand? It's a live broadcast. Tells me I'm live. Let's try this one. Come on, Nathan. I need my fix. Did you copyright me, Nathan? Is that what happened? You didn't copyright me. That's the new thing, guys. It's like I play these very short clips, and I'm getting these copyright notices. They're not copyright strikes. I don't know. Maybe if any other YouTube creators can help me out. Like, I don't know if I put my channel in jeopardy by doing these musical interludes, but I mean, Nathan's able to post them, so I don't think Nathan would like care if I play his stuff, which is weird. That like I play these little musical interludes and it gives me like a copyright claim. I'm not monetized, so I'm not really too worried about it. Let's try it now. Come on, Nathan. Let's hear it. No, doesn't want to do it. How disappointing. Anyway, we'll try Nathan later. I'm going to get you to play this morning, Nathan. Nathan's already a star, but we're going to make him a bigger star. I thank you, Mitch. He says copyright claims are fun. Just means if you make money on it, they will claim theirs. You know what? That's what I thought, Mitch. Because I'm kind of looking it up to see what the fuck it means if there's a copyright claim. If I should worry about it, but I appreciate that, dude. That's kind of what was my understanding, because it's almost like, how could you avoid having a copyright claim? Like if you're doing a live on the street, and you know, oh, I'm back. Yeah, they're really messing with me this morning. But yeah, I appreciate that, Mitch. I get it. Copyright claim makes sense. Anyway, no Nathan. Too bad. Yeah, Tuck Clip says the claims are all automated. Right. It's basically just AI running everything. Yeah, I know Freedom awaits. My StreamYard's screwing up this morning. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing this to me. Very strange.
I would say I need new equipment, but I might trigger Mitch. I might trigger you, Mars, if I say I need new equipment. Because then you'll be like, I knew it. Pogo. Let me try now. It's going to work, Nathan? Oh, here it is. All right. We might be back. Although some people are not huge Nathan fans. Sorry, Nathan, if you're listening, but not all of my listeners are quite as in love with you as I am, Nathan. I don't know. Maybe eventually they'll kind of jump on board with sanity. Oh, here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, my apologies. Let's welcome back Nathan, giving us his rendition of one of my favorite songs, Somewhere Only We Know, from his Apocalypse Cabaret. Nathan, take it away, my friend.
For the two Barbaras. I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. I felt the earth beneath my feet, sat by the river, and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on.
What's up
So
with
tell me
this?
when
Z?
you're gonna let me in.
Z playing Nathan
I'm
Sanders.
getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go and talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go and talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Apocalypse Cabaret.
Nathan Sanders. Thanks again, Nathan. Many thanks and blessings. Golden voice. Voice of an angel. M. Davis thinks that Nathan needs a Las Vegas residency, much like Elvis had in the 70s. Remember when Elvis had like a 4 or 5 year Vegas residency? Where he just basically lived in a casino for like, could you imagine what that was like? Or like, when like Celine Dion had like a Vegas residency. I agree, M. Davis. I'm calling for Nathan Sanders' Vegas residency. Somebody make that happen. You're out there, Rob Cleveland, wherever you are. Get on that. Sounds like a plan. It's a great idea. David Wolf sounds like the song sounds like a weak man. Not Nathan was weak, but like the lyrics. Here's the thing, David Wolf. Most music is very like simpish. Most songs are really sappy, kind of love songs, and it's kind of par for the course when it comes to music. What's Jay saying? Spirit Taco saying Jay is triggered. What do you mean Jay's triggered? Let's see what Jay said. He said, our friend Jay here with the Anon mask. Is that a new icon for you, Jay? Joey had it. It's really not the Anon mask. I think it's called the Guy Fawkes mask. I don't know. Somebody will correct me. I think his name was Guy Fawkes. First brought into popular cultural zeitgeist in whatever that movie was, V for Vendetta. But apparently it's called Guy Fawkes, attributed to some dude who apparently wanted to, do something to the British Parliament, using explosives at some point. He says, right, yeah. So what did you say, Jay? He said, it's time for the rest to grow up and stop believing in all the nonsense lies that are so comically funny. My 7-year-old don't believe that people are standing upside down. Right. I don't know if Jay's triggered. Maybe Jay's just passionate, like some of us, like me. I agree with you, Jay. I mean, they convinced us to believe something that goes completely against all common sense. Our senses tell us what this place is. They got you to believe in an impossibility. So I get it, Jay. It's understandable. I can understand your passion, maybe even frustration. They got you to believe that you're moving at incredible speeds, in multiple directions at once, but that somehow through some magical force that can never be proven, demonstrated, or otherwise, that by some magical force, gravity, that, it's all relative. So because everything's relative, we just can't feel it. We can't feel that we're moving. Although the new thing that's going around the community, it's not a new thing, but it's kind of back in the community, is the whole upward accelerating Earth. Have you guys been on to this? That's the new, let's say, debate within the community. Come on, somebody tell me if they know what I'm talking about. The ever accelerating, elevator Earth, let's call it. With Pac-Man Earth, with Pizza Earth. Yeah, Jay knows what I'm talking about. What's your thoughts about this, Jay? Can you type a little thing for us? This accelerating elevator Earth that apparently is supposed to be the new explanation for gravity? Which is weird because a lot of flat earthers, Josh R35 knows what I'm talking about. I said, yeah, it's BS. No, not falling Earth, rising Earth. Which is funny because a lot of flat earthers would admonish the so-called flat Earth Society when they said that quote unquote gravity is actually it's basically why things fall down. You know, the theory is that we're accelerating upwards at the rate that things fall, quote unquote, and that they're not actually falling because it has to do with the point of reference. So if you have something in your hand and you drop it, what it is it's not falling, we're rising. So we rise up to the object. It's intriguing and it gets very nuanced. Let me ask you guys, take a slinky, hold it in your hand so it's extended a little bit and drop it. See what happens to that slinky. Drop things in water, either in buckets or bottle. Look at the things inside and how they react. It's not as simple as some of us want to make it. And I do think it's a very interesting topic. I'm not too inclined to get way into it this morning, but I don't know. Other flat earthers are trying to tell me that gravity's incoherent dielectric acceleration towards the ground. That's just another theory. I would just say demonstrate it. Is it demonstrable? Some people say they could demonstrate electrostatics. Many of us have seen those Dave Weiss demonstrations where he uses the Van der Graaf generator to basically present a positive charge to a neutrally buoyant balloon that has like a little metal, let's say a metal button hanging from it. You present a positive charge to that little metal piece, and we could see that neutrally buoyant balloon drop. That's evidence. I don't know. So I get what you're saying about dielectric acceleration, but are we really ready to just, as we're saying, gravity's basically bullshit, just to substitute it with our own theories? Can we go there? Rising Earth? I don't know, guys. I'm going to speak for myself, Jay. He said the air bubble and water dam. So, Jay, are you on board with this? Jay? Dude, not do effing wrong. Jay, are you on board with accelerating Earth? This MC Nemesis guy, like Numbers Dropping, is pointing out. I was on Shaun of Source's channel months ago. I was on the Pinal's channel. This MC Nemesis guy came on. We were debating the globe. He started saying to me that he was going to murk me, right? I didn't say anything. He said he was going to murk me, and then said he was going to report Pinal's channel for threats when he was the one that made the threats, dude. Think about it. So you're right.
Yeah,
they're coming on these streams. They're throwing chaos around. They're basically agitating on purpose, saboteurs on purpose. They have to be getting paid, bro, or for whatever reason.
And it's like it's a team. It's not just one or two people. We're talking about 5, 6 people here showing all up at the same time. And and also it's funny, but they carry around a lot of viewers with them too. It's really odd.
Let's let Bane Bear up real quick. See what he has to say.
I hit 180 viewers on that stream live.
When other crew showed up? Yeah. Think about it, dude. I've had people on this channel that have 50,000 subscribers, dude, and they bumped my numbers by like 20 people. You know, I had Martin Lika on my show like twice, and when he was on, my numbers bumped by like 30. You had MC Nemesis on and your numbers fucking doubled. Dude, come on, bro. Like, really think about that, dude.
Something was really, it's like all the people that were watching were waiting for the porn bomb or something, like to get a good laugh, right? It's like everybody knew that's what was going to happen eventually. But it was insane. It was insane. It was insane. And you know, it's another funny thing that I'd say, but I think I might keep it for like the second breaking news. Or no, I think I'll do it right now. You guys were talking about Karen being a whole clique. It's funny because she was live yesterday and I just did a premiere and I had more live viewers than she did. And I only have like 1,200 subs and she has 50,000 subs. Got me thinking. What's with that? I wasn't even live.
Same with me, dude.
It was just a premiere. It was a video. Well, it was a video of porn bombing, obviously. But anyway,
Patrick, I have 1,000 subscribers. I do a 3-hour show, and I get anywhere from 500 to 600 views. That means in a 3-hour show, 50 to 60% views to subscriber ratio. Okay, you got people with tens, even hundreds of thousands of subscribers. They can't pull numbers bigger than us on live streams. It doesn't make sense, dude. I stream at 6 a.m. in the morning to 9. And many mornings I'll peak out over 100. Where, like you said, people that have 15, 20 times more subscribers than me, they'll be streaming at way better times during the day and get similar numbers. Make it make sense, dude. Doesn't make sense. Let's bring up Bane Bear. He has something to say. Hold on. Bane Bear, welcome back.
What's morning, gentlemen? How are we?
What's up? Sunday, dude. I guess you don't work on the weekends.
Well, yeah, and I just had coffee, and then I realized I haven't talked to another human being, and I'm about to go on a live stream and use my voice, and I realized I sound like a raspy horseman.
You should be like me, dude. I just start singing Neil Diamond songs before I go on. Josh R35 says Beyond the Imaginary Curve Guy theory. His name is Dell. Should I try to do a Dell impression? Nah, maybe not. Because if I ever see him, like the guy could probably squash me. Have you seen his arms? He's got the Hulk Hogan, fucking 24-inch biceps, dude. Guy looks like a beast. Unbelievable. Yeah, he goes, yes, I know about it. The dude Dell keeps bringing it up. WhatsApp says it. Dell didn't invent it, guys. He's just resurrecting this argument within the community. And he's going hard at it, man. Like he's hitting this hard. He's basically trying to say, if we can't see it, we're idiots. Maybe he's right. But Jay, you seem like you're like, Jay seems like you're resonating with this theory, rising Earth theory. Yeah, Dave Wolf says very interesting. I don't know. Jay says, heck no, not just like that. WhatsApp says, I think Dell's proposing this preposterous theory to get controversy with Nathan. No, I don't think so. I know he's going at it with like Nathan Oakley and crew and like Irwin, which is funny. I was enjoying Dell the other day. I think it was yesterday, ripping on Irwin, because Irwin was trying to troll me back in the day. Not like he was following my channel, but when I was on Leadka's show, Irwin just spent the whole show like insanely just trolling me in Martin's chat. He didn't know who I was. It's just jealousy, guys, from these other content creators. Like when you see these other creators, they try to create smoke with me and stuff. Like how Boston Ray came on the other day and said, "There's 24 years an agent and a cop trying to get us all arrested." It's just because Boston Ray's jealous of me. No offense, Boston. I hope everything's going well with you. I know your wife was about to go on labor the other day, but much love, Boston Ray. But try not to let your jealousy show so much, and all your other creators. So I don't think Dell's just come on, WhatsApp. Do you really think Dell would put all his credibility on the line? Come on, WhatsApp. You know better than that. Just to claim that a guy like Dell's gonna come on, give a theory that he doesn't believe in, just to create smoke with Nathan Oakley and his crew. You know that's not true, bro. Come on. Jay says he doesn't believe in it. Special case is Ewar. Mateo says I better stop talking about this. Or Polly Boy is going to make a video thinking I'm a government agent. I don't know. I'm not sure I see the logic there, Mateo. I get what you're saying. It's a bit suspect, Watts, but what's up? But I think you're off on that one. I don't think a guy like Dell's going to come on and spew a theory that he really doesn't buy into for controversy with Nathan Oakley. I like Nathan Oakley. He's a big eccentric. But I don't know. The argument gets old after a while, guys. The narrative after a certain amount of time just gets stale to me. But again, there's some interesting, like the shit that Dell's showing, like dropping things that are in water, like dropping like a water bottle or like a bucket or something. Just
In France, anger spilling into the streets once again, as protesters lashed out for the third straight night, furious over the police killing of a 17-year-old identified as Naël at a traffic stop. This protester saying they only look at the color of our skin. This video, apparently taken by a bystander, begins with a traffic stop already underway. It shows the moment a police officer aims his gun at the driver's window. As the car moves forward, the officer shoots. The car crashing just down the road. The teenager died from a bullet wound, according to the prosecutor's office, and the officer accused of shooting him is now being charged with voluntary homicide. After 2 nights of violent protests, tonight, police spread 40,000 officers to hotspots across the country. French President Emmanuel Macron said nothing justifies the death of a young man, but called the violence unjustifiable. Those close to Naël's family said police violence in France is beginning to resemble the United States. She tells me that's why the youth are outside. They've had enough. And activists tell me that while the formal protests have largely ended, the rioting is likely to continue.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
This game, you're not ready for it.
What began as unrest in a Paris suburb has grown into a wave of nationwide protests over police treatment of France's minority communities. In France's second largest city, Marseille, government officials have banned public demonstrations in an attempt to bring the violence under control.
In Marseille tonight, the police weren't taking any chances. After looters had wreaked havoc, they were determined to clear the streets. Whenever groups gathered, they dispersed them with tear gas, arresting people as they went. This is what they were trying to avoid. Gangs rampaged through France's second city on Friday night, looting as they went. Frank lost 100,000 euros in a night. His shop was one of dozens in Marseille, broken into by rioters who stripped the shelves. The store was full of merchandise, he tells me. Now it's completely empty. Frank's store was hit twice. After clearing the shop floor, they returned on Saturday morning and robbed the stockroom. Protests which began over the death of a teenager have morphed into something else. The death of Niall is very sad, but it's just pretext, Frank says, a pretext for robbing a shop. From designer stores to independent shops, everyone was a target. Hunting rifles from this store among the loot. The theft from this weapons store adds another complication for the authorities here, because now they've got a group of protesters with a stash of arms running around the city. Jenny blames the government for the unrest. She believes the lack of opportunities, poverty, and the ghettoization of Marseille's migrant population have stoked the anger.
It's government who've done everything to arrive at this, because they park all these young people and parents in Cité, and after they are really they are not happy, so they want to come here and break everything.
Extra police and armoured trucks have been sent in as reinforcements, but these political sticking plasters won't heal France's deeper social wounds. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Marseille.
A huge police presence in cities across France has not prevented a third night of angry protest. 40,000 officers are on the streets to guard against more violence after the fatal shooting of a 17-year-old in Paris. The protests, which began in the suburb of Nanterre, where the boy, identified only by his first name, Nahel, was killed, they've spread across the country. Tonight, there are clashes with police in Lille. There have also been violence in Amiens, Strasbourg, Dijon, Lyon, and Toulouse.
Well, I just noticed that I fucked up. I meant to end it at 7 hours and 2 minutes because it's 7/2. And look at that, it's 7:02 a.m. How about that? But it's 7:07. So I'm going to close it here. Peace out to y'all. Have a great day. Get some rest and relaxation if you're shot out like me and haven't slept yet. And get some sunshine if you did get sleep. Either way, get some sunshine, some sustenance. Much love. Peace and blessings. Take care.